Smithy. Rep. Raymond. Here. Rep. Desotel.
Here.
Rep. Phil King. Rep. Hunter.
Here.
Rep. Howard.
Here.
Rep. Lucio III.
Here.
Rep. Metcalf.
Here.
Rep. Shaheen.
Here.
Rep. Harless.
Here.
Rep. Slauson.
Quorum is present.
The House Committee on Energy Resources will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Goldman.
Here.
Vice Chair Herrera. Rep. Anchia. Dean Craddock. Rep. Darby.
Here.
Rep. Elsley.
Here, sir.
Rep. Guerin. Rep. Tracy King.
Here.
Rep. Lamont.
Present.
Rep. Longoria.
Here.
Rep. Reynolds.
Quorum is present.
All right, good morning, members. Trust you got lots of sleep last night. But thank you for powering through and coming back this morning so we can continue the very important work that we began yesterday. And thank you for all the very valuable input and questions yesterday. I think we had a great day. And let's have another one. So we're not going to waste any time. We're going to jump right into the testimony and try to power through here. And again, as we did yesterday, we're going to make sure everyone is to say their piece and ask their questions. So as we did yesterday, as the witnesses come up, if you would go ahead and push your button and get in the queue, and we will continue our practice of alternating between the two committees and giving preference to seniority as we call on you for your questions. So with that, changing up a little bit, we're going to start trying to accommodate some schedules. Of course, Senate is doing their hearing this morning as well. So we're going to start with Commissioner Craddock. She was like, what? The suspense is killing me.
Sam will come up
Thank
and
you,
read the
Chair.
card for you. How's that?
Yeah. Thank you for being here. You know the drill, of course. State your name and who you represent, and you may proceed.
Good morning, and thank you for having me this morning. For the record, my name is Christy Craddock, and I'm the chairman of the Railroad Commission of Texas. Chairman, I get to say that on this side, and members, thank you for having me here today. I'd like to start by thanking the first responders, linemen, volunteers, and countless agency personnel who have worked tirelessly over the past 2 weeks to restore power across the state and keep Texans warm. In particular, I know that the Railroad Commission staff have worked around the clock, many of whom were without power and water themselves in order to keep gas flowing in the state. I am deeply grateful for everyone who played a role in returning power to homes across Texas, as I lost power for 4 days myself. We have power here today thanks to them, and I am sincerely appreciative. Thank you.
We're sorry your dad's interrupting your testimony.
Electronics are a challenge, you know. Appreciate it. I'd like to start by explaining what we do at the Railroad Commission for those of you who don't know. Our agency has primary regulatory jurisdiction over oil and gas production, pipelines, natural gas utilities, alternative fuels such as propane and coal, and uranium mining activity. As we talk about the events that transpired last week, it is important to remember that our regulatory jurisdiction includes gas production at the wellhead and transportation of gas through pipelines, but does not include electric power plants or gas processing plants. We provide permits for operators seeking to drill for oil and natural gas, pipe hydrocarbons, mine for coal and uranium, and dispose of produced water. We oversee the state-managed well plugging program, provide safety inspections for pipelines, and maintain the health and safety standards required for the industry. As we learned of the severity of the winter storm that was heading our way, my fellow commissioners and I convened an emergency meeting to prioritize human needs customers above all else for natural gas delivery. This was on Friday the 12th. Safety is our #1 priority at the Commission, so homes, hospitals, schools, and churches were granted priority status under our emergency amendment to the curtailment order. As the situation developed and further need was identified, we waived transport requirements for out-of-state alternative fuel haulers to allow expedited access for Texans should our state supply need to be supplemented. We authorized LDCs, or local distribution companies, to track and account for extraordinary expenses as a result of the storm, including but not limited to gas cost and transportation cost. This agency is committed to preventing undue financial burden on LDC customers, and this instruction will allow us to collect the data we need to help prevent that from happening. And we provided alternative options for saltwater disposal companies while maintaining our environmental safety standards to prevent wastewater from becoming a hazard in the freezing weather. My agency took proactive steps to prevent disruption to natural gas supply and availability and continued to be responsive to the needs of industry and Texans in order to maintain supply across the state. Some of this you've heard, so I'm going to skip a few things. How's that? During the 8-day span of below freezing temperatures, specifically in the Permian Basin, we took immediate action to address the problems that faced our natural gas providers out there and across the state. Through numerous conversations with operators, we learned of frozen roadways preventing crews from accessing the field. We worked with industry and TDM to clear those roads and allow access to the fields for operators. However, time and time again, the number one problem we heard reported from operators was a lack of power at their production sites. As outages spread across the state, the oil field was not immune, and unfortunately, operators were unable to keep their systems functioning as power was cut. Some operators did need to preemptively shut in their wells for safety and well integrity purposes prior to the storm. Industry told me they started doing that Monday, Tuesday, February 8th or 9th, as early as that time period. Starting on Tuesday, February 16th, as it was safe to return to the field, crews arrived to find that their facilities were experiencing outages. The oil fields simply cannot run without power, making electricity the best winterization tool. Working alongside PBPA and the Alliance for Energy Producers, we were able to directly communicate with the chairman of the PUC, as well as electric transmission and distribution companies, and provide specific coordinates. We were telling them on maps for areas and facilities so we could get power restored and get gas flowing again. As operators got back online, storage capacity across the state was depleted to keep supply up. Additionally, continuous communications with our partners at the Texas Energy Reliability Council, which I think you'll hear from later today, served to streamline and expedite solutions. Daily communications between regulators and operators and providers was critical to understanding storage withdrawals, supply needs, and infrastructure capabilities. I'd like to highlight for just a minute the remarkable overall success of the local distribution companies in Texas. LDCs are the companies that provide gas directly to residential companies. So if you have gas-powered stove or a fireplace or a furnace or heat, you're an LDC customer. As millions of homes lost electricity across Texas, only 2,153 LDC customers experienced service disruption. That means 99.95% of all customers did not lose gas in their homes. As of last night, only 16 people had not had their service restored because they're out of town or they have safety issues. 4.6 million households in Texas utilize natural gas in their homes, representing over 13 million Texans, and these families were able to continue heating their homes. This program and this system worked. So some media outlets would have you believe that natural gas producers and frozen transmission lines caused the power shortage across the state.
Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt real quick. Let the record reflect that Representative Guerin is now present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I sit before you today to state that these operators were not the problem. The oil and gas industry was the solution. First, we did not have any frozen transmission lines, unlike what's being reported. They continued to flow gas as much as possible. When wellhead operations faced freezing conditions, power supply was cut and outages caused a domino effect of problems. Any issues of frozen equipment or delays in process restoration could have been avoided had the production facilities not been shut down by power outages. Meanwhile, natural gas was being pulled from storage across this state at maximum capacity for multiple days. I think that's historic probably for the state. While the Railroad Commission continues to collect data, preliminary EIA reports show that while other energy sources dwindle, natural gas producers backfilled the gaps and helped to restore supply to electric power plants once power was restored in the field. The natural gas producers in our state were instrumental in restoring power supply to Texas, and I appreciate what they did to help us all. Thank you again for having me, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Craddock. Just a few things, and we went through this a lot yesterday on the utility side, being mindful that we hear about this stuff all the time, and so when we hear, acronyms and all sorts of things, we know what you're talking about. And even one thing I noticed in your testimony, I know what you mean when you say transmission lines in your world, but that's a much different thing in the electrical world. You're talking about pipelines.
Actually, when I was talking about, we work with transmission and distribution companies,
Right.
but transmission pipelines work somewhat like a transmission utility line,
Right.
that they're the big boys
Sure.
moving power through.
Yeah.
So yes, sir.
Absolutely. Just for the public's benefit, I was trying to make that distinction, that we're not talking about the same transmission lines in all cases.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Yesterday as well. And I think you had some great information there too. The testimony that we heard yesterday in some cases talked about when we were defining their buckets of reasons why they weren't generating, there were obviously the supply issue came up. And then that kind of evolved into, in many cases, that it wasn't that we didn't have gas completely, is that the pressure was a problem. And so you kind of are speaking to this already, but let's just kind of reemphasize this. Why is that? And I know what you're going to tell me. It's based on these compressor stations and other infrastructure that was offline. But let's go ahead and drive that home, if you will.
So when you're looking, and this is where I think we all recognize much more today, even though I think my guys understood, I'm not sure that the electric guys understood completely, or I should say maybe ERCOT PUC and some of their members didn't completely understand how interconnected and what a loop this is, that we all need each other. So as it froze in the Permian Basin, we ask, and prudent operators will do what they need to keep their wells safe, first and foremost, whether that means putting methanol into their wells so they don't freeze, whether it means shutting them down for the short term. Because remember, when you have an oil well, and this is a long answer to your question, so I apologize if it's a little bit more than you wanted. When you have a well, it comes up, the gas and oil and water and other liquids that come up are hot. And they get to the surface, and all of a sudden you've got freezing temperature. They're going to cool pretty quickly, right? And so we want to make sure that those well bores don't crack, because like your pipes at home, freezing water, that'll crack something. So companies go in and do, prudent operators go in and put methanol, or they flow those wells back so they aren't flowing to the surface when we've got this cold of weather. But the other piece that we recognized and we understood, but I don't know that the whole world did until this week, if you don't have power into, whether it's a wellhead or the whole system, then you can't flow gas. And why is that? Because we rely on compressors. So we all think of gas and it's just going to flow like we flow downhill, and that's not how it works. You put it into a pipeline and compressors are used. out in the oil fields, some of those compressors are natural gas, but a lot of those compressors today are electric. Electric has been more efficient mostly and has less air emissions, which has been a priority for this state and this industry to deal with air emissions as well. So if you don't have electricity to power those compressors, they can't work. So those compressors not only work in the oil field, but they work on big pipelines as well. So you can't move gas. So you've interrupted the supply chain at some point, and there's a large supply chain, whether it's from the wellhead to the down a pipeline, which is part of what we regulate. Then it goes to gas processing plants. So you get, which a lot of these gas processing plants, again, didn't have electricity flowing to them. They were shut off. Now they were able to stay warm, meaning they had enough gas sitting in their system so they didn't completely shut down. I think the lack of understanding that you can't just flip a switch. It's all nice. We all walk in and flip a switch and the lights come on. But these power plants and gas processing plants and manufacturing plants, they have safety checks. It takes a while to warm them up and get them moving. And so the gas processing plants had power cut to them as well, which means it couldn't flow from them into the power plants or into our house. So that became the challenge. If you don't have gas flowing from the wellhead, you've got some pressure issues. What this state did well and what people didn't recognize, as we had gas come offline in some places, we have a lot of storage in this state. We have in this state, and we actually are part of that regulatory body as well as TCEQ. We have salt domes in this state, particularly along the Gulf Coast, and so we produce natural gas. We stick it in the salt domes for times like this, right? And so we were maximum withdrawing out of the salt domes, but you again have to have power to withdraw out of storage because you're pumping stuff. And one of those storage systems went down that I'm aware of in the state because they lost power again. So the whole chain of events, we've got to have power to make a system work at all, basically. And for those people who managed to keep some electricity because they were a larger operator so they could keep gas flowing, they were prioritizing where they could get maximum gas in the field so they could send power into those areas. So the challenge of us making sure we have appropriate priority as we're now going forward is going to be really important so this doesn't happen again.
Let the record reflect that Vice Chair Herrero is now present.
Chair Craddock, I want to take you back kind of to the early action so we fully understand steps you guys you took, and I want to commend you for that. You guys took some early action that was obviously beneficial, and we want to let you explain that. And I know in the early, if you could describe also the communication that was going on at that time, because I no doubt you were getting plenty of calls, and what level of communication there was with the PUC, for example, as well as you had generators, and I was getting those calls too. We were beginning to get concerned about gas supply and how that was the prioritization and that type of thing. So can you walk us through the early days of that and the actions that y'all ultimately took? I think that was on a Friday before, I believe that was right.
Right. So we got a phone call from the PUC on Thursday saying we're going into a colder spell than we anticipate. Will you please help us make sure we have gas supply across the state? And we went, okay. Meanwhile, we're getting the same phone calls, by the way, from gas power plants as well, and trying to connect them with their pipeline suppliers. And that I think y'all have heard lots of, but I'm not sure how effective that became in conversation, but we started getting those, but not until Thursday the 11th. So on the 12th, as an agency, we've had a curtailment order in place for the state since 1973 that we use, that you prioritize natural gas in this state during any kind of weather or emergency outage. And so we went back and re-looked at it very quickly, and by the way, we will go have a full-on hearing at some point in the future to look at this curtailment order and make sure that the priorities are appropriate for today's world. But we, on Friday night at 6:30, convened an emergency order and reprioritized our gas availability for the state. And so what we did was we still to this day and always will, I believe, put in place where we put gas utilities for residences, hospitals, schools, and other human needs customers, as well as those local distribution companies, those local gas companies. Look, it's important that that those local distribution companies have gas. What happens is if those gas utility companies go off, then they have to, for safety standards, go house to house to check each house and then relight each pilot light. That's not realistic for 4.3 million people in the state. So that is why gas utilities will go first always. They need the gas, and it is very time-consuming and expensive to try to put them on, to take them offline, and they can't roll on and off. Again, it takes some time to get them going. But what we did do, our second priority became, and we moved them up, delivery of gas to electric generation facilities which serve human needs customers. Before that, number 2 had been small commercial customers. So that priority changed. What didn't change, and where I think there's been some disconnect in the hearings this week, our bottom priority, and again, we'll have hearings at some point if the conversation needs to change. What didn't change is the bottom priority in our list, and I'll read the whole list if you want me to, is those customers who have interruptible power contracts or gas contracts. So interruptible gas contracts are the very last thing on the list because they didn't pay, by what we've always looked at, they didn't pay for firm gas. And so I think that's where some disconnect is. You've come in and some people have come in and said we didn't get gas. Maybe they did or maybe they didn't. We're not aware, but maybe they didn't pay for firm gas. I think that's one of the challenges that companies, so even though we prioritize gas power plants, that didn't change the priority if they hadn't paid for firm gas.
All right. It sounds like you're already kind of thinking through whether or not there needs to be additional conversation on that list.
Yes, sir.
Should we be changing some of that? And I think it's a great point you made there on the interruptible gas contracts, because that could very well, and we have some examples where that was the case, is that we're talking about generators that didn't have firm gas contracts as well. And so, again, it looks like you're going to be looking at that also. On the critical infrastructure piece, where we had these examples of facilities that got cut off out there, and I think maybe Chairman Guerin made the comment that there were X number registered, and then all of a sudden a bunch of people started registering kind of after that. Is there a process at the Railroad Commission where you're in any way engaged in trying to make sure people are doing that?
So I will say before this week, for me on a Texas Energy Reliability Council call, I didn't know that was an opportunity. We'd never been told that as an agency, to my knowledge. We didn't have anything on our website, and really it's a function of working with the electric companies and ERCOT, trying to put those people as priority. But I will say we had a phone call and they said, well, we've got a form. I went, okay. ERCOT said, we've got a form. I went, okay. It took me 30 minutes myself, knowing that there was a form sitting there, to find it. So I think better communication to understand that, and I think some larger operators probably knew that existed, but I think the smaller operators, or maybe they focused also at ERCOT for summertime. It was in the summertime pile of stuff, not over in the wintertime stuff too. So I think better communication between agencies and or their power companies to understand that should be a conversation that you need to have between your provider as well, is going to be something we clearly look at and figure out how we better prioritize. But I've already asked my industry to begin to put their list together of what should be priorities so we can have a better communication conversation between the different agencies.
Well, obviously, a lot more thought needs to be given, but I just didn't know if you had any thoughts of, obviously, those folks interact with the Railroad Commission on a lot of different stuff, right, in a lot of different ways, and whether or not that couldn't be something that's part of some of the various things that they already report to you, or information-wise, and then there's some sort of communication or transfer of that information to. Or, I don't know if that's the answer or not, but I know you're obviously thinking about that also. I have some other questions, but I'm going to get to the members' questions, and then we can kind of circle back. Chair recognizes Chair Goldman.
Thank you, Chairman Patty. Commissioner, thank you very much I know you were here all day yesterday, so thank you for coming back this morning and being here for us. I really want to talk about the last 2 weeks and what the role of the Railroad Commission was, what your role was, what the other role of the commissioners was. Can you take us back 2 weeks ago? Basically, when did you know something was going wrong? How are you notified? How are the other commissioners notified? Just tell the general public what your role is and how you were notified.
Well, again, our role is to make sure gas flows in this state.
So tell me what that looks like.
So for us, it's making sure we put notice to operators out that we were getting ready to have.
Let me just go back. Not us. Tell me what you did. Tell me when you got a call and what your response was.
So again, I received the first call on the electric side on the 11th of, the Thursday, the 11th of February, saying, and I think we all knew that the weather was coming, right? I think I don't watch the Weather Channel much. My child does it for me, but you know the weather's coming, and she's like, we're going to see snow.
I don't know. It sounds like, seems like yesterday, some people who actually had meteorologists on staff really didn't listen to them or didn't.
Well, but we don't have a meteorologist on staff.
That's right.
But I think she was excited to see snow, so we knew at my house the weather was coming, right? So we got a phone call on Thursday from the PUC, or I did, saying, look, we're going to have some challenges. Could you make sure gas flows?
And that you bring up a very important point. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we've gone through testimony, and it's very important of who talked to who. So you got a call from PUC from staff or one of the commissioners?
From Chairman Walker.
Great, thank you very
On
much.
Thursday-ish, I don't know what time, but
Okay.
Thursday, saying we're going to have some gas supply potential issues. Can you help us make sure that gas flows?
And that was Thursday?
That was Thursday, the
Okay.
11th. Yes, sir. At that point, having gone back and talked to my operators, they were already aware and were beginning to make sure, as was our staff, making sure that people were aware that a weather event was coming, and that operators were already managing the issue as far as gas, as wells in the field, as were pipelines already managing the issue. So we then so
when you get a call like that, do you ask all your operators, you need to ramp up production?
So that is when I went back to staff and said, okay, we need to look at our priorities. We need to look at our curtailment order. We need to look and make sure we're doing whatever we can. And our staff came back and by the next day, Friday, and said, we think we need to adjust the curtailment order. And
I'm sorry.
That's how the priorities for gas.
Okay.
And I think may have had some conversations with staff. I can ask them right back here, but with the PUC staff at that point potentially. So we looked at the priorities for gas. We call it a curtailment order. On Friday, we drafted something, and all three commissioners and their staffs looked at it. And then that evening, with an hour notice, we had an emergency meeting at 6:30 on Friday night.
So you said all PUC commissioners looked at it?
No, all railroad commissioners looked at it.
Okay, all right, got it.
Yes,
Okay.
so the railroad commissioners looked at it. It was communicated to the PUC what we were going to do that we were going to do this.
Okay, I'm sorry, sorry to
It's
keep
okay.
interrupt, but you bring up an important point as well. So can you talk to your other commissioners?
No, that's why I said staff circulated amongst all three of us.
You're not allowed to pick up the phone
No.
and have a conference call with your other commissioners because you didn't have notice that you were having such a conversation with them.
That's right. So we're in open meetings. We operate in open meetings as well. Yes, sir.
Let the record reflect that Representative Phil King is present.
Thank you, sorry.
Staff worked through the priority order, worked through the issue. We circulated it really amongst the three commissioners' offices, said, do you want to tweak? Do you have any questions? No, and let's post the meeting for an emergency meeting. We're allowed to post an hour ahead of time.
And for those members of the general public who maybe are tuning in now and weren't tuning in at 11 o'clock last night when we asked the question, why can't you talk to your other commissioners?
So y'all have open meetings laws in this state, and so two of us can't be, there's three commissioners on my agency to make a quorum, so we don't talk to each other.
And what would happen if y'all did talk to one another?
I think we'd be in violation of Open Meetings Act.
And what does that mean?
I don't know, because I never do it, so how's that?
Okay.
I'd like to
You
not
don't wanna
find out. Thank you,
Right,
that's
exactly.
right. So we had an
But
open...
basically, it's against the law.
It's against the law, yes.
Without posting that you are actually having conversations. And even if you call another commissioner, that's a quorum.
That's right.
And because you didn't post that you were having that conversation and having that meeting, you'd be a violation of the Open Records Act.
That's correct. So we don't do that at our agency. We do have good conversations between staff at staff level. I think that they do a good job communicating between the three offices for us. So we are advised about what's going on, and I appreciate that.
So the system, the way you have to have your system set up is you can talk to staff and other staff, and that staff can talk to another commissioner, but you can't reach out directly and talk to a commissioner.
That's correct. Yes, sir. So I don't. We all, thankfully, all like each other because we get 10 minutes in a conference, right, to say, oh, I've seen your face at this point. So,
And just for the general public's knowledge, how often do y'all meet?
generally, we meet every other week as an agency. In fact, we had a meeting this past Tuesday. So we meet every other week in public meeting, and so that's about when we get to see each other.
Great, okay.
So on Tuesday evening, again, we posted about 5:15, 5:30, 6:30. We put this emergency curtailment order in place, and that prioritized gas for human needs first and foremost in this state. The next,
I'm sorry, you said Tuesday.
no, it's sorry, on Friday.
Okay,
Sorry, I'm thinking that the next Tuesday, I just had a meeting. Sorry, Friday, February the 12th.
okay, thank you.
Thank you for correcting me. You can
Sure.
tell we've all been up for a long time.
That's right.
Plus, I never know what day it is most days anyway. So we put that order in place, prioritizing human needs for first and foremost for gas. On February the 13th, which was
So, I'm
Saturday.
sorry, when you put an order in like that, explain what that means. So you put an order in, so what?
So that now prioritizes and tells the people, meaning the LDCs specifically, and the gas operators,
people in an LDC.
liquid, the gas utilities and the gas companies and the gas operators in the state pipelines as well. It tells them this is the priority of where your gas needs to go.
Okay.
And the next morning, in case somebody hadn't seen our meeting, which by the way, a lot of people did because people were trying to make sure they were as up to speed in their business models as well. And remember, we're going into Friday night on a holiday weekend, which means the gas markets had closed, the trading floors had closed at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
So we have a Monday so people had been buying gas, ramping up, knowing that we had to have enough gas in the state at least through the weekend, not knowing what was to come, but knowing we had to have enough gas in the state through the weekend.
And when you say gas, you mean natural gas?
Natural gas.
Not gas.
Not gasoline
Okay.
at the pump.
Right.
That's right. So natural gas, because remember, Monday was a holiday. So companies had been anticipating a cold spell as well. We were told, not knowing how cold it would get, but knowing that cold was coming. We were coming into a holiday weekend, so gas had we'd already begun seeing gas being bought and stored or used in this state as well.
You bring up a very important point that I don't even think we've heard in 15 hours of testimony. Monday was a holiday. How did that affect your industry, or how would it have affected anything in a normal circumstance? What happens on a holiday that doesn't happen on a normal day?
People stay home first and foremost. Two, the markets aren't as vibrantly open, so I think it's worth you asking, as the next group comes behind me, how it affected their market specifically on the gas market.
I think that's an extremely important point, that we were going into the situation we were going into, and Monday was a holiday, and so everybody was acting differently.
And it's always, the kids weren't going to school. This is always a challenge.
Everybody was home.
That's
and
right.
Planning to be home.
That's right. So the next day, as an agency, we issued two notice to operators. First, the notice to local distribution companies authorizing the usage of a regulatory account for expenses. We knew there was going to be some cost associated with this storm and with us prioritizing gas. And remember, somebody asked me yesterday, why was there so much gas usage? Well, you just hit on it. Everybody's home and it's colder than normal. So everybody's got their fireplace on, everybody's trying to stay warm. They're running their heater at max amount if they had power, right? So everybody's home. It's the coldest we've been, and nobody in Texas doesn't know how to do cold well except the panhandle potentially sometimes. So everybody's home running their power and their gas at full amount, which I was too. So that was one thing we
You
wanted.
didn't get the ERCOT notice to cut back?
No, I did not. I rolled off in the middle of the night like everybody else. So I was managing mine, but not maximizing.
Well, was it, Eddie, to pull their mixer Yeah.
The fancy stuff.
Yeah, the fancy stuff. You didn't unplug your fancy stuff. Right?
I didn't have my fancy stuff. I was trying to keep my house warm, right?
Right.
I think that's most of us. So we wanted to make sure, look, we knew, and I know y'all have some questions in a minute, we knew that we were going to have some costs associated. I don't know what those look like yet. We're still getting that data in. But we wanted to make sure our...
Will you share that data with our two committees when you get it, please?
Yes, we're getting requests for it. We've got requests for information out, and we're getting that data back
Perfect.
as we
Thank
speak. We knew there'd be extraordinary expenses for the storm. We wanted to make sure that the gas companies, the LDCs, local distribution companies, and others put them in a regulatory account for an accounting method. So when we go back and look at those costs, we know what was over here versus what their regular costs are. And as we start what we call truing up or having hearings or figuring out how to pay for that gas, we wanted to know it was sitting over here. Plus, I've had a few companies tell me they appreciated that order and the fact that it gave them some availability to make sure they could go find gas but not worry about initially how much it was going to cost, knowing that they would have the ability to come in and explain it. So instead of thinking about explaining ahead of time, they wanted to keep people warm and keep the power on. So that became the priority, I hope, in this state generally, which is what it should be for the last 2 weeks. The other thing we also issued that day, like I said, in case they hadn't been paying any attention, we issued a notice to operators instructing our oil and gas operators to monitor and maintain their operations for potential impact for safety. Because look, if we don't have power again, or you've got challenges getting to a site, we want people safe first and foremost. We also don't want to have any environmental problems too. So that safety means two things for me. Safety means making sure your people are safe, but also making sure that the wells and the pipelines in this state are safe as well, that we don't have any problems with them having an outage that could cause a problem, having a fire, other things. So we issued both of those notices on a Saturday, February 13th. We then as well started Texas Energy Reliability Council calls. Our agency and the people sitting right behind me are in charge of kind of maintaining that list and sending out, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Our first Turk meeting was Friday morning. Thank you. See, I have smart people behind me. So Friday morning we had...
How many people are on such a call?
So we had up to 100 at one point.
All representing the entire industry.
And just people wanting information as well. And I think it'll be... That organization's been around for for a while. It's an ad hoc group. I think you'll hear some comments and as well from us. We think that group ought to be a formal group and instead of an ad hoc group, and we're going to look at that opportunity going forward. I think most companies, so you've got big pipeline companies on it. So the agencies, the three agencies you've had in front of you, representatives are on it. You've got gas power plant operators on it. You have some electric utility guys are on it. The gas utility guys are on it. And I'm saying guys because it is mostly men, but there are a few women on this too, as well as operators in different fields. So those people we started having a conversation. So that was the first notice on the Friday. And then subsequent, we had a call basically every day through this past Sunday at 10 o'clock. So it's normally, I would say, 40 to 50 people. Again, there were times we were up to 100. Some may be because people weren't in the same room with each other. Others may be I think people were looking for information, right? Trying to see. And those calls, and I'm going to defer to Turk as they get up, but those calls were helpful understanding where there were gas supply issues potentially and making sure those were being managed in real time as much as possible as well.
So that was Saturday that you issued those orders. Take me in through Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
So Sunday, obviously, we were on another Turk call, and then Sunday night, my power went off like everybody else's. At about 1:45, I got my first burst, and it went off, and then it came back on for, I think I had 5 minutes, and then by 2 o'clock, I was off. That's what happened in the whole state. Now, what my staff knew, but what you're asking, what I knew.
Yes.
So the next morning, we're back on the Turk call, and obviously the conversation is, do we have gas? What power plants are down? What can we do? And the conversation from my part of the world and the gas utility part of the world is we're on max withdrawal in the state. We need gas to come back up. How are we going to get it back up? And the power's off all over the state, right? What are we going to do and how are we going to manage it?
And that was a key part. Gas was not flowing because they did not have power.
That's correct. So that was Monday. Tuesday morning, again, same call, and it seemed like we were running in place, for lack of a better way to put it. And everybody kept saying, we've got to have gas. We can't get these other power plants. You know, nuclear was still offline. It was beginning to come up, but you can't flip a switch with nuclear. We were doing very well with the gas utility guys were flowing gas to the state, so they were staying on. And remember, we have in a bunch of these pipeline companies if one thing goes out, they manage to do it with something else, right? So they've got backup systems built in within their system and operations. And so we're at Tuesday, and I actually got off the phone and talked to my staff, and I said, we've got to break the impasse, and we're the only people who can. And about 5 minutes later, I got a phone call from an operator in the Permian Basin who said, I don't have power to my house. This is not what it's about. But if you will get power back to what we call the Delaware Basin, which is Reeves County, it's beginning to thaw enough out there. We have people getting on the ground. We have to have power, but we can get gas to flow. And I went, you don't have gas flowing because you don't have power? They went, no, we do not have power in the field. So I went, okay. So again, made a phone call to Deanne Walker, who said, I will get back to you, because she was in the middle, I think, of other crisis management. And I called again PBPA and some other associations and said, put a list together. Who can get up? Where are we? And let's put the list together. And so by that afternoon, we had an initial list, and as well as operators calling into their electric companies, their distribution companies, saying, if you can put me back online, here's my coordinates, please put this back online, we can start flowing gas. And so that really, by Tuesday afternoon, those conversations were happening on a regular basis. People were emailing, texting, trying to give specific coordinates where they were in the field. And the other challenge became, as in that afternoon and early morning into Wednesday, we got a phone call that you can't turn an oil or gas plant well back on without having water flow. And so then you've got to do something with the saltwater disposal, that's saltwater. And we have saltwater disposal plants in the state. But again, they'd been without power, and remember, water freezes. So the conversations then on Wednesday morning were, okay, what can we do to make sure we've got trucks running if it's safe? And what can we do to give some notice operators and some rule or emergency waivers so we can get water, because you don't want to dump the water on the ground. You want it to be done environmentally smart.
So you bring up another point real quick, and maybe you're going there. Trucks running to be safe. There were trucks and people in the field who couldn't even get to their job.
And that was a challenge. So I will say TxDOT did a pretty good job for across the state, in my opinion, generally. There was conversation for some of these companies were calling their local county judges and saying, will you get this road sanded or cleared so we can get out to a field?
There was ice and snow on the roads. They couldn't even get their trucks through.
That's right. And so it's safety first, right? Like I said, safety for both ends.
That was your order issue.
But I will say TDM asked too at about that point, what do you need? And I said, we got to get the roads cleared. So there was a lot of conversation about getting roads cleared in areas so we could get to spots. It was clunky sometimes, but the roads did manage to get cleared, especially the big ones. The smaller ones, everybody goes in priority, right? But you've got to get out to an oil field. Most of them are off a small county road that you go down a dirt road. So as companies were beginning to get safely back into the field, the Midland Basin and other basins, the Eagle Ford Basin, which is South Texas, started coming up on Wednesday. And by Thursday, I would say, look, you can't just flip a switch again and expect that gas to flow immediately. You've got to flow that gas out of a well, flow it into a pipeline, which means you need to have those compressors on. Then you flow it down to a gas processing plant, which means you got to have electricity down there. They've got to get enough volume so they can actually process, and you can't do that immediately. It takes a little bit of time. My operators tell me it takes 24 hours, give or take, to really get the whole system, assuming you have power all the way back up. And then so you've got gas processing, and then you saw gas really start to flow into the state. By Wednesday morning, the estimates were about 10% was beginning to really flow by mid to late day Wednesday, and by Thursday we're back at 40%. I think if you went back out into the oil fields today, most people will tell you they're at 95 to 100% back up.
Okay. Thank you very much. I
you.
appreciate it. Thanks for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Hernandez.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
We heard yesterday about the weatherization efforts at power plants, and were there similar efforts at the production site at pipelines, and do you have oversight over that?
So weatherization in this state, nor through FERC, which regulates all the pipes in the country as far as interstate, is not mandated. Nor in the oil fields, at least in the state, in most states, and we're still looking at this, is weatherization mandated. However, if you're a prudent operator, you ought to weatherize. And they weatherize because, one, if you don't, then you could have a broken casing, and that's a bigger problem for you. And so weatherization for a lot of these operators means they inject glycol or methanol or some other gas to bring the temperature down for water of what's going to freeze, right? So they don't have freezes and freeze-offs. And so that's something we'll continue to have a conversation about. Weatherization in this state looks different than North Dakota because not only do we get cold occasionally, but we also get really hot in the wintertime, and that means you have to reverse what that looks like in the wintertime. And so those are conversations that will continue to be ongoing.
So similar to yesterday when they're saying it's voluntary, it's not mandated.
Right. And look, if you're a prudent operator, to me, you would look at how you safely weatherize or do smart things with your facilities and your pipes, because if you're offline, you're not making any money. And so I think that's a real incentive for a lot of these operators to make sure that those wells don't go down.
I know we have the panel coming up later today, but are you familiar with any of these producers, operators that do have weatherization efforts?
I think it'd be better if you'd ask them. I think they could give you more in-depth information.
Then my other question, you mentioned about the priority list on who gets natural gas, and mentioned that yesterday the power plant said that was one of the major issues they had is access to the gas. In that prioritization, does it matter whether or not they have a firm contract?
It does, yes, ma'am. In our what we call our prioritization or curtailment order, any company, any entity that does not have a firm contract that is interruptible is the bottom of the priority list.
So if a power plant has a firm contract, they won't be moved in that priority?
They should not. Now, they may have had an issue that we're not aware of at this point. I think we're all still gathering data. But for those companies that had firm contracts, that was the priority, was to get gas to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Herrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chairwoman Craddock.
Good morning.
I want to thank you for your testimony and your time, and I know that your patience as well. We had hoped to get to you yesterday, but thank you for being here this morning. I wanted to ask you something along the lines of what's been asked, but I'm going to try hopefully ask it in different ways that it's not repetitive. Following up on the question of firm contracts, I think is what you called them. Is that the reference to?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. We call it firm versus interruptible. And look, these are contracts. We don't get involved in companies' contracts, so I don't know who's firm versus interruptible. I'm just telling you what the prioritization is, right?
Okay, and that's what my point was going to be. Do you know whether all gas companies offer firm contracts to?
I'm not aware of the contracting, no, sir. I don't know.
Okay, it's my understanding that not all of the gas companies offer natural gas plants firm contracts. And so in some cases, it's because there's only one pipeline feeding natural gas into that plant, or because they only, in other words, to create somewhat of a monopoly, where if it's only one provider to that one plant, or there's only one pipeline, so there wouldn't be a an incentive, if you will, to have a firm contract. But I guess your point is, you don't know the exact transactional
That's right, I
situations
don't.
for each one. Okay. And now going to this priority list of the gas curtailments, I'll try to go in reverse order. So is it that the list was reviewed again in response to the questions or requests for assistance from Chairwoman Walker?
That's correct. What we've now recognized, I think all of us in the state, that 50%, roughly 50% of people in the state and to their homes get natural gas and have natural gas heat. But the state has grown and changed, and now the other 50% rely on electricity only. And so the intent of adjusting the curtailment order, this priority contract, was to make sure that those companies those people who only have electricity to their house, that the gas hopefully continue to flow to those gas power plants so they could supply power to people for heat, obviously.
Would it be helpful in future incidents or situations like this to have an updated list, if you will, as opposed to trying to do it? And I'm not being critical, I'm just trying to figure out.
Yes, sir,
What I'm hoping to elicit from you, if I may, in your testimony is lessons learned so that moving forward we can implement these, plans of action that were carried out in response to the urgency that was echoed, if you will.
Yes, sir. Like I stated earlier, this priority list, we will have a hearing about our curtailment order long-term because the emergency order expired this past Tuesday. So it's gone back to what I consider the order before that. And so we have our planning as an agency after we've gathered data, and we will have a hearing to see if this order should be adjusted. Yes, sir. Long term.
Please do.
Yes, sir.
And so that revised or emergency utilized gas curtailment order that was revised according to what was going to be a priority, is that, could you identify, I guess, specifically a home or an area or a hospital, or how specific can that be? Or is it just as to information that is provided to you by the people that are actually providing the gas to the end user?
Yes, sir. We made a blanket order, but we don't get into specifics much like you may have heard yesterday from the electricity companies. Our gas utility companies know where their hospitals, what their grid, so to speak, looks like. So we issued the order, but those individual local distribution companies, for instance, they're in charge of their local areas. So we have large ones, we have small local distribution companies, so we don't get into the prioritization. We do have, and had a process. If somebody came in and said, I'm human needs, as an agency, we were working through and had informal complaints. So we worked through those issues, but we don't make those choices of what his human needs or not. That's made with those gas companies and their customers.
Okay. And then it sounds like, based on the timeline that I believe both you and Chair Walker gave, Thursday is the time that she reaches out to the Railroad Commission.
That's correct, yes, sir.
This would be, I guess, a couple of days before the actual brunt of the storm hit. And so I'm trying to figure out, would it have been beneficial to the Railroad Commission to have heard from the PUC earlier than Thursday, the 11th?
Well, I think any time you hear something as early as you can so you can start planning is always helpful, right?
Okay, and I agree with you. And so kind of what I've heard from talking to individuals and then also from the testimony is it doesn't seem that there was a coordinated emergency communication command system set up until arguably the 13th of, the Saturday the 13th.
Well, that's where I think where we started this Energy Reliability Council, so they started having conversations as early as Friday morning.
Yeah, which would be one more day, right?
Right.
And so what I'm trying to, based on some of the forecasts that were provided to gas, or not gas, but generators, if you will, electric generators, they knew, and I think even according to ERCOT's timeline, as early as February the 3rd, they were predicting that the weather would be the coldest weather of the year. According to ERCOT's timeline, Wednesday, February the 3rd. Would it have been helpful to the Railroad Commission if the governor would have utilized emergency command centers, similar to what is used when a hurricane is approaching? And in some cases, it's a week in advance. Would that have helped the Railroad Commission in making decisions and/or exercising the Texas Energy Reliability Council meeting?
I think, again, as early as anybody knows, we're all trying to prepare and watch the weather. So I don't know that there's a specific date or time period, but as early as possible, I think, is always helpful to anybody to plan, right?
Right, and which is why sometimes the saying is better to be safe than sorry. Would you agree?
Better to be safe than sorry. We say that a lot at my house, that's right.
Right. And with 5 kids in our house, believe me, we say it a
I
lot,
bet
too.
you do, that's right.
But, and again, here what I'm trying to elicit is lessons learned. And it sounds like from your testimony that I am hearing that, you know, the sooner that the Railroad Commission would have known the urgency or that actions would needed to be taken, that would have been beneficial at the very least to make informed decisions to try to ensure that all the situations that occurred that were not wished for or that actually occurred could have been prevented.
I definitely think better communication would definitely help in this situation and any time going forward, yes, sir.
Right, in what are considered or deemed emergency situations, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, you know, Chairman Hunter and I know others along the coast, appreciate greatly when the governor exercises these command centers and NIMKID gets on the phone call and he's got, you know, all of these different agencies and organizations and National Guard at people's disposal. And I just wonder if that would have helped the situation. And so
Okay, sorry, I'm asking to make sure, because I was asking when the emergency management system, because we're part of the SOC.
Right.
It went up we put somebody in on February 16th was when we were asked to put somebody in the SOC.
Let the record reflect that Representative Vinci is present.
the 16th of February, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that would have been days after the brunt of the storm?
That's when we were asked to bring somebody into the SOC. So that was the day that our people went in, yes, sir.
Right, and I have no military experience, and I defer to those veterans that have served our country, but my brother being one of them, and it just seems that it's, any time that there's an operation to be conducted, it's important to know what the situation is and who's there and what the resources are that would be available. Would it have been helpful to the Railroad Commission to have been involved in that discussion prior to the 16th of February?
I think, again, communication's always going to be key, and so everybody would have appreciated it. I think it's definitely something we've all learned.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair, thank you for being here, and again, thank you for your patience yesterday. I know you sat through waiting for a long time. You know, the Railroad Commission is one of my favorite agencies. I worked there. I was the Chief of Staff for Commissioner Bob Kruger, and quit there to run for this office.
I think you made a bad choice. You should stay over there.
Well, yeah, here I am, sticking to it, but not as long as the guy from Midland is stuck.
No, I know.
But I want to ask you this. One of the things that I said last night that has become very, very clear to me is that what we're dealing with in this hearing and in this aftermath are two things. One, how do you handle an emergency, a disaster, in terms of notifying people, the public, to prepare, be ready, look out, it's going to be 2 or 3 days of no electricity, not 2 or 3 hours. And I think most of the oxygen in these hearings has been focused on that. I mean, I really believe that that's the dynamic. And I talked to my colleagues, not only on these 2 committees, but other colleagues who were talking to us about what's going on. And it's clear that everybody is focused on, when did you know? When did you start telling people? What did you start doing? And that's very important. And I think that we will, and just in your testimony, it's clear that we can do things and we should do things better in terms of notifying and so forth. The bigger issue for me is never having it happen again. And I'm not saying that we don't invest, trust me, we're going to pass legislation and we're going to spend money, probably a lot of it, not only government, but the private sector, in doing things that prepare us in the future for how we deal with a disaster, right? But I hope, and I believe, and I want to get your thoughts if you see this as well, that we really have to focus even more, and I think your testimony is probably some of the more meaningful testimony up to now about the things that we need to focus on to make sure it doesn't happen again. Do you see the 2 things, that there are 2 issues here?
Yes, sir, and I appreciate it. And look, it's early days yet, and we're still, again, gathering data, but I have a whole list of solutions that we've already know that we need to work through, and I'll be glad to share that.
But solutions for which part?
Specifically for the Railroad Commission and/or the whole issue, right? And I think it's how we, better communicate together. So,
And that better communications would have prevented the disaster in the first place?
I would hope so. Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm glad to hear you say that. You know, we've been asking all the folks who have testified to get back to us with suggestions based on their vantage point on things that we can do now, and to get it back to us within a week, to the speaker, to the 2 chairs, and to copy the rest of us. Given that you represent, a commission and there are 3 members, I think it's a little harder for us to sort of demand that of you. Having said that, you're a statewide elected official, you are the chair. If you feel like you can give us something in writing, please do that. I certainly would welcome it. Let me also say that probably because I worked at the Railroad Commission, I have long supported keeping the name Railroad Commission. I understand the historical sort of significance, right, and the sentimental one, really. But there have been efforts through the years in contemplation up here to change the name of the agency, right? There has also been discussion in years past about the Public Utilities Commission, whether or not it has outlived its purpose or whether, in fact, we need to put those responsibilities under the purview of those who were elected, people who were elected by the public. And I have to tell you, and members, I hope that I have to think this will be part of the discussion. I think maybe it was Lon Larson or others who have thrown up the idea of changing the name. But I sit here and I think to myself, I can't help but think that if the Public Utility Commission, of the responsibilities that they have and the responsibilities that ERCOT has, were sitting at the Railroad Commission, right, under your responsibility, if those had been sitting there and you were responsible for everything the PUC does and ERCOT does, in addition to what you do now, that things would have gone better. I can't help but think that. I can't help but think that, not only because I've served with your dad and I know, what kind of guy he is in terms of getting things done. I mean, you can't hold these up in a car anymore when you're driving because of your dad. And that's a good thing. A lot of people's lives have been saved. And I know you learned from him. I've watched you. And I genuinely, members, I think to myself, if the PUC and ERCOT was under the Railroad Commission with 3 elected officials, you being the chair, things would have gone better last week. I really believe that. Now, I don't know, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Were we to pass legislation to move all that over there? Based on what you know, do you feel like you all could have handled it? And maybe it's hard, because I know you don't like to criticize others, but do you feel like you could have done it better?
I would hope so, but let me say, if you choose to do that policy conversation, can we please be in the room for it? So that would be.
Well, you have to be, and that's why, I mean, we're offering, I think, a chance for you to put in writing, hey, these are things, even if you say, these are possible things that we see that the legislature could do, but I think that we're at a moment right now where I said yesterday, we should try to put politics aside as much as possible. I know it's not easy for us up here, but this event is the most significant event I've seen in my 27 years up here in terms of something that affected the whole state. And it's something that's going to be remembered. You want to get to politics? This is going to be remembered next year during election time. I promise you, this is one people aren't going to forget, because there are going to be a lot of things that happen over the next several months that are going to remind our constituents about what happened last week. And if we don't do some meaningful things during this session, to change, to give the public confidence that it won't happen again. Not only that we will do a better job of communicating with them, hey, you're not going to have electricity for 3 days, right? That we'll do a better job of that, but more importantly, that we have done things to prevent it from ever happening. If the PUC and ERCOT was sitting at the Railroad Commission under your purview, do I believe that you're talking to us about how everything is interconnected now? It's energy. We probably should change at this point. We probably should change it to the Energy Commission and put all of that over there down the street. Okay? That's what I sort of am my takeaway at this point. But you have to be involved. It's not only can you be, you need to be involved in those conversations. I mean, your testimony right now is telling us you're so interconnected now. We really do want the left hand to know what the right hand is doing, because when that happens, then the public is going to do, I think, be better prepared to deal with whatever is coming. You'll be telling them.
Well, thank you for your confidence, and again, we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you. Now, do you feel like you can give us something in writing with some suggestions?
We are continuing, obviously, to collect information and data, and I do have a few that I can state publicly today that we've already learned, if you'd like to hear about it.
Yes.
So first and foremost, I've kind of mentioned a couple, which is our curtailment order we're going to relook at, I think, and make that clear so we maybe don't have quite so many phone calls, and we're going to have a hearing for that. The second thing is TERC, this Texas Energy Reliability Council. We want to formalize this group. I think it's one of the best real-time working groups when there's an emergency situation about energy that is going on in the state, that decision makers are on the phone and can communicate very quickly if there's an issue, and we found that and there's information being disseminated very quickly. We think that'll be helpful. But the other thing that whether you move us all together or not, we need to do a better job with priority list. And so we are working through that as we speak to make sure companies that we regulate and work with understand that they need to communicate with their electricity providers to be on a priority list so we can communicate that better. And then I think the other option that we have potentially in the state that historically has been done privately, but if I'm a private company, I'm looking at the options today, is storage. I think we've got some opportunity to put more natural gas in storage and build more natural gas storage across the state. We need it. I think it would help us with a variety of problems. And then the last thing that probably should have been the first is obviously communication, first and foremost. So as an agency, and as commissioners, we were tweeting and doing all sorts of things, putting out press releases and putting out notice to operators of operators who work in front of us. So I think those are the first things we've identified that can be done that don't necessarily cost. Storage might cost money, but don't cost a ton of money, but that should have been done better, or we continue to improve upon them. So I would say, I think, in my opinion, my natural gas local distribution companies did a very good job about getting firm gas, getting their gas to people's homes. And so I think they have a good story to tell and a a good emergency response plan when they do it, and I hope we can review some of those and then move them over into share what is done on that side of the energy sector to share it with the electric side of the energy sector so they can understand how we do things, and hopefully we learn from each other.
Well, you also mentioned, now what do we do about compressors needed electricity, a gas power plant, salt, getting gas from the salt dome? So these three critical sort of situations where they didn't have electricity, right? So we've got to address that. I mean,
Yes, sir.
as I said, there are a lot of things that are going to cost money, and I'm assuming that we've got to figure out, listening to some testimony yesterday, we basically are going to have to pass legislation to give the transmission folks the ability to have reserves, essentially, I guess, like generators, the equivalent of gigantic generators, so that they can get what they need to when we're at a critical moment. Now, compressors needing electricity, gas power plants, and the salt, and then withdrawing gas from salt domes. You testified they didn't have electricity, so they couldn't move things, right?
There was one storage facility that we're aware of that had their electricity went down. Yes, sir. Not all of them, but I think we did a great job getting gas. We put more gas into the system and used more gas in 2 weeks than I think we ever have historically. So we moved gas in this state, and we got us out of the problem, to be honest, and kept us online as much as possible.
Well, but my point is, these places that needed, where it was critical, I mean, it was like chicken or egg, right? Which one came first? It was that kind of conundrum, right? But we have to figure out, and we've got to make that investment, or this could happen again. Again, we're committed to preventing it from ever happening again, and we're going to have to figure out, how do we make sure that these key parts of the system always have what is essentially, in my mind, emergency generating capabilities, right?
And I think that continues, and we appreciate working with y'all, and continues to be the conversation. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Raymond. Chair recognizes Representative Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair, thank you so much for being here, and I'm sorry that you had to hang around all day yesterday and then come back this morning.
I like y'all a lot. That's okay. Thanks for having me.
Can the agency, this state as a whole has done a bad job of communicating to producers that they need to register as critical infrastructure, and because of that, several of them, especially in the Permian, got cut off. And then all of a sudden, a few of them started realizing, well, I need to register, and 100 of them registered overnight. But as the agency as a whole, can you help us get the word out to your members, people that you serve, that they need to get registered so we don't cut them off?
Yes, sir, and that's what we're hoping to develop, both with industry and trying to communicate better, that they know that there's an opportunity to get on a priority list.
And it was not your agency's fault that they didn't know, but I think that your agency will do a better job of reaching out than the agencies whose responsibility it previously has been, and I would appreciate it if y'all would do that, and I appreciate your efforts. And I think y'all were ahead of the PUC and ERCOT in realizing that something really bad was going to happen last week, and y'all got started before they did, and I really appreciated that. Are there any regulations which constrain your ability to respond? If there are, is there anything that we can do to fix them?
I think we're assessing that. We're not sure that we see anything at this point, but we continue to assess that and make sure. If so, we'll reach back out to you to try to get that worked through this session. So we're assessing that. We did waive several things, and to make sure people continued to dispose of for saltwater disposal, that we needed to make sure under the emergency order that was being assessed. But I've asked my staff, they said we don't think so at this point, but we're still assessing to make sure. But I appreciate the offer and the help.
Yeah, if there's anything that any rule or statute that prohibits y'all from being as helpful as I know your agency can be, please let us know, because it's something we need to address. There were some electricity issues with your suppliers, and I'm not going to say the finger was pointed at y'all because of low gas pressure, but it was. But you can't move gas, compressed gas, and get it to them unless they get you electricity, and obviously they can't produce electricity without your gas. But I hope y'all will look at how we can. It is a big circle, it's a conundrum, but we need to figure out how to solve it, and your agency, I think, is well equipped to help us solve that, more so than some of the people that we talked to yesterday. So I hope that y'all will reach out to us and help us find some solutions to solve that problem.
Thank you, Mr. Guerin. We're committed to do that, and we appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we really appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
You know, just as a reminder, we have a room full of folks here. We got a lot of people watching and a lot of people listening. And I want to remind everybody from Vice Chair Hernandez yesterday, you know, this was a dysfunctional, awful event where people died, from children to families. So as we go through this, let's not forget the tragedy. And let's not forget the impact. Our focus, Chairman, is on ERCOT. And I want to get it cleared. Did ERCOT, did they have any constant communication with you or the Railroad Commission?
So I did not have any direct conversation with ERCOT, and I'm just asked staff, the one way we communicated with them in the conversation was through this Texas Energy Reliability Council.
Bottom line, they weren't communicating with you, were they?
No, not to any of our knowledge, no, sir.
And here we've heard compliments on your agency. Did you know last night we were here and we learned the head of ERCOT makes $803,000 off the customer base yearly. The only screw up I did was forget to ask the benefit package on top of that.
I was listening
But
last night.
I want the customers to know ERCOT, $803,000 a year. Did that $803,000 person have any communication with you prior to the Snow King?
No, sir.
So, Texas, I would think if you made $803,000 in Texas from the customer base, wouldn't you agree that Texas's economy is based on energy, renewable, non-renewables, oil and gas? You agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that a major part of this state?
It's about a third of the state's economy, yes, sir.
And the Railroad Commission, who assists with all the energy area, they had no communication with you prior to this Snow Cane event, correct?
That's correct.
And then you didn't get any communication from them to tell your energy folks to sign these forms allowing them to be critical infrastructure.
No, sir. It came up in a Turk meeting during the week on Monday or Tuesday, I believe.
But we had tragedies, deaths, business impact, persons still suffering. And isn't it a fact, Madam Chairman, that maybe if somebody making $803,000 a year off the customers might be able to inform one of the biggest impacts of the Texas economy to get folks signed up so they're critical infrastructure, so maybe some of this could have been averted, correct?
I would hope so, yes, sir.
So wouldn't you agree several errors on behalf of ERCOT have been made?
Communication will be key, yes, sir.
But don't you agree they made several errors based on our conversation with the Railroad Commission?
Well, and I'm sure that y'all are working through that as well. So.
Maybe Mr. Raymond should not file the bill, but change the name from ERCOT to ERCOT. That seems to be what I'm hearing at $803,000 a year. Now, did we do okay in South Texas? We have a new South Texas Railroad Commissioner. And I want to compliment, I'm going to call out all the agencies that don't talk to the public and don't talk to the legislature, because I think there's been a dysfunction in communication. I do want to compliment the Railroad Commission. Might shock half the room. But the Railroad Commission, you in particular, and of course, your new Commissioner Wright, and of course, former Representative Christian, you have reached out to the legislature, and you reach out to our folks. So I hope that model is followed by a lot of the other agencies. And I'm not here to sugarcoat. I want the public who are listening to know the state agencies who talk to their legislators, because we represent the public, and this committee hearing is for the public. So I want you to know that. Please keep up that good work. Did South Texas do okay from the railroad perspective during this dysfunctional storm?
As far as we know, again, we are continuing to get data in and see, but we haven't had any specific challenges that we're aware of. Yes, sir. Although I will say my commissioner down in your area did lose power, he told me, so.
Good. Well, I just want to tell you, keep us posted on your ideas and programs, and keep up the work, but do something that a lot of these agencies didn't do. Keep the public absolutely informed, which you've been doing, and I appreciate it. But I did want the public and everybody in this room to know, to repeat it again, $803,000 a year, and they couldn't tell critical infrastructure prior to an event to sign up, which could have helped the situation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair, welcome today. I know yesterday was a long day for you and certainly a long day for us, but a lot of the members have already kind of gone down this path, and I just wanted to kind of clarify. My focus partly has been on what is the appropriate vehicle by which we can bring all these agencies together for this formal communication about the preparedness for these type of disasters. I had originally looked at a new council that we created last session, the Texas Electric Grid Security Council, and that is made up of PUC, ERCOT, and their primary task is to guard against cybersecurity and grid security. So I tossed that out to some of the generators and certainly TDUs and ERCOT and the PUC yesterday. But your focus over the last several weeks has been, in the months and years prior to that, of course, is the Texas Energy Reliability Council. And that is made up of the Railroad Commission, Electric Reliability Council of Texas, Public Utility Commission, and members of the natural gas and electric industry that ensure it's commissioned to secure the high priority of human needs. So clearly, under your Railroad Commission orders, that is in your curtailment plan designed to protect those. So I guess my question becomes, I'm certainly from West Texas, and Encore and AEP have a lot of the well sites in my district. And I started receiving calls that we would be glad to deliver gas, but we don't have any electricity. I mean, I heard all that, and Encore yesterday said that they had 35 installations that had designated that critical infrastructure priority, but after the alert came out, then 168 additional folks. I know, and you know, that that is just the tip of the iceberg. And I hate to use that analogy, but clearly we have critical infrastructure in rural Texas, whether it be in the Permian Basin or in the Delaware Basin, that we need to identify. And so I'd be interested in your take on how we can best make sure that we have an organization that's responsible to gather this information, to collect it and bring in the TDUs, the Encores, or the AEPs, or whoever provides electric service to these areas, and make sure that we're all on the same page, that if something happens, these are facilities that need to be sustained. So I'd be interested in your thoughts on that subject.
Well, again, we've continued to have conversations, and I know the Turk representative is going to be up here, and it's been an ad hoc group. And so the Texas Energy Reliability Council really has been around for multiple years, but it's all voluntary, and we send out the emails, but that's about it. So I think there's been a lot of conversation the last few days if that group needs to be a much more formal group. And do we need to have a real executive director? Do they need to have more regular meetings instead of just during a time where we're trying to manage an issue? Or do they need to have more regular meetings besides once or twice a year, right? And so, and how do we need to have maybe potentially training between the gas side and the electric side so they understand each other first and foremost? So I think that group is re-looking at itself, and we will continue to be part of that conversation. I think it continues to be an important group. We've initially, as far as prioritization, and I think both the Alliance, Texoga, really PBPA first and foremost for us as an industry group, we asked them to put together lists. And so I think they've now reached out to their members. So the initial is to rely on them. I think we'll look at putting something up formally on our website and some other things. So how we manage through that, we'd love to continue to work through that between the other three agencies. We clearly need to do this. This has become a priority. And I will say, look, on a Turk call through the week, both the PUC and ERCOT said they didn't understand what we did. And I think that's a real challenge for us long term.
Well, I think this legislature is looking for solutions. We don't want this to happen again. And so what I'm trying to figure out, with your help and others, is to try to figure out what kind of formality do we need? What kind of organization requirements, statutory requirements do we need to put in place that requires this ad hoc committee that has functioned in this space for a number of years, but clearly has no real formal organization, no ability, I think, to kind of continue the dialogue on a continuous basis. We don't need to address these problems after the problems arise. We need to be planning, have forethought, and to make sure these facilities are taken care of, and plus other infrastructure that's related to the production of natural gas, which fuels our generators and heats our homes. So, I look forward to working with you, and we'll talk to Jim in a little bit when he's going to testify. But, from my perspective, I think we need to formalize this some way, somehow, that we can have it in statute, and we have some ability to ask questions and monitor progress and get reports.
Sir. I look forward to working with you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome.
Hi. Hi.
How are you?
Kind of hidden back there.
As your state representative, I want to apologize for the state's role in your outage and what your family had to go through. I think we all have some responsibility here, which is part of what we've been talking about yesterday and today. And clearly, there was a lot of information yesterday that indicated that there were quite a few failures within ERCOT and PUC. A lot of it had to do with communication, as you've mentioned, and that's something that we need to look at overall, and that you've brought up several times, and that's the interdependence and interconnectedness of all of these entities. I think that's one of the biggest challenges we have here, and I'm still incredulous about the fact that there hasn't been more communication and coordination among all these entities. Wherever the blame, if you want to use that word, lies, I mean, there's responsibility, I think, to go around for all of us about why that wasn't in place. We've had multiple warnings based on previous weather events that certain things needed to be put in place, and apparently we just wait for the next crisis to happen and still haven't put it in place. And we, as you're hearing from us, and I think as you're saying yourself, that has to stop now. And we have to move forward with some plans that actually work. I know that you have said today, and I've seen some of your comments in the press and on radio shows and that sort of thing, that ERCOT, this is what I took down, ERCOT didn't understand that they needed power flowing into oil fields in order to get oil out to people. You got those back up and running once the electricity got back on, and said that ERCOT cut off electricity to several of the large natural gas compression stations in West Texas, so couldn't maintain pressure to move gas to power plants, which caused the plants to freeze up. Didn't get ERCOT to understand until Tuesday, the 16th, that those needed to be turned back on. And what I'm still trying to understand here is where the breakdowns in communication occurred. And I think it's probably in multiple junctures. Clearly, somehow, ERCOT and the PUC didn't convey certain information to you. I don't understand who should have known about the forms that need to be filled out for prioritization, for ensuring that essential plants did not get turned off. And I don't know that I'm clear about that yet. And I think that's part of what we're going to need to be looking at. Go ahead, you were going to say.
No, I was going to say, I think that's part of what we're trying to figure out as well, and how that communication should have occurred better. Yes, ma'am.
Right. And I would assume, Chairwoman, that you would accept and assume some of that responsibility, not all of it for sure, but some of the responsibility for anticipating what might happen in severe weather events and the possibility of rolling outages?
Well, actually, we have no communication and didn't have any to no overrolling blackouts, right? I never got rolled, by the way. I just stayed off.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't know what a roll was, but I think that when I say there's lack of communication from ERCOT, they didn't understand that they needed a continuous gas flow to be able to continue to put gas into power plants, right? And to gas power plants. So while I do think there needs to be better communication, the part of the electricity/energy grid that my agency regulates, which is the LDCs, the gas utility companies, they did their job. And the gas got moved in this state from down pipelines, big transmission pipelines. They did their job. So our job, in fact, I would say we did our job better than anybody else in the state today. There was heat going to homes of people that had gas at their homes. So while I appreciate there's a challenge for all of us communication, I would say that my agency and the people I regulate really did their job.
And I would say that yesterday ERCOT testified that they did their job too, in terms of monitoring what was going on and making decisions to prevent a total blackout from occurring in those last few minutes before the outages were instituted. So I really appreciate that everybody did their job. And I think that it did make a difference, that we have some good people out there doing their jobs to make sure we have the power that we need. But clearly, it wasn't enough. And so I think there's still questions about what happened, we got this from ERCOT yesterday, the slide that shows, and I can share this with you if you don't have it, but it's a slide that just shows all the different generation plants that went off all of a sudden within that very brief time. For some reason, they all went off, and there's still not a clear analysis, I think, of what went off when, and it's, I think it was Raymond that mentioned the chicken or egg thing, one of y'all did anyway, which came first, or maybe they were multiple junctures there, but gas needed electricity, electricity needed gas, things started going off, and it appears from what I'm seeing that there could be multiple points along that timeline where different responsibilities may have occurred, and that's part of what I think we need to figure out here. We need to go back and do the forensics or whatever to determine how this actually happened and how we can make that different moving forward. I wanted to ask you, but you talked some about the storage, and I think that seems to be an issue for what happened here too. And part of it I understand as a layperson, and I realize you know much more about this than I do. I'm doing this crash course on these things right now. But that part of the challenge was to, without electricity, how do you pump it up or get it out or whatever the right terminology is. And so storage and on-site storage are issues that have come up before apparently. Going back to the 2011 FERC report after that event, indicated that natural gas pipeline companies have the bulk of their storage underground, but most of the former vertically integrated electric utilities had their own gas storage facilities. Independent power producers generally do not have their own gas storage. In a deregulated environment, most believe it is uneconomical to maintain it. So it looks like there were things done at one time that are being done differently based on the market that we have. Do you have any role to play in any of that?
No, ma'am, we don't. The storage in this state is done by private companies, and their decisions are made by private companies. So we don't have anything to do with the storage. I do think there's opportunity for more storage in the state. Because if you kind of go look at the timeline you were referring to, as the electricity went down, so did the gas go down in the state. The gas went down because it didn't have electricity to pump it, right? And so that point, that's where, and we'd already been doing that as a state, and as companies had already been accessing the private storage facilities all in the state, most of them underground in the state, in the salt domes. Not all of it, but a big chunk of it in the state. And so they were accessing that gas in those storage facilities, and that is how we continued to flow gas in the state. So the gas continued to flow, maybe not at the high volumes we'd been before the power went down, but we continued to flow quite a bit of gas into the state and have maximum withdrawal from those storage units. But as far as those where we have storage, and that's all those are private storage contracts and private storage decisions by companies in the state.
But under the natural gas code, it does indicate that they are required, the natural gas storage facilities are required to send the Railroad Commission regular reports of their capacity and stored gas volume. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And so do you feel like you have any responsibility, authority to say anything? You're saying they're making the decisions. I mean, they're giving you the reports. Is that just for information purposes, or do you have any? No,
it is much like I would consider other things that we do as an agency, the authority we have. We permit those. We want to make sure that we are aware of what's going on with those permits, but we don't manage those, nor do we mandate those. So those storage facilities. So yes, should they be in the priority list? Yes, ma'am. I absolutely believe that they should be on a priority list to make sure that storage is available. But as a regulatory agency telling people they have to go build storage. No, ma'am, we don't have any
Right, no,
authority
and
to do that.
I'm not suggesting that. Thank you for that clarification. I'm just asking what your supervisory role is over this. You're saying it's permitting.
Yes, ma'am,
So
that's
there's
correct.
certain standards that you expect them to meet.
That's
I
correct, yes,
assume.
ma'am.
Is there a certain capacity or anything about weatherization that you expect them to meet?
That's all done, capacity's done based on what's available and the permit, obviously, and weatherization, again, is based on best practices and prudent operators.
Best practices and prudent operators. So is there some,
Let's say we do have pipeline safety jurisdiction for some, so that part is included because storage, you can't have storage without pipelines,
Right,
right?
exactly.
And so we do look at the pipeline safety of those facilities and the pipes in and around those facilities to make sure they're safe. Yes, ma'am. And in that respect, a lot of those companies, again, look at, although FERC nor this agency mandate weatherization for pipes, but prudent operators do have weatherization within, meaning if they have a compressor, a lot of these pipelines don't just use electric, but they have a backup compressor potential, especially if something goes offline, so they can, then those pipes, then the valves can pop shut, for instance. So we want to make sure that we continue to have safety issues with
sure.
those.
So because you have that authority, do you not have the authority then with the permitting to require those things be in place?
No, we do not require weatherization, and that was not really the issue with these with the storage tanks. It was more the fact that the electricity, when you put it down, you pump it down. When you bring it back up, you have to pump it back up. So you have to have electricity for those pumps to run.
Right, but I'm talking about in terms of things like the weatherization and that sort of thing, that, do you clearly have some authority here to...
I think weatherization issues we're looking at as far
Okay.
as an agency across the spectrum.
I appreciate that. And I also am really appreciative of the fact that you've already started to come up with some solutions lists that you could share with us, because I think, as we're all talking about, that's what we're trying to go forward with here, is how can we work better together. Formalizing Turk sounds like a definitely something that needs to be considered. Anything that we can do that structures a more regular communication so that we don't have you explaining to PUC on 2 days after we've had this massive shutdown that we need to have electricity to the gas generators.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
quite incredible. I'm still totally dumbfounded by that. Let me see here. So with your list of solutions, you mentioned better communication, and you said I think you responded to this, I don't know if you said it yourself, but could have prevented this in the first place. You believe that that's correct?
I don't know, I think we're still assessing, but I do think better communication definitely would have we could have solved problems a lot quicker and hopefully would have had a better outcome. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. And you mentioned relooking at the containment. You're going to have a hearing about that, needing to make sure that the companies understand about the priority list and making sure that they get on that. Build more capacity with storage, make sure that's in place. Communication you mentioned. And then I guess I want to know, is there anything you are recommending about weatherization?
Well, like I said, we're still assessing that and talking to companies. I think that more companies than maybe we recognize do some weathering and winterization things that we just aren't aware of as an agency. Again, we've looked as far as regulations for other states, and we're continuing to review those and see what other states do or don't do. I think that's part of our learning process today.
When you were talking about storage, is there anything in your recommendations or that you're thinking about in terms of recommending on-site storage?
I don't have a specific recommendation, again, because that's private, but I do think there's opportunity for additional storage in the state.
And is there going to be, if you don't already have it on your list, recommendations for legislation that we need to consider and put in place so that this interconnectedness works and that we don't have this event happen, this kind of an event happening again? Are you going to be able to tell us specific legislation that we can do that will help make that happen?
We're reviewing that right now, and we'll continue to work with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative Howard. Chair recognizes Representative Tracy King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Madam Chair. You spoke to this a minute ago, and I was trying to remember, and what you said. So when you started, you said that most of the homes, residential homes that are heated by gas, did receive their gas, right? I mean, vast majority of them.
That's correct. We had 2,100 homes without gas throughout the state of 4.2 million people.
Okay.
Or 4.2 million households. I'm sorry, let me clarify that.
And then how many of the, how is it that the generating plants are saying they couldn't get gas when almost every home had gas?
And I think partly that has to do, A, with their contracts, which we're not privy to. B, potentially there were some gas issues that we aren't aware of that we're still reviewing. And B, it really was, as power went down, we couldn't get gas every place. But companies really, the gas utility companies prioritize firm gas and are very specific and prioritize that in their systems, and we appreciate that. That's part of their contracts, I've been told too. So I think that I'm not sure why gas power plants went down in this state. We don't work with gas power plants, to be really honest, so I don't know how gas power plants went down in this state specifically and how they didn't get gas, whether they didn't have firm gas or that there really was some issues that I think we're all trying to figure that out today.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's my question.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lucio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You and I share something in common. We both have great dads that have served our state for a long time.
We do.
That's
Thank
pretty
you.
cool.
It is cool.
So, but that's not going to ease up my line of questioning.
No, I wouldn't expect it to. Probably makes it harder, right?
So, yesterday was a long day. I may have brain damage, but if I'm not mistaken, you're the first elected official we have testify before us, right?
I don't know who all you've had.
I believe so. First statewide elected official testify before us, which means you're accountable to a lot more people than the humble 165 plus, or give or take, people that I represent. So, and I just curious about a few things, and then I want to press you on communication and lessons learned from communication. It seems like we continue to have our attention drawn to the fact that in order to have electric generation plants, we need natural gas. We couldn't get the natural gas to the electric generation plants because they didn't have electricity. I wonder in how many circumstances those compressors or whatever infrastructure is needed to get the gas to the generation plant were down because the generation plant's weatherization and instruments failed, or they were part of the blackouts that needed to occur because we were shedding load.
I don't know the answer to that. I would think there's a combination, right? Because when you look at the whole food chain, I might have gas over here, but if I don't have a place for it to go, then it can't move, right?
Right.
But as far as the electricity piece, I'm not advised, and so that's what we're all trying to, I think, sitting here trying to figure out, right?
Right. And can you appreciate that the common sense component of that is infuriating to Texans? Why did, because I know there's a combination of the two, and we're going to find out, right? How could we let those compressors be part of the blackout if there is a process like critical load, like essential services, and how did that slip through the cracks and then allow for generation plants to fail? That is just baffling to me from a common sense standpoint. If we were sitting down with a business person and had to explain that, I think they would be infuriated and frustrated as a Texan and as a voter. Would you agree?
I would agree, yes.
Okay. Part of that problem I think stems from, and look, I'm a small businessman. I don't want the state involved in my affairs. I'm a lawyer. I understand that we need to be careful in how we mandate certain things. But in this particular circumstance, I've heard you say, well, we don't mandate weatherization because industry has the incentive to be online. So they're going to take the necessary steps to fortify their equipment. And we don't necessarily mandate emergency management plans because it's in their best interest to be online and to operate at peak times when weather is absolutely the hardest and most critical. But they didn't, and they failed. And we didn't have coordination, simple coordination between gas companies and electric companies, that gas companies are essential to keep our power generation online. So moving forward, we cannot just sit back and say, they'll figure it out. Private industry will do what's in their best interest and in Texans' best interest, because we failed. And I don't want another 2011 incident where we come here and we say, we experienced this horrible thing and we have all these takeaways, and then 10 years from now, a compressor goes down because it was part of a blackout. So how do we move forward from here and say, yep, you know what? I think as a Railroad Commission, we need to have a comprehensive management plan from the people that we regulate. We have to have a comprehensive weatherization plan, and I'm sorry, we left it to you. We gave you that jurisdiction or that ability or responsibility. You didn't do it. So now we're going to have to do it for you. Do you understand how someone in my position sitting on State Affairs is asking that question?
Yes, sir, I do, and I appreciate the challenge we've got. But I still believe that mandating anything because one size doesn't fit all is always a challenge for us. So working with companies, continue to communicate, because look, a compressor could go down, but if we don't have power, we can't move anything. And so figuring out how we manage the closed loop of this energy system, I think, is what we're all sitting here trying to do. And communication's going to be the key. But if we can, as an agency and as an industry, get in the priority list to explain to the poles and wires that we've got to have power in these areas, I think that solves quite a few of the problems that we've had today. We didn't know that was an opportunity. We've never been told that. And so I think that once we got the power back up into oil fields, the gas began to flow, and within 24, 48 hours, the problem was resolved. So I will say, I believe that my industry resolved the problem and didn't really create it.
Well,
I do think that we need to figure out how to be better communicators between all three agencies, though, to make sure the problems don't occur again.
But I would challenge you to say that you didn't plan properly. So maybe once you figured out what the problem was, you responded quickly, and within 24 hours, gas was flowing again. But how can a prudent operator say, well, we're not going to be a problem unless the electricity goes out. Maybe I should call the electric company, and blackouts may occur. We hear that all this weather is coming. We're getting reports from meteorologists. Everyone's saying it's going to get real cold. And guess what happens when it gets real cold and there's that much demand on the system? There are blackouts. Hey, if we're a victim of one of those blackouts, we can't get gas to the electric company. So when you say we did our job, you may have done your job once the problem presented itself, but there were some things that should have been done ahead of time. And there was some coordination that could have occurred with simple phone calls between your operators, your agency. Ultimately, your agency is accountable, right? This is your jurisdiction. PUC is appointed. They can say, well, if you have a problem with me, go talk to the governor. ERCOT is basically a vendor of PUC. But you're an elected board, so ultimately the accountability ends with you and with your board. So to say, well, you know, mandating is a problem because one size doesn't fit all, I think that would be a tough thing to sell to Texans right now, especially those that lost loved ones or who have property damage they may never recover from, or to the electric companies that may go out of business because they're not going to be able to pay their bills. That's a tough situation, and I won't continue to harp on that. The second part is, since you're the first elected official we have in front of us, is the communication. You actually have a constituency, people who voted for you and your commissioners. And I have all your tweets and all your press releases. And at no point did your agency sound the alarm and tell the Texas public, because of our involvement in power generation, we're a gas company, we obviously don't turn on the power to your neighborhoods, but we know, based on communication, that you might be in harm's way, that power may not come on immediately. So we're going to do our part to alert the Texas public that you might want to seek alternative shelter. That did not happen from your agency, and frankly, it didn't happen from any stakeholder. So it's okay, you're in good company, but that didn't happen, correct?
Not to my knowledge, but again, and I think that's where we've each got our own lane in this specific instance, and this understanding of how we better communicate amongst the three agencies, obviously. But our job as an agency is to make sure gas utilities are up and make sure that gas is flowing. Now, the communication really from our end was to those type customers, because that's who we regulate and that's where our safety comes from. I don't know what happened to gas-powered plants. That's not in our world, unfortunately, or fortunately for us, however you want to look at it today. But we were on these Texas Energy Reliability Council calls, but we're not in the electric business. We don't know what was up. I still can't tell you what power plant was up or down. I don't have a clue. We don't know what gas was going where because we haven't been told that. As an agency or an industry cannot tell us what went where to know how to manage the problems. So we don't know. I'd like to be able to tell you that we were not giving gas or giving gas someplace. Those are, one, private contracts, but two, that communication was not privy to this agency.
So on the 14th, 15th, 16th of February, the most critical days, your agency nor yourself became aware that these rollouts that we were, everyone had the hope that they were going to share in and their power was going to come back on and maybe go back off, were not rollouts. They were permanent outages. Your agency never became aware of that.
We were told by, I don't know, were we told by Turk ever?
Turk calls,
On a Texas Energy Reliability Council call, we were told finally.
What day was that?
I'd say probably Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday, same day everybody else sort of found out. I mean, look, I was sitting without power at my house and, my power provider never gave me any updates for the whole week. Nor did I ever know that my power ever went back on, and I, put it on, did like everybody else and went online and said my power's out. So
I took bean bags and went with my kids to my gym because that was the only place we could stay warm.
I mean, so I think it was, so when you're asking, our role is from an operator standpoint, our role at the wellhead is to make sure, and their role is to make sure that these wells are safe and that they do not have mechanical problems and that they do not have issues for environmental issues. It's the contracts that those operators have to get their gas to market is between those operators and the gas companies and the pipeline companies. We aren't privy to that piece, nor do we know the volumes that they are trying to put online. That's not the role of this agency. Our agency is to regulate and to permit, not to get involved in those contracts. So as companies are scaling back and being prudent operators for safety reasons, whether they knew they were going to have electricity or not, and I don't think that was anticipated any place in the state, and I appreciate that problem. They cannot operate without electricity and start getting the gas back to market. Right. Hence the reason that you had companies across this state start drawing from storage to keep gas flowing.
And the reason they don't have electricity, and we're going to find out because this is all going to come to light, is in some circumstances because their power was shut off by the electric company as part of shedding load. And if that's the case,
that's not part of
this. Right?
That's right.
Oh my God.
Potentially. Yes, sir.
You shut off the very group that feeds you the supply you need to stay online. Incredible that we let that happen in Texas. And we're going to find out what percentage of compressors and the infrastructure that you regulate was shut off for that reason.
And so I will say there was a chart that came out yesterday that I think that PUC must have put out, or ERCOT, that we were handed yesterday, that only 6% of the generating capacity went down in this state, according to their operators, because they didn't have gas supply.
Yeah. Well,
Which I'm not saying is insignificant.
after yesterday's hearing, I'm not sure how much.
But that's what their request for information, and that's the chart that we were handed. So I have to rely on them for getting that information from their people, because I don't have the relationships, nor do I have the information available to me otherwise.
And let me say a few things in closing. I appreciate your how you state what your primary function is, right? To interact with the industry, to make sure that gas is flowing, to make sure that it's flowing in a safe way. But your agency is elected by the state of Texas. That means there was a conscious decision that you will be accountable to the voters. It's not like the PUC, it's not like ERCOT. So that means you have a responsibility to communicate with those constituents. And what I would say is everyone needs to communicate with the constituents in moments of crisis. Not say, well, PUC could say, well, hey, my responsibility is to regulate electric companies. But we have an obligation, especially you elected by the voters, to communicate to the public. That's what frustrated them most. The reason we got calls is because no one was talking to them, right? As a citizen, as a Texan, you're in your home, you hope that, hey, my lights have gone out before, they're going to come on in a couple hours. So you stay there, and maybe you get one day and they appreciate that it's just really bad weather and it's an unfortunate circumstances. But day 2, they start to get frustrated. Day 3, they're flat out furious, and they're pointing the finger at everybody. And so when our agencies, especially those that are elected, are not communicating with them to the fullest, that comes out on all of us, including those on this panel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lucio. Chair recognizes Representative Inchia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair, welcome.
Hi.
Hello there. Long time no see.
It has been.
We had a chance to, have conversations like this when I was on Sunset years ago, and the Railroad Commission was going through Sunset, did we not?
Well, I think they were not on this topic, though, but we've had some conversations.
Certainly. Different topic. I was just trying to recall the last time that we were in a situation like this. Did you have a chance to view Chair Walker's committee testimony yesterday on the House side?
No, sir, I didn't. I was still on the Senate side during most of her testimony, and then when y'all weren't going to hear from me last night, I frankly went home, saw my child, and went to bed, so okay. I missed most of it.
There was a basketball game, I understand. But did you see her testimony on the Senate side?
Some of it.
Okay. Well, her testimony was very, very different. I watched her testimony on the Senate side, and on the House side, she said a lot of different things. On the Senate side, she said that they had done their job. And I noted that when Rep. Howard asked you the same question, you said, well, our agency's done our job, and I want to come back to that in a minute. But when she got to the House side, on the Senate side, she said, we did our job. We didn't have the authority that we needed from the legislature. And in the end, she really didn't want to take responsibility over there. But after she came over to the House side, and because of the discussion that we had and the able questioning from many of the members on this committee, she ended up admitting that the PUC has, as she described it, total control over ERCOT. She admitted to many mistakes. And then at the end, I think this was disappointing to many members on this committee, she could not muster an apology to Texans when given the opportunity. She did say something interesting. It dovetails on the lines of questioning of both Representative Howard and Representative Lucio, and that's about communication, because she She mentioned something on the House side that piqued my interest, because I didn't even anticipate asking you questions today. But she said she didn't really talk to the public, even though their name is the Public Utility Commission. She couldn't remember when or if she talked to the governor, but she mentioned you. She said, yeah, I was talking to Chair Craddock a lot during this. And so that's what I want to ask about today, because it was a little confusing. How often did you talk during this crisis?
I would say maybe every other day, maybe. We were definitely on the Texas Energy Reliability Council calls. I think she was, or I was, or our staffs were every day. Again, she called me on that Thursday to tell...
Directly?
Directly to say, could you help us with gas supply? We made sure we communicated back the Friday that we were doing that.
Just so I can follow the chronology here. When you say this Thursday...
Thursday, February the 11th, I'm sorry.
The 11th.
Yes, sir. It was communicated back, and in fact, we did a public meeting on February the 12th that she was aware that we had changed the order and readjusted our curtailment order. And as we got...
Just really quickly, just so I can...
And that was February the 12th, I'm sorry.
The 12th. No,
yes, sir.
That's
okay.
But just so I can ask about that, she was calling specifically about gas supply because she was anticipating potentially a shortage of gas. Is that the substance of the conversation?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
We were together on Saturday the 13th because we were out with the governor, did a briefing and did a press release.
And that was, so your
statement.
interaction there was in a public briefing, the press conference that the governor
Right. Yes, sir.
had? Okay.
And then, I'm trying to remember. I know as we started getting into, say, Tuesday, the 16th at that point, that was the day I got the first call from the oil and gas industry saying we've got to have the power turned back on, please get the power back on. And I called her at that point and said, we need the power to turn back on. Can you please help us figure out who we need to talk to? And at that point, industry then got involved at that point too. And so I think they were communicating directly with her and or the electric transmission distribution companies for that.
And just really quickly, but you knew to call the Public Utility Commission and not ERCOT, right? Or did you also call ERCOT?
I never spoke to ERCOT. I wouldn't know who to call at ERCOT, to be honest.
So, but you knew that the regulator over ERCOT, that has control over ERCOT, is the Public Utility Commission, right?
Chairman, I knew that she knew power and I didn't. So that's where I was, that was my contact for the power world. So, and she and I have worked, and put out some things otherwise.
Just to the exact question, right? You're a statewide elected official. You understand the infrastructure of government. You knew to call the Public Utility Commission if you wanted the power turned back on, right?
That's the only person I knew who to call.
That's exactly right. And so I want to, what was her response when you asked for the power to be turned back on in the Permian Basin?
She said, let me figure out how to connect. I'll get on. She said, send me somebody who I need to talk to, and which I did. And I said, well, industry's going to call you with a list of some people. And I don't know. I'm not really privy because I wasn't part of the conversation past that. My understanding is she called the president or CEO or executive person in a company and started trying to feed information to those electric companies of where the oil and gas operators were needing power so we could get the gas flowing again.
And before your call, she did not know, or did she represent to you during your call that she knew that the Permian Basin did not have power?
I don't know that what she knew or not. We didn't have that part of the conversation.
She didn't represent to you one way or the other. Did she act surprised?
No, I think she was trying to manage what she could manage. So I don't know that there was surprise or not. It was, okay, I'm working over here. Let me get back to you and we'll try to figure out what we can do.
Did she say she was already working on it?
No, not at that point. I don't believe so.
Okay. So in your conversations with the chair of the Public Utility Commission, you spoke on Thursday. You saw each other at a public press conference related to preparedness on Saturday, and then you didn't talk again until Tuesday. Is that roughly the chronology?
Roughly, and there may have been a phone call in between that I don't remember, but those were the primary ones, yes, sir.
Did she ever tell you that that the grid was experiencing failure?
I wasn't told that the grid was experiencing failure till my power went off on Sunday night.
So she never told you that in your conversations, or she never picked up the phone and said the grid is experiencing failure?
Not to my recollection, no, sir.
Did she, it is clear from your testimony then that she never called to say the power in the Permian Basin is out. You instead called her, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And did you have any subsequent conversations with the chair of the Public Utility Commission after she said, hey, let me work on this, which was Tuesday already? All right, the storm hit Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, you asked for the power to come back on in the Permian Basin. When was the next time?
So we saw each other Wednesday again, at another press conference with Tatum and the governor on that Wednesday. And then trying to think, we may have spoken another time too about how's it working. We're still having some problems to make sure that we don't have rolling power outages now in some of these oil fields, because you roll somebody, they almost have to start over. So I would say that was another challenge as we kind of came through this. So those were the main times that we talked, I would believe.
Okay, yeah, because her testimony to these committees yesterday made it seem like, hey, you guys, when we asked her what she was working on, she said, and the calls that she was making, I was talking to generators, I was talking to different market participants. She mentioned you specifically. Couldn't recall when she talked to the governor. That was not in her recollection yesterday. We may try to jog that recollection in the next couple days. But she specifically mentioned you. But what I'm hearing from you is she never gave you a heads up that the power was going out in the Permian Basin. You had to bring that to her attention. And then you really might have only had one conversation after Tuesday about the restoration of power. Maybe one when you saw each other in public, and maybe a smattering of others, correct?
I think that's fair. And again, I know that industry specifically started talking to her to give her coordinates to try to manage the issue, but I wasn't part of those conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Raymond.
I just wanted to, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to go back for a minute to line of questioning by Representative Lucio. My good friend said, I just don't agree with you, that made it seem like because she's an elected official and the railroad commissioners are elected officials, they were the ones that were supposed to be contacting the public and letting them know electricity was going out. And were they the Energy Commission or even the Railroad Commission, and if they had the responsibilities that the PUC has, I would be saying the same thing, right? And I mean, maybe we all had a responsibility because she probably knew as much as we did as legislators. And so I just wanted to say, I understand the frustration, but I just don't think it was your responsibility to be letting the public know because you happen to be an elected official. It was the PUC, it was ERCOT, it was the governor. But Representative Anchia, maybe we need to get the governor here to ask him when he found out what he found out, right? If Ms. Walker didn't want to tell us or she didn't remember. But I just wanted to say, I do think that the questioning that Representative Lucio laid out builds the case for us moving those responsibilities to that agency. At minimum, having those responsibilities at an agency where the people who are running it are elected. Because I promise you, and we all know this, members, if they were elected, if it was a PUC and those three people were elected, they'd have done a better job. I promise you that would have happened. You all know that. If any of us sitting here were elected officials at the PUC, we would have done a better job. It's just the way it works. We feel more, I think, you feel more responsibility when you're elected. You work for the folks that put you in there. But I can't agree with putting it on you that you should have done, quote, more in terms of letting the public know, hey, you're going to be losing electricity. I don't think that's where the responsibility lay? Not right now.
Thank you, Representative Raymond. Representative Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chair Craddock, for being here today and your patience and going through these matters with us. A lot of the questions have been asked, and I'm not going to be redundant, but I think what's troubling to me, and it's not necessarily your fault, but it's lessons learned, is that I think most of us would have been surprised to not know that there was communication with ERCOT and the Railroad Commission chair during these critical times. So that's a really a aha moment for us, so that we look at ways to change and really close the lack of communication. And it seems that there were some major communication gaps, and it's not necessarily on your end, but throughout the process. And one of the things, going to communication, one of the things that came up, and Chairman Darby asked you this, was, are there any tools that we can give you to help you be more efficient? I know you said you were working on that, but one of the things that came out during your testimony was that the Open Meetings Act limited you in your ability during this crisis from communicating with more than one other commissioner because of a violation of the Open Meetings Act, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And don't you think that during extenuating circumstances such as we faced during this winter storm, don't you think that there should be some exceptions for critical moments like that, where perhaps you don't have time to post and to be able to meet and confer with other commissioners, even though you did say that staff has great communication, but just for circumstances like that, don't you think that would be helpful?
That's a policy decision. If y'all decide to go forward, I'm sure we could utilize that.
Right. Well, we are. We're looking at best practices now, so we're looking at ways in the future to give you better tools. And would that be another tool that could help in the future?
I think potentially, again, we'll be glad to have continued conversations with you. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so another thing that came up, we talked about the generation and some of the challenges that they had. It's my understanding that many of the generation companies were not given a choice on gas contracts, that they were only offered interruptible contracts. Are you aware of that?
Those are private contracts, so no, sir, I wasn't aware of that until this week.
Okay, but you are aware now, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And another question is, why didn't compressor stations not have gas generators on site?
Gas generation, one of the things that has happened through the last probably 15, 20 years at this point, if you went back before we became a non-attainment state, we had a lot more gas compressors in this state. We still do have some gas compressors in the oil fields, by the way, but a lot of pipelines now generally have electricity compressors, is what I've been advised and what I know. A lot of it because of air emissions and air quality issues. Also, before this week, electricity was generally more consistent and reliable. So while some of them have backups and some of them were flying in diesel and trying to get compressors and other things, electricity historically has been the direction the state and frankly the industry has gone in the last 15, 20 years would be my guess.
Thank you for the edification. And one final question. We've had discussion with you and many other stakeholders about best practices and lessons learned from 2011, and that were not implemented. And one of the biggest consistent things I've heard is the weatherization. And it's listening to you seem like it still should be permissive, and you're really reluctant to mandate that. Did I understand that correctly?
Well, we've looked at other states. We're looking at their rules and regulations to see what they do. We think most of our operators have best practices, and that's been a priority for us. So we're continuing to look at what weatherization means in a southern state. It's different than being in North Dakota, because we then have 100-degree plus summers, and so you have to de-winterize and make it summer friendly too. And so what we're trying to figure out is what that means, and does one size fit all? I'm not sure that it does. And what are companies actually doing, because we don't have that data and we're still gathering that information.
Well, and I appreciate that fact, but what most Texans are feeling right now is that when they hear and they are learning that these reports from these recommendations, and when they did the autopsy from the 2011 storm and they made these recommendations that weren't implemented because we left it to industry to do it. And what the concern is, or the narrative that's being built, is that these companies are choosing profit over doing the right thing. So that's why we're in the position now, because they weren't mandated. It was giving them the option. And there's no teeth when they don't have to do it. So wouldn't you agree that if we leave it to them, that sometimes they just won't do the right thing?
I don't know, I wouldn't agree with that, no, sir. I think companies generally do the right thing in generally, period. But again, winterization is a conversation, and we know that some companies after 2011 did winterize and move forward. So again, we're gathering data to see who did, who didn't, what best practices are out there to see what needs to be done next.
I would agree that some did, but we would also know for a fact that some didn't, correct?
Again, from the oil field part of the world, we don't know the answer to that. We think a lot of companies went out, they injected those wells, they flowed them back, they made sure those wells were operating safely, and without both electricity and communications went down at one point. Some cell phone towers went down without power too. You know, that's difficult to say you didn't winterize, because in my mind and the mind of most of these oil and gas operators out in the field, electricity is the best winterization. And so I think that's a conversation. Are there other things that should or shouldn't be done? And that's the information we're still trying to gather and figure out.
And I just want to dive a little deeper on that. So I'm not saying that they maybe didn't winterize for what they understood was conditions that may not have been as severe as we endured last week. So maybe they did, but not to the extent of the, below 10 degrees. I believe I heard yesterday during testimony that they were equipped to about 10 degrees. But what about conditions that go below that? Do you think that they had adjusted their generators or their equipment to withstand lower temperatures that we're seeing now?
I'm not aware. You'll have to ask an operator to really understand and ask them what they have adjusted to. So, I don't know that. I grew up in West Texas. I don't remember negative temperatures in my lifetime. So I'm not sure. And I would say that about South Texas and the Eagle Ford and all the way into Houston. How often do you get what you get? So
and you're right. You raise a great point, and I'll conclude by saying this. The CEO of NRG, Mr. Gutierrez, when I pressed him on it, he acknowledged that we're seeing tremendous changes in weather conditions, and he believed that perhaps the climate change was certainly a factor in that, and so that we are seeing different weather conditions that we haven't seen. So 100-year incidents we're seeing in a decade. We just had the most recent one in 2011, and now here we are in 2021. So we can't use the same model that maybe existed before. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I appreciate that we need to look at all possibilities and what we need to do going forward. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Desatil.
Yes, ma'am. You just touched on it with Representative Reynolds on generation, backup generation, but it sounded like you were talking about diesel motors there. But the electric, if these are electric pumps, if there was a redundancy system that had backup generators that produced electricity that would, like we have in our homes, that automatically come on when power goes off, that may have this redundancy system at every compressor station that uses electricity to run their pumps or keep their pressure up. That made that redundancy system, but does that come under your jurisdiction to require these stations to have that, or do you have that authority?
Yes, please.
And before Todd has a heart attack on the cost, we could do a tax credit to make the system redundant so that this doesn't happen as a public
safety type issue. Yeah, the tar staples. Have a
Well, it's an interesting question. I was just checking. As far as pipelines, obviously safety is important, but we don't think we have the authority to mandate what kind of compressor stations they use. No, sir. And so, some of these bigger transmission pipelines do have compressor stations and backups to them, right? If they're using electric, they may have backups. But if you're out in the oil field for smaller compressor stations, some of them, again, still use natural gas. In fact, I talked to one of your members who's in the oil and gas business who doesn't sit on this committee. I'd suggest you go look him up, who operates in South Texas. He said yesterday, and he said that he uses just natural gas compressors in the field. So he didn't necessarily have a problem. But other people, and I've asked several operators in the past week, it's about half and half. Some use electric, some use natural gas, and then there are some who bring in diesel fuel. Of course, if it is as cold as it was, diesel fuel will freeze, and so that doesn't always help you either, right? And so I think that the redundancy issue is a conversation. There's a cost associated with that, but as far as mandating that or requiring that, we don't do that and are not sure we have the authority. On pipelines, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which is FERC, sets the safety standards for pipelines in this country, and we are probably above that safety standard, but at least to that safety standard, and so that we maintain that in this state, and we believe that's important.
Well, okay, I can understand you might not want to tell them specifically what to do, but I guess I'm trying to understand, can you tell them that they must have a redundancy system in case power goes out?
Not to my knowledge, sir. We can review that.
Who does regulate them, or who has authority over?
I think that would be a private decision, I believe. Again, there's safety standards that we adhere to that are national, frankly. But I don't think that the redundancies that I know of is in any of those statutes or rules.
Quite possibly the legislature could, but thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Desautels. The chair recognizes Representative Anchia.
Madam Chair, one thing that I failed to ask you earlier related to the availability of gas. The PUC Commissioner, Ms. Walker, reached out to you the Thursday before the storm because she was concerned about the availability of gas. Were you also concerned about the availability of gas at that point?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there gas being exported from the state during the entirety of the storm and weather event?
I'm not aware of any private I don't know, because those would be private contracts. I'm not aware.
So where is gas exported from the state of Texas? Is it usually at our LNG plants?
It would be on pipelines or LNG plants. And remember, this is a national, international market.
Okay, so these are pipelines that cross state lines, international lines. Gas is also liquefied, put on boats, or ships, I should say, tankers, and shipped to all corners of the world, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I was just curious about the timing of the export ban by the governor, which occurred on the Thursday after the storm. And the PUC commissioner seemed to indicate to you, as a result of your testimony here today, that she was concerned about gas availability on the Thursday before the storm. That was an entire week that had elapsed. You testified just a second ago that you were not concerned about gas availability on that Thursday, correct?
That's correct.
Does the Railroad Commission have the ability to place a moratorium on the export of gas, or is that exclusively in the hands of the governor?
The governor issued a letter to us. We reviewed it. So he issued it on Wednesday, actually the next Wednesday. We reviewed it and put out a notice to operators on that Thursday morning, and by Friday, the next day, the governor had reissued a letter asking us to roll it back, so we did so. So we don't have a lot of dynamics about what did or didn't happen during that time period. We've had no complaints filed at our agency to be able to go investigate or enforce.
Yeah, my question is really more about authority. Is the authority with the governor to halt exports, or is it with the Railroad Commission?
The governor issued the letter, so I would say it's the governor first.
The governor has the authority to halt these exports.
The governor issued the letter, yes, sir.
Okay, but who has the authority? That's what I'm trying to understand. And this is just something, this is not a gotcha question. I'm just trying to understand who had the authority to stop exports of Texas natural gas?
Again, the governor issued the letter, our general counsel reviewed it, and frankly wasn't quite clear what he wanted us to do, so we did issue a notice to operators. That's about as much as I can tell you, and as that I understand at this point.
So the Railroad Commission, just so we can get a clear answer, the Railroad Commission, it is your belief that the Railroad Commission does not have the authority
That's correct.
to halt exports?
We don't have any jurisdiction over interstate pipelines.
That's helpful. And to the extent any authority actually exists to halt the export of Texas gas, it would presumably reside with the governor and not the Railroad Commission. Again, to the extent it exists.
Yes, sir, we don't have the jurisdiction.
Any idea about whether the decision to halt exports was effectual? Do you have any data on that?
We have no data. Those would be private contracts that we wouldn't be privy to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Craddock, thank you for being here today. It's good to see you. I think that the regulatory responsibility of the Railroad Commission executed just fine during this crisis, and we thank you for that. We've talked a lot today and yesterday about all the failures that occurred because of the weather event. It's my contention that there's already rules in place to address this. The PUC states clearly in their rules to the utility companies that they are supposed to have emergency operation plans in place that has processes and policies in place to anticipate all the wrongdoings that are going to occur in a weather event. And the rules state clearly, extreme heat, extreme cold, pandemics, hurricanes, all the like. It's my contention that that's the failure point in all this. There was a failure with respect to natural gas to be coordinated with the gas companies to ensure that gas flowed to the power plants. There was a failure to make sure that the power to the gas companies was never shut off. I think those are the failures, and to me, it all comes down to the emergency operation plans. And so the CEOs from the generation plants that were here yesterday, they acknowledged that. And so they committed to us yesterday that they would work with their partners, including natural gas companies, but really all of them, the cloud companies that their applications reside on, the telecom companies, all the different third parties that they rely on. So my ask of you is if you can work with the companies that are under your jurisdiction to work with our utility companies to make sure the next time that there's an event that the operation plans are sufficient. Those emergency operation plans were even audited and reviewed by ERCOT and shown to be sufficient. That was a failure as well. The one question I do have, there was a term used earlier that I'm not familiar with. You said interruptible gas contracts?
Correct.
To a layman like me, that sounds like I can engage in a contract with a gas company and they can literally cut my gas off, or help me, I'm a layman, so.
And electricity the same, my understanding, but yes, sir. So if I have a pipeline company, let's say in this instance, and you are a commercial business, and I go out and you need gas to run your business, doesn't matter what the business is, but you need gas to run your business, you go out and do a contract, and I'm talking, you're not getting gas like the restaurant down the street from the city, from a local, but a little bit bigger type
Okay.
Let's say a power plant. We'll talk about a power plant. We're talking about a gas-operated power plant today. So I'm a pipeline company, and there's a gas-powered power plant going and it's being built. So they need certain things, right? They need water, they need land, they need air emissions, they need gas to be able to run that plant. Those two companies negotiate terms of how that gas is going to flow to that gas power plant, whatever it is.
Okay.
And so there are, in industry lingo, a couple of different, and lots of different iterations, but two different types of gas you get. You get firm gas. And so firm gas means it's going to flow, it is guaranteed to flow, and it's going to flow to that power plant no matter what, or that business. Or there's interruptible natural gas contracts. That means, okay, while the pipeline company has enough gas, when I have pressure, when I have enough, nothing's going to be down, that gas will flow to that power plant. But if I'm having maintenance, for instance, or I have a weather issue, or I have an interruption someplace, that means you're on the list to get interrupted, meaning you won't get gas. You may get some gas, you may get no gas, depending on, and again, those are all contract terms that us as an agency are really not involved in at all. I can't tell you what the terms are. I can't tell you who's interrupted or not.
Those are two individual parties engaging in a contract, and they're
That's
making
right.
all those decisions themselves. I'm assuming the advantage is it's cheaper?
There's cost, yes, sir. And potentially need and other things. That's what I said. There's lots of iterations of why you, and business choices and other choices, why you make those contracts or not.
Okay, so should I walk away with the understanding that it's both the power generation company and the gas companies, it's their option whether to enter into those agreements, or is it a situation where that's the only contract that the gas companies offer?
That's going to be up to those two companies, so I don't know the answer to those questions.
Okay. I perceive that as a possible risk. I think maybe what would make sense is for me to talk to the industry players and look into that more. Thank you, ma'am, very much for all you've been doing, and it was good seeing you.
Thank you for the questions.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Herrero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairwoman Craddock, thank you again. I think it was Representative Lucio that brought to light the fact that we are elected officials, us as a body here and you yourself. And I want to share with you, and I was going to say a constituent of mine, however, it's a constituent of ours. And I want to share, not all of it because it's pretty lengthy, but just excerpts of our constituents' impressions of what happened and who's responsible. And then I'll share with you some questions that I would like for you to take with you. So the constituents' sentiments are, and I quote, "Arguably the greatest energy state in the world fell this past week, and it cost us dearly. It failed Texans who depend on that energy to live our lives, run our businesses, and to protect our families." And he goes on to say, "Stories of families perishing in fires, in vehicles, and even their favorite rocking chairs, while trying to keep warm, are the most extreme examples of how the Public Utility Commission of Texas, the Railroad Commission, and ERCOT failed us all." And so I appreciate your commitment to work on solutions. And if you would, please keep this constituent's questions in mind in the ideas or suggestions or policies that the Railroad Commission decides to implement. And I'm going to read you these questions, and now I quote, "The questions are simple. Does the savings companies enjoyed in the name of profitability justify the lives lost? Does the economic impact of bringing the state to a standstill and halting productivity lend credence to the need for production companies to save a few bucks relative to profits and leave us exposed? At what point does government become about serving the people rather than protecting the profits and interests of big businesses who needlessly play roulette with Texans' lives and businesses? And he continues, the people of Texas deserve better. And so, work with us as you've committed to try to not just answer those questions, but solutions so that we don't have to repeat this ordeal again.
Thank you, Representative, and I agree with him. The people of Texas deserve better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, members, and thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple follow-up questions, and I'll let you get on with your day. I know you've got lots of other things that you need to do as well. I do appreciate you being here today, and I appreciate, personally, having had the opportunity to work with you quite a bit. And the last few years, I've been fortunate enough to serve on House Energy Resources, both as Vice Chair and most recently as Chair. And so you and I have worked on a lot of important stuff, including making sure you are funded in a way that allows you to be more effective and better do your job. And so we appreciate your leadership. Just to kind of continue with the theme that we even had yesterday, where we're here identifying what those buckets of problems were. And so I just want to recap that quickly with you. And you've stated, and it seems like we would put number one as power, is the number one reason why those who couldn't perform in the oil and gas industry couldn't perform, was power. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
I believe, and I don't know if this was said, but I'm going to run through and just get your agreement. I think there's even when we talk about communication and coordination, it extends to a lot of different agencies, even beyond the ones that have been mentioned here. You mentioned TxDOT, and they do a fantastic job in a lot of ways, but they have a role in that, and I'm sure your folks experienced some challenges there too, because if roads were impassable, they couldn't, get it, needed, feedstock, some sort of supply chain issue. You got water haulers, you got all sorts of folks that are there to make it work, and if they can't work, then you can effectively shut in some of this production as well. And so that's a piece, right?
Yes, sir.
Communication standpoint, for sure. Communication, it's my understanding that you had facilities and even well sites that maybe otherwise could have been operating, but they lost communication. They didn't have internet, they didn't have cell service because cell towers were down, and we are going to have a witness to speak to that a little bit later too, because I would submit to you that has to be added into this critical infrastructure piece too, that we've got to make sure that those type of systems are operational. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And then, of course, I mentioned the supply chain issues. Is there anything that you would add to that as far as what you heard from industry as kind of, again, buckets of problems that they experienced that led to this?
I think those are the primary ones for today. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, almost done. We're going to kind of do the lightning round here and see if you agree with me on a few things, and this will kind of wrap it up. So when we're talking about critical infrastructure, and we've talked a whole lot about that, both on the utility side and a little bit with you as well, talked about some of these facilities couldn't run because they didn't have electricity. And you touched on this a little bit. They don't have electricity. What else could they run off of?
Some facilities can run off of natural gas, but not all of them. They would say solar, but there wasn't any sun, right? And wind, but there wasn't any wind. So you've got to have electricity is the primary one.
Right, and in some cases, we used to run them differently, but we don't necessarily do that today because of emissions issues or, environmental concerns and things of that nature. You
That's
agree with
correct.
that? Okay, because, dirty things and stuff like that. And so you have to have electricity. At
Yes,
least
sir.
probably half of it. We talked a whole lot about you need reliability and resiliency in the system. A whole lot of system, and it's all system. I think we have definitively, come to the conclusion that there's an interdependence on between oil and gas and utilities. I think there's agreement up here on that. So how do we get that? I've heard mentioned here storage. You agree
Yes,
with
sir.
that? Overall better infrastructure. You need, of course, you need the electricity. How does the gas gets produced out there in the perimeter? How does it get to the facilities that it needs to get to and ultimately into the homes of folks? How does it get there?
Pipelines.
Pipelines. So you have to have pipelines, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have to be able to site those and build them.
That's correct.
Okay. What about storage? Where do you store it?
Storage is an issue too. I think it's a real opportunity that we could expand storage, but again, it's been private historically.
Right. But you also, you're going to have some capital expenditure. There's money.
That's correct.
Got to be able to site and build those too, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is you have to be able to build what I think we would all agree at this point is critical infrastructure to ensure, considering the interdependency of the oil and gas industry to electricity, to make sure that ultimately folks' lights come on. And that also, by the way, we feed those systems through those pipelines you mentioned, that feed into the systems that allowed for 99.9% of the people to get gas in their homes.
That's right.
Right? You agree with that? Took pipelines to do that.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And even, I thought it was really good yesterday, we had the renewable panel, I don't know if you saw that, but Jeff Clark, who I really like, he even talked about a little bit of interdependency there as well, and even quoted, these are partners, we're partners of the oil and gas industry. We have to have these guys. He particularly pointed out natural gas. I don't know if you saw his testimony, but would you agree with that?
I think all power is going to be important in this state, and wind is a piece of that.
Right. So, but my point being is that even he recognized the need for that resource. So, in closing, to ensure reliability, resiliency of the system, the whole system we've been talking about, I think we've all agreed there's an interdependency there, and it's critical to making sure that these disasters don't happen in the future. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And we have to have adequate infrastructure to do that. And I'm not going to say them again, we just pointed them out, pipelines, storage, all those things. We have to have electricity. We have to have pipelines. You have to be able to move that fuel, right? And again, it also includes the systems that ultimately get gas into people's homes. So done, of course we want it done responsibly and safely, always, right? But we have to have infrastructure. You agree with that?
Yes, sir. And I would include roads in that infrastructure as well.
Absolutely. That is an excellent point. Roads as well, although we generally don't fight over roads as much. Most folks are pretty okay with more roads being built. Folks are not always okay with some of this other infrastructure being built. And so I appreciate you indulging me there, but I think that it's really important for us to remember what we're seeing here and what we just pointed out in our exchange is that, again, we want to do it responsibly, safely, always. But we have to be able to invest in this infrastructure. It has to be built. And so it's incumbent on all of us, politics aside, to make sure that we have infrastructure, because if we don't, we cannot ensure reliability and resiliency in the system, the whole system, not just oil and gas, electricity. We can't begin to avoid a future situation, anything like what we just experienced, if we don't have the infrastructure to prevent that. Agree
Yes,
with
sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for
Really
your time.
appreciate it, and have enjoyed in the past working with you. Look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you. I do too. Thank you.
Members, we're going to, just for the sake of flow, if you will, we're going to go ahead and finish out with some oil and gas folks here, and then we'll come right back after that and finish up with the remaining kind of utility side, if you will. And so the chair calls Grant Ruckel and Todd Staples. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here today, and like everyone else, our apologies. When we started yesterday, we probably were unrealistic in our expectations in being able to get to all of you yesterday, but we do apologize. But as Mr. Guerin said last night, I think, we're just getting you worked into shape for later on in the session. So thank you for being here. And I tell you what, Todd, why don't you start?
Okay.
And that way Grant could then more specifically speak to, his area of the industry, but maybe you could give some broader comments and maybe field some questions as well. But you know the drill, certainly. State your name and who you represent, and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. My name is Todd Staples. I'm president of the Texas Oil and Gas Association. Honored to be here with you today. Texoga represents smallest companies in Texas to some of the biggest. We represent the upstream, midstream, downstream supply companies, vendors, service companies, and everyone in between. We are very appreciative of the role that we play in partnership with building a strong Texas. One of our other member companies, and Diamondback, was scheduled to be here today. They didn't realize this would be a 48-hour hearing and had some really critical issues to get back online, and they've tried to get back, but it's a little difficult to do. So you've heard some tremendous testimony today. I've submitted written testimony. I just want to kind of hit maybe a few highlights and obviously hear from Mr. Ruckel and then answer any questions you might have. We know that Texas is an energy state, and no doubt about it, it is very prolific. It carries an unimaginable responsibility. There have been a lot of headlines regarding what went wrong in Texas being an energy state. We know that a once-in-a-100-year storm causes difficulties. It has identified many things that need to be corrected up and down the line from the wellhead to the electric meter. And we're here and ready and willing and able to help deliver results with you, in partnership with you. Here's what we do know, though. Natural gas carried the load during this energy crisis without any doubt about it. Pre-storm, natural gas was contributing about 19% of the energy mix. At the height of the storm, natural gas contributed over 2/3 of the energy mix. Even when every energy source in Texas was impacted to some degree by the severity of the weather in a 24-hour period and all declined, some more than others, natural gas still contributed about 60% of the entire energy generation mix during this critical storm period. ERCOT data demonstrates that, in fact, by volume, natural gas increased over 400% as a part of the energy mix pre-storm to during the storm. Natural gas storage played a very strategic role in ensuring that natural gas continued to flow to power generation facilities and directly to consumers that rely on natural gas. When we talk with our upstream members about what went on during this crisis, we've identified 5 buckets of where problems occurred while natural gas production was impacted in the field. And this doesn't necessarily get into the midstream, and I think Mr. Ruckel can address those very well. So the 5 reasons that production in the field were impacted: number 1, the most dominant response was loss of power. Secondly, the icy conditions prohibited their personnel and crews getting in and out of their sites as quickly as they would like to. Diamondback would have testified that communication failures played a big role. His phone went down, his iPad went down on his carrier. He had to commandeer his wife's cell phone to be able to reach out to his crews and to communicate. And then when minutes matter, that's very important that communications stay up. Operators also had to limit production because of third-party disruptions down the line that lost power. And so if you don't have storage on site when you're producing and you have no place to go with it, you have to stop your operations. And then the 5th reason are mechanical issues due to weather, winterization, or things that might have been avoidable or that may not have been avoidable based on this historic event. Data does strongly suggest, though, that the dominant reason for the lack of production in the field was lack of power. Keep in mind that in Texas, we have about 85,000 active natural gas wells. We have about 165,000 active oil wells. Oil wells are important in this process because along with the production of oil, you get associated gas which feeds the system that is relied upon. And that's why oil and gas both are important and have a role to play. Real quickly to wrap up, natural gas performed very strongly, and we know that because of the two systems it primarily feeds. One to power generation and the other to the local distribution companies that delivers that natural gas directly to the consumer that Chairman Craddock testified was successful 99.95% of the time during this storm. I can't think of anything else that had that high of a level of accomplishment during this difficulty, and that is extremely significant. I think it's important to also note that the entire industry came together to respond to the needs of Texans. Our LNG facilities in Texas that are up and running today were diverting product that would have been exported and putting it back and making it available to the Texas system that needed it. Our refineries that provide so many of the products that 96% of the products that impact our lives, they were voluntarily shedding loads. Many of them had power generation facilities themselves, and they were putting power into the grid. But the entire system came together, responded. There are things that need to do to improve. We're focused on those, and we look forward to having a conversation with you about it. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Todd. Grant?
I don't know if I say good morning or good afternoon, but good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
4 minutes. You got 4 minutes. So it's
Okay, well, we'll go back to good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee and others with us here today. My name is Grant Ruckel, and I am Vice President, Government Affairs for Energy Transfer. First, I want to say on behalf of Energy Transfer that our hearts are with all those across the state who have been impacted by last week's devastating events. But as Texans, as we know, we are resilient and we will be stronger together. My attendance here is as an invited witness to provide feedback with regard to the midstream sector of the energy industry, which is a term used to describe one of the three major stages of oil and gas industry operations. Midstream activities include the gathering, compression, processing, storing, and transporting of oil, natural gas, and natural gas liquids. Energy Transfer is a Texas-based company operating over 90,000 miles of pipeline throughout the United States. Our core operations include, as noted before, the transportation, storage, and terminaling for natural gas, crude oil, natural gas liquids, and refined products. It is a pleasure to be with you all today. We commend the committee for its efforts to provide a forum for discussing the events of last week related to the unprecedented winter storm conditions. We are pleased to provide information to the committee to assist it in the process with the hope that all of the industry participants who are integral to power generation, home heating, and other essential energy services will be better prepared in the future to deal with these unusual adverse weather events. I also want to take the opportunity to advise the committee of the incredible effort of the Energy Transfer personnel to keep natural gas flowing last week under those extremely difficult conditions. Our people worked around the clock with natural gas producers, power generators, and other industry participants to find ways to deliver greater volumes of natural gas in accordance with the Railroad Commission's emergency order and the governor's mandate to satisfy human needs first and power generation second. We will discuss these efforts in more detail in a minute. As has been discussed, as you may recall, Texas experienced a severe winter weather conditions during a storm in 2011, which resulted in a loss of power to many Texans for an extended period. Bless you. Thank you. Our experiences in dealing with this storm resulted in renewed efforts to prepare our assets for these conditions, including extensive reviews of the design and engineering of our assets. As a result of this preparation, our pipelines never stopped operating during the severe winter storm event of last week. The preparations we have made for severe weather conditions include some of the following. We design our systems to operate in expected environmental conditions, which include high and low ambient temperatures. For low ambient temperatures, this is especially critical for handling liquids. Operating procedures and practices are employed to mitigate risk for things like hydrate formation in pipeline and pigging facilities. Keeping idled plants, maybe due to loss of inlet volumes, warmed up and circulating fluids so that they are ready. And idling field compression to keep those crankcases warm. We also know from experience that personnel and physical resources must be secured, received, and deployed days, if not weeks in advance. We prepared for several days of housing and food well in advance to ensure our people were accessible and able to arrive at the facilities safely and continue to carry out the work needed to ensure human needs were being met. These men and women, who are operators, mechanics, and pipeline technicians, were deployed to areas that might be considered more vulnerable within our system. Concerning equipment and materials, we procure heat tracing and insulation. Heat tracing is commonly used to ensure that temperatures within pipes and piping systems are maintained above ambient temperatures during static flow conditions, along with providing supplemental freeze protection in certain applications. I wish to take a moment to discuss the significant and essential role that natural gas played during the events of last week to reduce the adverse impact of the severe weather conditions. At the height of last week, and Mr. Staples touched upon some of these, at the height of last week's extreme cold weather event, natural gas was providing 67% of all power generation in Texas, and that source is the United States Energy Information Administration, EIA. And when the extreme weather hit our state, reliable, dispatchable baseload power sources, including nuclear, coal, and primarily natural gas, ramped up to provide over 90% of electricity generation during the coldest days. And once again, that source is also the EIA. To illustrate that point in another manner, I wish to reference the role of withdrawing natural gas from storage. On one day last week, Energy Transfer was withdrawing approximately 1.7 billion cubic feet of natural gas at the maximum withdrawal rates from our storage facilities. To put that into context, again, 1.7 billion cubic feet of natural gas, that is the equivalent of heating, conservatively, 3 million homes. Members, without natural gas, millions more Texans would have been without heat and power. The state of Texas, as we know, just experienced its worst winter disaster on record. We as an industry look forward to providing the input needed while working with you and your colleagues and our peers throughout the energy chain. In closing, I wish to express gratitude to agency personnel at the Railroad Commission, Commission on Environmental Quality, Public Utility Commission, and many others who provided guidance and support. Thank you again. I'm available to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Grant. Couple quick questions, and then I'll save the rest. Let my colleagues begin to ask some questions here. Mr. Staples, you were in the room, and so you heard my conversation there at the end with Chair Craddock on infrastructure and the interdependence of what goes on in the oil and gas industry, particularly with natural gas and the electricity industry. Would you agree that that's one of our challenges and that we need this valuable infrastructure, and we sometimes struggle to be able to find agreement on that? And I know that's something that you guys work on, and we all work on, because we want these things to happen. We want to ensure that these type of things don't happen again. But would you agree that there is that interdependence, that we can't ensure that reliability and that resiliency in our system overall and make sure people have heat in their home and have, lights when they hit the switch if we don't have that infrastructure.
Without a doubt. Having reliable infrastructure, having redundancy, capacity, all the types of things that come into play, and we have those things. We need a greater level of coordination. We have the capacity. We didn't have it connected together here during this time frame for a variety of reasons, and that's essential. There's a tremendous partnership of delivering for the people of Texas, and you've identified it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think it's outstanding, and I know we'll have a representative from a local distribution at us a little bit later. And I mean, the fact that 99.9 whatever were able to maintain gas in their home to stay warm is just outstanding. By the way, we all know this, and this is a cycle of redistricting, so we're looking at population, right? And we look at the projections going forward, and whatever the number is today, 28, 29 million, whatever it ends up being, and the projections of doubling at some point, and before we know it, that's even more homes that need this vital resource in there too. So, Mr. Ruckel, you mentioned, and I just want to confirm this, because pipelines themselves, just to be clear, you didn't have pipelines that froze up.
Thank you for that.
Right.
Thank you for that question. Pipelines do not freeze.
Right.
They are naturally insulated. They're buried beneath the ground.
Right. And so, but where some of the challenges do come in, which are part of all that, right? And you have gathering facilities, compression facilities.
Yes, sir.
But the actual transporting, if you will, the pipelines themselves were not necessarily a challenge. So can you speak more specifically to where maybe those, again, buckets or ponds were? I assume primarily those were seen in those gathering and compression facilities.
Yes, sir, and I can speak to that in both ways, and I think the overarching message is electricity is critical in this space. For a gas processing facility, you certainly do need that electricity for it to be powered. However, you certainly need supply, which we're sensitive to. And so to the extent that a processing facility did have power, we kept that processing facility running so that it would be ready for supply when it was ready to come online. As it relates to compressor stations, they can be put maybe into three buckets. Let's say that if they were electric only, relying on that power source alone, it was very likely that they would go down. If they were maybe in our gathering system, and this is specific to Energy Transfer, and mind you, we have probably roughly 250 compressor stations across the state of Texas, compressing units across the state of Texas. If they were on natural gas, then they continue to operate. And then the third, I would say, for those that if the production was shut in, let's not say maybe necessarily a well freeze off, but maybe let's say there was a voluntary production shut in, then those.
Grant, let me, and we've been dealing with this for 2 days. You and I know when you say things like production was shut in and things like that, I know exactly what you're talking about. And probably every member up here does. But again, for those that may be watching who don't have a clue how this works, you try to explain it to them as late as you can.
Certainly, I would, I guess, separate between the two. Maybe a shut-in is for something other than a weather-related event.
Right.
And then a freeze-off would be characterized as maybe being impacted by the weather.
Right.
And so for those that were not producing, then this is again on our gathering system, then those compressors would have been down as well.
All right. I may have some follow-up questions, but I'm going to get to the members here. Vice Chair Herrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you both for being here. Appreciate your time and your patience. Todd, if I may refer to you as Todd, just to complete my notes here, you mentioned 4 things that you believe were the causes for lack of production. I've got loss of power, icy roads, third-party disruptions down the line, mechanical issues. What was the one I missed?
Communication failures, not inability to talk to your crews because the comm systems went down, and a lot of it is based on real-time information that comes out of the site today because it's all digitized as much as possible. And so that's another, when power was lost at the site, another big reason.
Okay. And then within the mechanical issues, which you identified as weatherization, you made a comment that said that may or may not have made a difference. Do we know, or do you know, sitting here today, those things that would have or would not have made a difference? And if not, would you be able to provide that for us?
We certainly can. Our operators are going through their systems completely. Many of them do weatherize today. They use methanol injection units. They insulate pipes where needed. They have these units installed, in critical places along the supply chain. Many of them, if they know a storm's coming in, will come in and do different things or have backup. So, speaking of backup, some of our production facilities have solar backup. That's primarily for the summertime when you've got the sun blowing, and obviously wasn't a good backup now. Some of our production facilities have generators that back up, but if they're fueled with diesel, as every farmer in Texas knows, your tractors don't crank very well in the middle of the winter because that diesel gels up. And so there's a lot of redundancy, and they're going through and just identifying every aspect.
And the methanol injections, that's so that the product, and maybe I'm not using the right word, but essentially the gas, the freezing level is made. Well, go ahead, explain what that means.
So when product comes out of the ground, it has a lot of different mixtures. You may have oil, you may have gas, and the gas will have water in it. Water's a big factor. And so you have separators at the well site, and you have heater treaters and different things. So the methanol acts as an antifreeze, if you will, and you're trying to pull out all those impurities before you can get it to the midstream system, because if things go in the midstream system that don't belong there, bad things happen. And so a great deal of effort goes into ensuring that occurs on the site.
Right, so some of the gas producers were actually implementing methanol injections as a means to ensure that there wouldn't be a freeze of the product.
I had one operator representative that told me they could have continued producing 75 to 90% of their production had it not been for power loss, and I asked why, and they said, we use methanol injection units at the critical points along getting our product out. And that's one example. Not all of them probably do that, so I don't want to, indicate that it is, but it is a fairly common practice in the industry.
And then the loss of power, and I don't want to go into it in great detail to allow other members to talk about it, but is it because substations lost the power to compress the gas to keep it flowing? Or how would you explain the loss of power?
I think it's multiple reasons. I think one of the biggest issues that has been identified is not identifying ourselves as critical load to the local utility companies. And I've been in emergency management planning since I've been on the Palestine City Council more years ago than I care to admit here today. And we've always known in any emergency management that there's critical loads that need to be identified, but people change hands and it just wasn't communicated that we knew that it was a responsibility to register. And I think one of the outcomes that we've identified and that working with our members that seems doable is that if you're a local utility provider and you sign someone up, you need to get them to identify critical load or not right there. That might be the easiest, most pain-free way to manage this. We're looking at other mechanisms as well, but that certainly seems like one.
Yeah, I appreciate your initiative to continue to work on those. I'm going to skip around again for the sake of time. You also made a comment, there are things that we can do to improve, and then I think in follow-up questions to the chairman, I understood better coordination. You've given another example of how identifying critical infrastructure Are there others? And I don't intend you to be exhaustive now, but, if there are some, and then if you can provide, a more comprehensive list.
We are working on a very comprehensive list. Our members are working overtime to do that. Identifying and prioritizing critical infrastructure is essential. Increasing the conversation about winterization from the wellhead to the electric meter is a part of that. I think there have been stories that have overplayed that, and I think there are stories that have overplayed the lack of gas that actually was available because of storage, because LNG and refiners put it back on the grid. So that's certainly one. But reviewing all levels of winterization, power generation down to us, and then on the other side needs to be done. I know a big conversation has been about the pricing of things as well. For residential consumers, there's not the depth of knowledge to know about market indexing and all that's going on. My retail electric provider sent me an email at my East Texas home that said, we don't participate in these gimmicky things. The only reason your bill is going to go up is if a regulated body made us do something and you're on a fixed contract. More sophisticated players like power generators and downstream users, and they understand market dynamics and they understand risk and they can manage that better. And we need to have a conversation about that. And when it comes to the power supply for electric generation, we just need to have a real conversation about the ability to produce when Texans need it. And I think that's part of it. But we'll get you a comprehensive list. We know you're working on it. We have a responsibility to respond.
And I don't know that there's been a definitive deadline, and obviously I defer to the chairs, but soon enough so that we can get things done, please.
Yes.
And then, Mr. Ruckel, or Grant, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I want to touch on, you mentioned heat tracing, and so for the purposes of my knowledge and others that may not know, what is heat tracing and what's the purpose?
Well, it's a mechanism that is applied to, and when you think about piping for the movement of product, you have underground pipes predominantly, but in above ground facilities, thinking about maybe a compressor station going into a processing facility or any other sort of above ground appurtenance. In these moments, heat tracing is a material, it's a mechanism that can be applied to the wall of the pipe, and with that, because of its engineering and composition, it has the ability to transmit, if you will, the ability to raise that ambient temperature. And so with that, you don't have any sort of external freezing issues that could come about when you are above ground. And again, you're going back to, do pipelines freeze? No, but you do want to take proactive measures to ensure the integrity of the pipeline.
Right, so when you say that, the image that comes to mind is me sitting outside one of the cold mornings because I had not done my job in insulating the one pipe of water line that would come into the house. And we had no water, and so I called friends of mine and they said get heating blankets, hair dryers, and I've got a video of it, but it almost seems like that's what you're talking about. In other words, while the pipe itself, let's say steel doesn't freeze, but you're concerned about the product, and if there's not the methanol injections, then you have to try to do something to keep the outside temperatures within the realm that would allow it to still flow. Is that a fair assessment, I guess? Or
I would say so. And in thinking about the residential application versus the industrial, ours would be procured in a different way because of its industrial application, but as I understand it, heat tracing sort of material can be acquired at maybe like a hardware store, such as a hardware store, for home residential use as well.
Yeah, I mean, y'all would not be using hair dryers out there, would you?
Well,
and I joke.
I will say that. Go ahead.
The reason I say that is because I talked to another friend of mine, and he said, "No, you need to get a heat gun." And I said, "Well, what is that?" And so he tells me, and it's apparently, as he described it, a hair dryer on steroids. So not going into that anymore, but just The question is, can that be done under the circumstances that some of these entities face? In other words, under cold conditions and things of that nature? Or is this something that is applied to the structure and is there continuously? Or is it as it's needed, and then if the circumstances are fair or good, you can actually get out there and do it? Or what is the time frame in which this is implemented?
I would describe it in the term that was used before by the chair, a prudent operator. When we look back 10 years ago in that winter event of 2011, and as we were designing facilities, I think in the early stages of your design, construction, and ultimately putting these facilities into service, I think that is a part of that application. But separate from that, I would think that there might be instances separate from that it could be applied after the fact. But I would say for ours, as I understand it, communicating with peers in the company as well, that it is being proactively in the design phase.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, good to see you. I wanted to just ask a couple of things. One, I know you were around yesterday, and you've made some reference to some suggestions or ideas. So can we get from you guys something in writing? The testimony is helpful, obviously, but unless we go back and look at the tape and look at our notes and so forth, you could get us something in writing on things that you think your industry could do better or could use help in doing better, something that would require action by us, legislative action by us. But importantly, what you saw in the landscape, right? You've made some reference to some of those things. But tell us, some of the things that you can see that others could have done better, or again, that would require legislative action to help them do those things better. That would be very helpful.
Absolutely.
I wanted to ask, 'cause I've got some members asking me, or some other members asked that I bring this up. Can you talk a little bit about the issue of the exportation of natural gas, specifically, I guess, into Mexico? That was the issue that came up with the governor. You want to just talk about that a little bit? My impression is, I think, I don't know if it was Chairman Anchia or somebody was asking about it a little while ago, is that I wasn't sure that we could actually, the governor or anybody could actually mandate not sending gas somewhere, but you can ask. As he asked the Railroad Commission then sort of passed it on to you, but I don't think that anybody can make you break a contract you have. Can you just talk a little bit about that?
Sure, and glad to. I mean, the really good news is that we are a state that can export natural gas that is improving the world's air quality and making a big impact. And we have some tremendous trading partners. Mexico is an extremely valuable trading partner to Texas in energy and agriculture and up and down the line. We were planning on importing natural gas a few years ago, and then we learned we had so much of it that we now converted those to exports and liquefied natural gas. And so, and it's a very significant commodity that goes across the world. So we value our trading partners. We want to give the message that we're going to be there and continue to produce and deliver the meaningful supplies that are needed. The big thing on that is I think there are contracts that are in place that you have to comply with, or you violate your contract. And so let me interrupt.
Okay. That was, to me, just sort of the common sense part is you've got contracts, so who's going to make you whole on that, right? But second of all, and I think this is the sort of real question, I assume when the governor sent that order out, and a lot of other people are looking at it saying, yeah, why are we exporting gas to Mexico if we don't have enough here? And I think you need to address that too.
And I do, thank you for that, because that's the key. We actually, based on what we're hearing from the Railroad Commission and what we're seeing, every person in the system was diverting and making available the maximum amount of natural gas to the Texas market. We also supply other states in this country that rely on us, and we have lines built to deliver to them. But I want to be very clear, every available capacity that was made available to this Texas market. And the reason that we need to explore why some of those power generation facilities weren't producing at the level? Was it because of a lack of power? Was it a loss of power on getting the product to them? I heard yesterday Vistra say there was pressurization issues. I didn't hear him say it was a lack of gas issues, so that made me think maybe it's a loss of power at the compression stations.
So I really wanted you to address that, because I think it not only educates this committee, but the public, because that was my sense of things, is that there's plenty of gas here. Not having sent gas to Mexico or somewhere else wouldn't have changed the dynamic.
Yeah, so here's the way it works. We have an abundance of natural gas storage in salt domes and in depleted fields, and there's maps of this on Energy Information Administration you can look up, and it's really phenomenal to see the volume of storage that we have. If I'm supplying you as a power generator and I have to pipe it to you and I lost power and there's no other infrastructure, Mr. Chairman, to get that to you, then you may not have had what you need for that particular moment. So I don't want to downplay the fact that any individual power producer may have not had what they needed at a particular moment. But we have plenty of fuel sources in terms of natural gas. We need to get the logistics worked out to ensure it goes to where it needs to be at the right time.
Okay. So is it fair to say, again, that, I think it would help to clear the air, it didn't matter that you were exporting. If you had stopped exporting, would it have made a difference, number one? And number two, I mean, can government make you do that?
Yeah, I think that's a legal question that the third branch of government may have to opine on in that regard. But I will tell you that any available gas that could have gone anywhere else was made available to this market. And so there were just logistic issues there, and Texans had what they needed. And I understand the concern if you think you have a product or a resource and it's going somewhere else and your neighbors are suffering. My family was without power. My family was without water. We were, my staff really was here in the Austin area. And so there's a lot of emotional things. Lives were impacted. And so having that resource available is important. And I can tell you that this system diverted everything possible, and we need to identify the power outages and the other logistical issues infrastructure-wise that we can improve upon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tracy King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruckel, you mentioned the 2011 weather event.
Yes, sir.
And then there were a lot of weatherization recommendations made after that. Did some of the companies that you represent, did they do some weatherization after that?
I'll answer that question maybe twofold. In 2011, during that event, I worked for only for one company. I'm not contract to multiple clients. So I worked for a different company at that time, and I can't speak to their practices going forward. I came to work with Energy Transfer in 2012, and I know that out of the 2011 event, in terms of our best practices and in ensuring the integrity of our assets, we did implement. I can't specifically say out of that 357-page report at this moment precisely, but I would say that there are what we call recommended best practices in the industry, and some of those that did come out of that event, we certainly did adopt.
And the reason I ask that is because I have had some folks tell me that they genuinely believe that they would have survived the 2011 event again. If it had happened, what they had done, they felt like they would have been able, of course we don't know because you can't recreate that exact turn of events that was there, but from the weatherization standpoint, I've had several say, we believe we could have survived an event similar to 2011, but we couldn't survive the one. Obviously, the one in 20, this one knocked us back because it was much more severe. So that's what I was getting at, So do you think, there's no way to know, but it's y'all's belief that you could have survived a similar event to 2011 without any disruptions? Or did you have any disruptions?
In terms of Energy Transfer, as I stated before, to the degree that we had the product to flow, our pipelines never stopped flowing.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
Todd, Texas Oil and Gas Association, one of the largest and important associations in this state, right?
Yes, sir.
So ERCOT, have they ever reached out to you?
I do remember one meeting, not recently, not in association with this, that we did have a conversation and visit with ERCOT over the last 5 years.
The last 5 years.
And some of our staff does have conversations with them on occasion to share information.
When did they come give you the presentation on the forums to allow the oil and gas and energy members to be included as critical infrastructure?
Not aware of that.
So it was a cricket moment. So the point of this hearing, and there in the center of it, so ERCOT never, to your knowledge, reached out to you, Mr. Ruckel, anybody in a large financial important industry, correct?
Not in association with
And isn't it a fact that if many of your members had been approached, communicated with, filled out the forms, was part of critical infrastructure, a lot of improvement may have happened, correct?
Absolutely.
And don't you believe, we keep hearing this 4 minute, 30 seconds. We may have gained some more minutes and seconds if the oil, gas, energy, renewable, non-renewable industries were reached out. You agree?
I do.
So communication, involvement could have helped from ERCOT to you all.
Yes.
Now, I want to bring out a schedule to everybody, because I've called it snow cane. And both chairmen, you need to know this, and all members. We have a quicker deadline. Everybody needs to be understanding. We've had snow cane, but Monday, approximately 90 days, is June 1st. June 1st is the beginning of hurricane season. So we don't have a lot of time. We need to start, as Mr. Raymond says, start preparing now. So I want everybody to know, being a coastal representative, we start sooner than later. And so with ERCOT and all these groups, there's a lot of time to communicate with you so we can save folks. But I just want to put it on everybody's timeline that we have June 1st kicking off another weather time period. And you're aware of that, aren't you, Mr. State?
Yes, sir, I am. And in emergency management planning and emergency management drills, you, Mr. Chairman, are well aware that this industry does participate with the Texas Division of Emergency Management and other entities. We generally don't have emergency drills for weather events. Hurricanes hit your district, not Speaker Craddock's district most of the time.
But Speaker Phelan district.
Absolutely, it does. And so I think that's one of the lessons learned in this is that, I don't think we need a bunch of emergency management drills going on every day of the week. You can lose track, but I think we need some check boxes to ensure that these essential things are being addressed as we have identified here this week.
And I want to highlight our two chairmen, Patty and Goldman, and Chair Raymond, for really putting on a priority to get this planning, get these ideas in. Because I just want to repeat again, June 1st is the start of the next big weather type event. Final comment is this. Everybody's talking, I want to recognize who communicates and who doesn't. You're not a state agency,
Correct.
and neither is Grant. But I do want to compliment. You do reach out to us. I do hear from your association. I don't have to worry about a catastrophe. As you know, I had Hurricane Harvey. I hardly saw anybody. I've hardly seen anybody after that. Certain to hear from everybody now. That was in 2017, but you all were there. People need to know that. And I want to tell you, Matt Garcia locally is a good man and keeps us plugged in. But those of you all that reach out need to be recognized. But thank you. I wanted to make those points because I think we got a quicker deadline than we think from the weather situation. And then, Chairman, I just want to let you know our vice chairman is going to get a lot of recognition because the first named storm of the hurricane season is Anna. The sad thing, Brother Darby, is the second is symbolic of ERCOT. The second name is Bill. So we're going to have a good storm and then one we better watch out for. An 803,000 time whatever you want storm is on its way. That's all I have.
All right. Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin. Follow that, Guerin.
That's a little tough one to follow, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. Todd and Grant, could you get with the Pipeline Association? Todd, you have your association. And since the state hadn't done a very good job of telling people that you need to sign up as critical infrastructure, will you get the word out to your members that they need to, and they need to now?
Absolutely.
And it's not a difficult process.
Yes, sir.
Grant, my question for you is, who owns the product in your gas pipelines?
Well, if you think about the analogy that was shared the other day, the manufacturer, the FedEx, if you will, the transporter, and then ultimately the end user, the customer, it is, in most instances, not us, the shipper.
So basically, you're the toll road.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
For the product.
Yes, sir.
So if you don't own the gas in the line, a railroad commission or a governor's order of curtailment made to y'all really doesn't do any good, does it? I mean, it's not your product.
Well, under what you're stating, yes, sir. In terms of how the emergency order was drafted, ensuring that all the molecules get to the residences, the hospitals for human needs. In terms of our obligation to move those molecules, we did everything in our power to ensure that those molecules arrived. Separate from that, but maybe also concurrent with it, is contractual agreements. Y'all have spent a good amount of time discussing firm versus interruptible contracts. And so, as a company, we operate in an ethical manner. In terms of our contractual obligations, we upheld those as well.
If you've got gas in a pipe in Laredo, how easy is it to get that gas from Laredo back to DFW?
It would take some time, but it certainly is. It's possible. I mean, if you've got
it's possible, but you're going to have to turn gas in the pipeline around and go the other way, and that's over this weather period. It wouldn't have been possible to get the Laredo gas to DFW in the time frame that supposedly it was needed.
Depending upon if it was, a single or a bidirectional flow pipeline, in terms of how that was designed, the system, but there are certain challenges, yes, sir, and how those molecules are nominated and where they end up. You can get the product there, of course, but there are some additional steps in that process using the scenario of the valley up into the Metroplex.
And you've got, I mean, it was needed when it was needed right then. It wasn't needed 4 days from then.
Yes, sir. And in terms of, if I could expand upon that somewhat.
Of course you can.
In terms of in advance preparation, pipelines have the ability to also do additional what we call line pack. Put more product into that pipeline to ensure that the volumes are available. And so, again, using the term earlier, prudent operator would take those proactive measures in advance of such an event, recognizing that there's going to be a higher volume usage in this moment. So in terms of, yes, sir, I'll end at that.
In some testimony yesterday, I won't say it was blame, but it was implied that pipes weren't getting the gas to the electric companies. If you don't have electricity, you're going to have hell getting the gas to the power plants. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And I mean, I understand they can't produce electricity without your gas. So it's just a big chicken and egg is really what it is. But I don't believe that the blame belongs solely on the pipes. Is there a solution on ways to get the compressed gas to the power companies, short of having to put diesel generators all up and down the pipeline?
And I appreciate that question because there's been a lot of discussion around this. And in terms of the facilities that are determined to be critical, I can tell you that on that Texas Energy Reliability Council call, when the comment was made that if your facilities have not been determined or designated as critical infrastructure, we encourage you to reach out and complete that form. Well, I can assure you that if any that were not determined to be critical infrastructure before that statement, I know for a fact that there are personnel within our company who have subsequently had direct communication with ERCOT via that form and or verbally to ensure that our facilities will be determined to be critical infrastructure for this moment, so that electricity does continue to arrive at those facilities, so that that product can continue down the line, ultimately to meet those human needs, so that we can get to the city gate with the LDC, we can get to that power generation facility. And to expand upon that just a slight bit more, going back to the business decisions that are made in this moment, and understanding the interruptible versus firm, and in this market, the decisions in trying to determine risk. And so I think that ultimately, to bring a conclusion to this point, is communication. And I think that through, we'll call it the Turk, I think that there is ample opportunity for more voices to come into this. And whether it's a policy decision or how that ultimately comes to be, certainly Energy Transfers is supportive of that.
Well, as you know, I've got Energy Transfer lines on my place, and y'all are one of the best pipeline companies that we deal with. And I appreciate you being here today, and Todd, I appreciate you being here. It's if you're not registered for critical infrastructure, please do it. So I'd like to say thank y'all for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lucio.
Thank you both for being here. I'm going to call you Senator, if that's okay. That's in my most formative years. That's how I knew you. Known you a long time. Grant, known you a long time. I thank you both for conceding and appreciating the missed opportunity and necessity of registering as critical infrastructure. It's really important, and I appreciate that. But it goes to my next point. I'm looking at a federal code here, Chapter 49, CFR, subsection 192.615, emergency plans, which I think refers to your requirement to file emergency plans with the federal government on how you will handle a number of different things. And included, and it's very long, but included in there would be interruption and then getting back online for public safety. Are you aware of this requirement and whether or not your members are filing these emergency plans as is required by federal statute?
If I may, I'll speak to this first as an individual company. Yes, we are aware, and yes, we do follow those plans.
Okay, so what, are those plans audited?
Are they audited?
Or, I mean, here's what I'm trying to get at. I'm assuming from just a very practical sense standpoint that as part of that emergency plan, you would anticipate or have a contingency if power was shut off and then realize, you know what, it's not in our best interest to have our power shut off as part of a rolling blackout. Let's register as critical infrastructure. That point would immediately be made and action taken well in advance of a circumstance like last week.
And my comment to that, if I may answer it in this way, is as it relates to the federal code that you cited, 49 CFR 192, I think 613 in terms of emergency management and sort of planning. As it relates to it in that regard, our files would be our plans would be on file. Separate from that, with ERCOT, I don't know that the two of those would marry up. And that in itself, I think, is at the precipice of the problem. And as a company, understanding better that we needed to proactively go to ERCOT with that. And so
I don't think ERCOT requires you to file emergency plans.
Oh, no, sir. Okay. But the determination of critical infrastructure in that regard.
Okay. So, and does the Railroad Commission require you to file emergency plans?
I would say, I believe that is correct, yes, sir.
Do you believe it's the same plan that you have on file as part of this federal requirement?
I would answer that probably not, because as it relates to interstate pipelines versus intrastate pipelines, and each facility I would say is unique. So as it relates to, there might be some similarities or overlap in terms of, I guess, the commonalities in addressing emergency management, but if there are nuances specific to a particular asset, that would be some differences that would make those filings separate. And
so I think the temperature at the Railroad Commission right now is we don't want to mandate weatherization. We don't want to mandate elaborate emergency plans. It's in the operator's best interest from an economic standpoint to be operational at all times, especially during times of emergency when usage is high. We're going to let industry self-regulate. Would you agree? I mean, were you here or were you privy to that conversation and testimony?
Yes, sir, I did hear that.
Okay. So then it comes down to, given what we've experienced last week and that you're going to self-regulate, at least under the current administration, and now with PUC and ERCOT and the fact that the different stakeholders who have been in front of us have all had to have emergency plans on file, but all those emergency plans lacked very critical components like registering as critical infrastructure. I mean, my message to you and to your members is take the emergency planning seriously. Like, it's not just like another box we have to check anymore. We got caught asleep at the wheel, and a lot of people suffered. And I think that some of the things that we see as most critical, communication with the public, electricity at compression stations, different things like that, are common sense stuff that had we taken those emergency. Now look, let me backtrack a minute. I don't want to insinuate that the men and women who work very hard at your company and associations don't take it seriously. But they needed to be more thorough. Because had they been more thorough and treated it as if this is what we need to pull off the shelf and this is our execution plan when it gets really bad.
And if I may,
please,
Representative, I know for a fact that our member companies constantly are reviewing safety and environmental performance measures, looking at best practices. I talk with peer trade groups around the state and the country, and this is a very big focus and is one that has been front and center and that will be a part of the conversation moving forward without a doubt.
Thank you, my friend. That's what I want to emphasize. It seems like we have some kind of unlooked at, unregulated, not taken too seriously plans at PUC, and we didn't even know who was responsible for auditing them, and that's, I know, in a different context. But here, where we actually don't have a plan required by the Railroad Commission and only something on file with the federal government, if we're going to self-regulate to a large extent, that's the temperature of our state agency, be the best in class.
And in terms of, if I may comment on Energy Transfer, I can assure you we take safety as our top priority. Safety for our employees, safety for the communities where we operate. And if you look at the critical components of what we believe in Energy Transfer, at the very top, and I think this is found on our website, is safety. And that is absolutely paramount. As it relates to emergency management, I myself, and part of my functions, while not specific to emergency management, are of a regulatory nature. And I have attended a couple of our emergency management sessions with our employees in the field, because I myself, trying to understand everything I can about our company and the role, understand the importance of that.
Grant, I absolutely believe you. I absolutely believe you. I know that they care very deeply about what they do.
Yes, sir.
Mistakes are going to happen. I've made them. My business has made them. I think what would be a travesty is if during the next big weather event, we're experiencing these same mistakes. Because what we're seeing is we've experienced things in the past and we're right back where we started. Don't let that happen again. Maybe something like this had to happen so that we experience our vulnerabilities, but don't let it happen again. I make mistakes with my wife all the time, and she's okay with that, as long as I don't do it again. Thank you, folks, for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lucio. Chair recognizes Representative Longoria.
Thank you, Chairman. Todd's question's for you. I respect the industry, everything they do, all the men and women that they hire. They're the backbone to the Texas economy. But there's been a lot of stories going on, and the question's been posed to me that the industry hit the jackpot last week based on pricing. I just want to see if there's, any way you'd want to respond to, folks saying that.
Yeah, so as a trade association, there are antitrust laws. We do not discuss pricing at our meetings, and so I want to be clear that we don't participate in that. But I do read the paper, and I do read the comments that have been made regarding that. Each individual company deals with things in different ways. There are a lot of contracts that guide what has gone on during this process. People that have contracted for firm price, people that have not. And so contracting is a big, big part of that. We also know that if contracts were in place, it reduced the volatility so that people are not subject to extremes in market conditions like this. We also know that when the price of energy goes up, electricity, it takes electricity to produce natural gas. So you have to have electricity to produce natural gas, you have to have natural gas to produce electricity, and so you have both pulling on one another, is my suspicion of part of what has happened. I'm not aware that any of my members have made comments like you just alluded to. I hope that they haven't. I know that they were focused on meeting needs. Many operators were producing regardless of what the cost was. I know last year the headlines were full of companies that filed bankruptcy, and it's really a testament to the integrity of this industry and to be able to even be here and survive last year, particularly when natural gas was selling for negative prices. And so I'm not aware of the specifics of individual companies, but our goal is to deliver this and to deliver it the right way.
I appreciate what the industry does. I just wanted to see if we can get some clarification on that.
I think that's a fair question, and I hope I answered it satisfactorily.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Longoria. The chair recognizes Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. one of the reasons that I think these hearings are so important is because of exactly what both of you were talking about, and that has to do with perceptions out there for most of us lay people. Those of us that are up here know more than some do, perhaps, but I know very little, and I'm trying to learn about it. And what we were hearing, of course, is that the fingers were being pointed to gas because we were being told that the power plants couldn't come on because they couldn't get the gas, and that weatherization was a big part of that. And I think we're learning there's more nuance to it than that, and I think that's really important, and that's exactly what we want to do, is get at what the real issues are here. That being said, Grant, I want to make sure that you understand that sometimes when we say things like frozen pipelines or whatever we say, it's because we're not used to the terminology, but get it that it's not the pipes themselves that are frozen, but the condensation or whatever it is that's in there. That
Product within.
Thank you, okay. And the pressure goes down and that sort of thing. I'm learning here. But I do want to ask, so we were told that these plants had their power cut off to them, and that's why they couldn't run, and that they weren't part of critical infrastructure. Been hearing about that. Do we have specific information that's been shared about the specific plants that were shut off and who shut them off? Who and where? Do we have that information?
You want me to answer? If I may begin, I did hear testimony in both this setting as well as in the Senate regarding this point. And in that moment, I did not hear the specificity of which power generation facility may have lost that supply, in addition to what company was being depended upon to deliver it. I will say from Energy Transfer's perspective, because recognizing that this issue was a strong point yesterday, I did follow up, and in terms of our deliveries into those facilities, we met our obligations to deliver those molecules. There was a point about low pressure, and again, without the specificity of whose company that might be or the power generation facility I think there is a note that should be made in here that when you do a transportation agreement in there, you're going to be contracting for the volumes, but also in some instances, depending upon where that power generation facility is in relation to the length of the pipeline and maybe the compression that comes into that, there could also be a provision regarding the pressure at which those volumes will be delivered. And so I guess I'll conclude with that, just to say there are more variables that must be known in this moment to be able to adequately answer that question.
I appreciate that, and it sounds like, again, there's more nuance to this, to really understand, because now the narrative that's coming out now is gas got shut off. I mean, the electricity got shut off to the gas. We would have done it, but we couldn't do it because the electricity got shut off, and I'm sure that happened. I just want to make sure, again, that we're gathering enough information to really say, this is where that happened, and that was the cause there, and there may be another cause at another site. And is that going to be the information, Todd, that you're going to be able to have gathered?
I think it is representative, but it really pertains to the different parts of the supply chain or the delivery chain, right? So our power generation facilities is one factor that has their own set of details. They're fed by natural gas, and so those lines feeding them, it needs to be analyzed as well. And then when you go down to our individual wells, 80,000 plus gas wells, 165,000 plus oil wells, and so we have to look. It's a bigger challenge to put all that data together, but we are working on that because it is essential we don't face this again. It's essential that we go through and we look at those 5 areas of potential causation and start eliminating where will be a problem again. And icy roads getting crews in.
Right.
I don't know what we can do about that, but there are some things potentially, and so we're looking at all of those.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't know if this is something that we should have asked the Railroad Commission about, and if that's something that Chair Craddock can do for us. But again, I don't think anybody up here is asking for simple answers, but I think that that's where we gravitate a lot of times, is to just have that simple answer of, oh, it's electricity, oh, it's gas. And it's not that simple on either side. There's a lot here that we need to be looking at, and we really need to have the facts, is what I'm getting at.
Right, and we're digging for that. I know at my house, my power's off because a tree fell on it after being
there's that.
snowed on and iced on and snowed on, and
Right.
I met the Encore guy out there doing it. He was doing a great job in tough weather. And so, that's kind of a part of it. Once it leaves the power generation facility, you have a whole new set of infrastructure.
Exactly, true.
It goes back to Chairman Patty's initial conversation about infrastructure in communications, infrastructure in roads, infrastructure in pipelines, storage infrastructure. And so it's an essential part of our lives that we have to have working properly.
And let me ask too about going back to the weatherization and the whatever else we want to talk about, that when we talked with Chairwoman Craddock today, most of the responses when we talked about this was that's private, those are private contracts. And then y'all are talking too about the prudent operators. And I'm sure that most are, but it is being, as Representative Lucio was talking about, self-regulation to a certain extent there, because there could be a non-prudent operator.
Yeah.
And the problem with that, they may lose money, that's their problem, but the problem for Texans is we may lose power. So, how far do we go with self-regulation here if it means that it's going to affect the lives of Texans? And so, again, I would want to look at the structure there. If you want to say something, Todd.
Well, I was just say those operators that are not prudent, you won't have to worry about them because they won't be in business to fail during a situation like this. And I don't mean that in a slight manner in any way. The FERC report in 2011, industry has looked at that, from the methanol injections to line leveling to wrapping the lines to building shelters, and many employ different things along those lines. And our data, again, preliminarily, is that those were not the major causations at the wellhead. They may have been some other place down the supply chain, and that's, I think, to your point about digging in at each level and finding that out.
Well, and to your point, they're not going to be in business because they're not going to be able to sustain. But the problem is they might take some Texans down with them as their business fails. So that's what we just have to be, I think, clear about. Is there a way you can let us know about how many of the sites are weatherized? What's the cost involved, like for the injections that y'all have been talking about? Is there a way we can know that?
I know the FERC report had ranges from a minimum level of winterization of, this is rough, $2,800, and then I've read reports to $34,000 per site, and this was 2011 data.
Okay.
And so
it's probably more.
Well, yeah, it just depends. And then, sites today may have 8 wells producing from a pad or more or less, as new technology and this hydraulic fracturing combined with horizontal drilling has enabled us to have this abundant supply that we rely on today.
So would we be able to know though how many sites we have that are weatherized? Is that something we can find out?
I would say it's kind of a yes and maybe not necessarily no answer, but weatherization can take on different meanings in different settings. And so I won't speak to the upstream side or the downstream side, but in terms of midstream, I think, yes, that is something that we can explore, and understanding maybe what some of those, and not necessarily from a self-regulation, because, when we talk about the standards that maybe are employed through the federal code that is enforced through PHMSA and then delegated authority through the Railroad Commission, working with the Commission, working with the legislature and our trade associations, of which we're a member of both TXOGA and TPA. I think that we can find some manner of maybe survey and gathering to share.
Yeah, that's what I was going to allude to. There may be some survey, but when you have 80,000, 250,000, 300,000 wells, and our regulatory system is focused on safety and environmental performance. And so many of those criteria allow for the safe operation of that facility during good times and bad times, good weather and bad weather. Many people take, as Chairman Craddock laid out, they're checking those sites because if they have a ruptured line, not only do they lose production, but they'll get fined from the Railroad Commission if they have spills and things like this, of this nature. And so, I don't know how to respond if we can say, okay, everything's winterized. I've been to Alaska and I've seen wells and buildings in 100-degree heat. I don't think we want that in Texas.
No, but I guess we can have barn doors that open up, right?
You could. You could do a lot of things, but I believe the area was a loss of power, and the other items that we enumerated that are fixable and that we're going to be focused on because they're going to deliver the most immediate results with the least cost and the best return to the consumer.
And I get that. I just think that as we keep talking about these things, though, the more data that we can have, the better. And we're talking about things being weatherized, but we don't really know what we're talking about if we don't know what's out there.
Right.
And the final thing I want to ask about is the cost structure. You brought that up a while ago. My understanding, if I'm accurate, is that that we heard all yesterday about the $9,000 cap on electricity during scarcity, and that there's no cap on gas price. Is that correct?
Not aware of one in a market-based commodity.
And why is that? I don't understand. What's the purpose of that?
Well, it's an internationally traded commodity that is not regulated based on the pricing point. It's not a regulated product like in the market now. I think and this is out of my space, the LDCs have reports to the Railroad Commission, and they do regulate that aspect of it for consumers. But, just like we don't regulate the price of bread or price of a meal here in Austin, it's a commodity, cattle, cotton, oil, gas, gold, silver. To regulate those things would be, I don't know how you would begin.
But electricity is.
It is, that's right.
And we've been talking about how these are interdependent
and
interconnected, and one relies on the other. So somehow there's a disconnect there for me, just again as a layperson, but how one has a cap and one doesn't, but we're being told that they both depend on each other.
And we know that those that contract for supply do not face these swings in the market. And, if you really look, there's usually a market solution to whatever challenge there is. And I think we need to look at those operators that had firm contract, uninterruptible supplies, and how they fared. And, the more sophisticated you are, it's kind of like an insurance policy. How big of an insurance policy do I want?
Right.
And when we talked about the residential consumers, obviously, no one in here has time to go read, a 10-page contract signing up and really know what it means. And so looking at it from the residential consumer perspective versus the market participants that are highly informed, that know the risk of taking on the responsibility of delivering power, are you situated to meet that? And I think what we heard is they did that. What we had was a loss of power that challenged them from time during this immediate crisis.
Well, I appreciate all your responses, and I just hope you can get us as much information as you can based on some of the questions I was asking here and what others are asking for, because we're going to need that as we try to move forward here. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Chair recognizes Representative Craddock.
Let me ask both of you a question. Everybody keep talking about winterization and that. So, Todd, is your association, are they going to be for or against mandatory winterization? And I want you to define winterization.
Yeah, I think our members would be for innovation and allowing operators to manage their sites in the most prudent way to be responsible for our environment and safety. And I don't think winterization is defined anywhere because different systems have different needs, and it would be such a complex process to try to regulate what winterization means at the midstream level, at the upstream level, at the wellhead, at a different function on the site before it leaves in the system. So but I believe our members would not know how a system like that would work or how they could be in compliance with it.
Right, well, the problem is there's different forms of winterization, you know.
Right.
Talking about building a building in Alaska, and I guess, Grant, y'all are looking at, a lot of it is just pouring something down the well to make sure it doesn't freeze up and that type of thing. Is that winterization? Well, I don't know. I just want to know what winterization is. And if I'm operating the well, I think it's up to me to decide whether or not I'm going to take that risk. It's just like yesterday I mentioned, you know, we had some of the people in here screaming about the price of gas and whatever. Well, they didn't have contracts, and they were playing the commodities for it, is exactly what they were doing. And they got stuck. They lost. For 50 years or whatever, they've probably been buying the gas, you know, in the open market and then using it, and took the risk that nothing like this would happen. And so it did, and the people with the firm contracts were in a totally different aspect when they got through. But they said that wasn't right, but it is right. I mean, it's just the way it is. It's just, if you're buying soybeans or you're buying, you know, pork bellies or whatever, it's all the same. It's just a different product, I think. But that's why I wondered, I don't know how you can be for or against mandatory. I mean, because I don't know how you ever, as one of you, as we spoke, I guess it wasn't Grant, that just said, what is winterization? And I don't know, Donna, maybe you can explain what she's talking about, what she wants done. I'd like to know what the cost per well is going to be. You're right, sometimes you got 6, 8, 10, 12 now on one pad. So do you do them all separately? Do you build a gigantic building over them? What do you do? I mean, I think it's going to be tough.
And I'm sorry, go ahead. Well, and going back to, you know, again, understanding what the definition of winterization is. Winterization may mean one thing for, and we're not on the upstream side, but for a processing facility in the Panhandle versus a processing facility in the Valley. You know, I think you have to take in the geographical considerations that come with that, and then also the risk of, you know, is it going to, you know, have an impact, you know, truly in this moment, you know, in a warmer environment versus a cooler one. So again, I think the risk and then understanding the geography plays into that.
Well, and I would assume most of the members will start screaming about increasing the cost of their wells when the price of oil is down and the price of gas is down. I mean, I think I've heard some of these things before.
Well, and I think you're to your point, you need to know the causation before you can start diagnosing the remedy.
Right.
And they're going through that process. They want that product to flow. If no revenue is happening, it is a bad situation as competitive as this market is. And so they're doing things to make that product flow in the heat and in the cold, and identifying why it didn't, starting with loss of power, is number one, I believe, before we can look at anything else.
Well, I think that's pretty well been brought out and sustained that was the problem. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Craddock. Chair recognizes Mr. Desautels.
Okay, well, first, yeah, Grant, I wanted to ask you to explain, maybe you did while I was gone, the difference between a processing station. I know what a compressor station is, but I'm not sure what a processing station is that has to be powered by electricity. What is that?
Certainly, gas processing facilities can come in different forms depending upon the geology of the product that is going to need to be processed. And so,
well, for gas, we're talking
yes,
about
sir.
gas to the generators.
Yes, sir. But at the same time, I think it's important to note that in a liquids-rich area such as the Permian versus more of a dry gas area such as the Barnett Shale or the Haynesville, there's different types of processing that have to play into that. You also have different components in the gas stream that have to be factored in as well. All that to say that you want to ultimately get what we call pipeline quality gas.
Oh, so the
And that-
processing statement basically separates the liquid from the gas?
Yes, sir, it does.
Basically gives
But
you the type of gas you need to use.
yes, sir, it does. Ultimately, for the end user, we have to have what's known as pipeline quality gas, and we get that to the city gate.
Okay, so
but,
it's like a mini refinery then or something?
yes, sir, it can be thinking of that way. You might have some liquids that need to drop out or be separated, be it oil or water. There might be some sediment that is coming up through the wellbore as well. In addition, you might have something such as CO2 or H2S, hydrogen sulfide.
Okay, I
Yeah,
understand.
but I mean, and then also separate from that, natural gas liquids, which play a huge part in the economy of the state. You've got ethane, butane, propane, raw gasoline in some instances as well. So all that's to say, processing plays a very critical role in ensuring that each of those are separated out and get to their respective places.
But in the situation dealing with this event that we're discussing, it seems to be that pressure was more of an issue according to the generators. It was a pressure issue, and that would be your compression statements along the pipeline, right?
Yes, sir. And to comment on that, there's a couple of factors that would play into that. Certainly compression and moving those molecules from one point to another, depending upon where on the pipeline system that power generation facility is situated. And when we were talking earlier, and they go hand in hand, a firm versus interruptible contract, transportation agreements. Within those agreements, there's going to be many factors that play into them. But predominantly are, one, I guess, the volumes that are going to be delivered, and two, there are variable pressures depending upon other factors, and this goes into a transportation agreement that could play into that. And so not knowing precisely the company that was being discussed yesterday, because it wasn't named, nor the precise power generation facility, it's tough to know those exact circumstances. But I think it is important for the committees to understand that there are many factors that come into the deliverability ultimately of those molecules into that plant. And some of those might be because of mechanical issue that could have occurred, but also separate from that is the contractual terms for which those would be delivered.
Okay, well, let me ask it this way and see if I can get to where I'm trying to get. On a day other than on this coal event day, what I'm saying is what changed the operation? Was it the loss of electricity that made it different than it was a week before? The reason that they are saying that the gas was not getting there, was it because of the loss of electricity to your systems?
As it relates to energy transfer, we deliver the molecules in terms of...
And you need electricity.
Yeah, well, certainly you do need electricity,
right.
But in terms of our obligations as it relates to the power generation and the city gates, the LDCs, we met our obligations in that regard. And so...
Except when you didn't have electricity power to move your product.
Well, in that instance, you might have draws from storage, as you're not relying necessarily on the production area, you're relying on storage facilities. So that's the other component that can play into this. But separate from that, and I'm not well versed in the power generation at all, so this would be speculation. In this moment of heightened energy consumption, the pressures maybe that were expected every other day out of the year may not have been sufficient for the ramp up in the power generation that needed to be they needed to run their facility, if that's the way you say it. However, based upon contractual agreements on what those volumes and those pressures would be, ultimately companies, if they met their obligations, deliver, like as we did, we deliver those molecules in accordance.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that you didn't do that. What I'm trying to get at is that, at least I thought that was your testimony, Todd, that because of a loss of electricity, we weren't been able to deliver the amount of gas that these people needed because they cut off our power. That's what I thought I heard somebody testify to, basically to generally that it was a loss of power to your compression stations primarily that caused a lack of volume and pressure to get to the end user.
Yeah, that's right. We think there's plenty of gas in Texas, more than we can use, is why it's so low most of the time. It was getting it to where it needed to be logistically during this crisis for a variety of reasons in the supply chain. So we think there was plenty in storage, but there might have been a loss of power in a pipeline to get that to that power generation facility. Each one of them have their own story to tell, and we're not in their business, and so we're not trying to speak for them, but we just know that's a factor in generating the power that the grid needed in order to supply the people of Texas.
And when you say in storage, that's in storage facilities like Energy Transfer or enterprise storage facilities, and not the generator storage facility. When you say storage facilities, which one?
Yeah, I don't know who all owns the natural gas storage. It seemed like I heard testimony from some of the power generators that they would just rather buy it on the spot market. I believe I heard about cost and economics yesterday, and they would rather do that than pay for storage. But we know having storage and that redundancy is what we have, and that's what makes things work well, and you have what you need when you need it. So that might be an area, to look at. I know, if in Texas, if you want a product, you can pay a provider to deliver it for you. And if you want it guaranteed, they may need to build you 2 pipelines and have their own power generator. It just depends on how much cost you want to go have in the system. Fortunately, as has been stated, we're all in this together, and we've all got to build a system that works and that flows and has flexibility to deliver what we need. And I think that's our end goal in finding out what went wrong and how to fix it as we move forward.
So what are your thoughts about what I brought up to the on regarding redundancy through for compressor stations that operated on electrical motors to build the pressure, having standby generators that run off natural gas so that it would never go down in case the loss of power to those stations?
I think, is every person in the supply chain that provides energy going to be required to have that kind of redundancy? Should we have that conversation about the different energy supply forms and who all is going to have that redundancy and who all is going to be able to deliver when Texans need it the most? I think natural gas did a heck of a job in carrying the load that is above and beyond what they normally do.
I think I'm not trying to say you didn't do that. What I'm trying to say is I heard you all say that because of lack of electricity to our system, we weren't able to get the gas there. So it's not your fault that you lost electricity.
Sure.
But I'm saying if you can prevent the electricity from being lost, you would never have the issue of not being able to get your product there.
And
that's what.
And there is somewhat of a solution to that, but as we know that there's not always guarantees. And one solution to that is having natural gas powered compression that is not reliant upon electricity. And we employ those in some instances. In addition, and separate to that, there's also compressor stations that are known as dual drive. And I'm somewhat even more familiar with this, just given our company's application and familiarity with them. And they can switch from electric to natural gas, depending on variable circumstances. Predominantly, they're used in maybe the summertime, so that more often than not they're running on electricity, so they're lower emissions. However, in times of maybe peak load during the summer, they can switch to that natural gas so that they are less reliant on the grid, and they're allowing the power that they would normally use to go back into the grid to help with that. So there are certain applications in that regard, and certainly we can educate the committees at a different time more on, such as dual drive and those sorts of things.
And those backup systems are in place in a lot of instances. Many companies have eliminated those in order to lower their emissions profile in response to challenges that they have faced. Many of them in the urban areas where there's, natural gas production have gone to all electric for noise factors in order to minimize that at the request of neighbors and communities. And so it creates challenges, it creates cost, it creates a question of equity in regard to what is every energy source doing in order to, I would rather just not focus on us as having that redundancy is what I mean.
I'm not finished, I guess, with what I'm asking you, but in going in light of what Grant just said, that type of energy production that would normally run on electricity, but in times of emergency would then switch over to natural gas so it continues to run, would not have a negative effect on the environment because it would only come on because of a loss of power to keep the economy going. And I said in my earlier brought this up that if your industry could get, say, tax credits for doing this, for putting in a redundancy system so that it wasn't that huge cost to the industry, then I'm thinking what we're doing, we're taking away that big excuse that generators are saying we couldn't get the gas pressure because they couldn't deliver. That would be gone, okay? I asked them specifically how many of their plants went down if they would have had pressure to their facility and that plant still went down. Just a couple. Right. Making us feel, I think, that it was a lack of natural gas being able to get to their facility. So I'm saying, okay, we take away that excuse, if it's an excuse, take away that problem with a redundancy system that would normally run on electricity but had a fallback emergency natural gas that it would operate, because you certainly have an abundance of that at that site. And then that part of the equation that we're learning that was a problem would be solved. And then we have to get to the generators and say, okay, the three that went down for other reasons, what do we do to fix those? Was it, do we need to insulate a 3-foot piece of pipe that froze because it's exposed, or do we need to insulate your gauges, or put the gauges in a gauge house, or something? We'll eliminate that. So I'm not blaming natural gas or anything like that, but I'm saying this seems, we got a lot of testimony that because the gas didn't get there in the volume and pressure, I'm not talking about contracts, I'm not talking about that, that was weather related, that cut the power off, that did not give you the power you needed, electrical power you needed to get your product to the customer. So that is the whole line of question. It's not saying you didn't do your job, Grant, or you didn't detect gas isn't abundant in Texas. I'm not saying any of that.
Right, and I didn't mean to sound defensive about it. My point was about the equity in the energy supply sources, but I think your point's well taken. There are innovative solutions that can be thought of, thinking outside the box, including, we just hosted an innovation and technology conference and had new ideas on how to capture natural gas on the production site when you don't have ready access to a pipeline to put it into the marketable system. LNG on site, reconverting that on site to other uses or electrical uses. And so I think there's some innovative solutions that can absolutely play a part here, and your point's well taken.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. Thank you, members. Thank both of you for being here today. Just kind of in closing, two quick points here on the winterization, just to kind of reemphasize, I think, what was decided here. You know, what does that mean? I think ultimately what it means is whatever that result is. Basically we say we want you to be able to operate when it's really cold and when it's really hot and everywhere in between, right? And so winterization is whatever that is for wherever you are and whatever their circumstances are going to be. And so it is not going to be do bullet point 1, 2, 3 across the board, because it won't apply everywhere. And so I think that's an important point that you talked about. So thank you both for being here today. We really appreciate it, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Chair calls Jim Cesarek and John Pierce. Thank you, gentlemen, both for being here, and I know you were prepared to testify yesterday, as everyone else was, and so we apologize for just now being able to get to you. We're not quite to the end, so we can't say we left the best for last or anything like that at this point. But Jim, we'll start with you, but with both of you, if you'll state your name, who you are, who you represent. Jim, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman and committee members. My name is Jim Cesarek. I am the chairman of the Texas Energy Reliability Council. Throughout my testimony today, I'll use the acronym we use, TERC. The Texas Reliability Council, TERC, was formed about 50 years ago with the express purpose of assuring that high-priority natural gas customers were served in periods of high energy demand. At TERC, we have no budget. We have no employees, we have no regulatory authority, no political authority, or any other mandate other than fostering cooperation among industry participants in periods of high energy demand. TERC is made up of leadership from the Railroad Commission, PUC, ERCOT, and members of the natural gas and electric industry. As a data point, if you continue to hear, this most recent cold weather event was the most severe, most widespread, and most long-lasting of my 40-year energy career. So I hope y'all have had an opportunity to read my written testimony that I provided. If you haven't, in particular, I've included a slide, a schematic on page 1 that I referred to. I call it a wellhead to burner tip schematic. I think it's helpful to illustrate the complexity and interconnectivity of the energy supply chain. I've also provided in my written testimony details around each link of the chain and what they do as they carry the energy resources around, ultimately to the end-use market. I think most noteworthy, as you can tell by that schematic, this supply chain is not a conventional left to right or west to east. It's actually a loop, as you've heard many times today. Once the energy source gets to the power generator, the power generating facility generates electricity, and that electricity goes back to every supply chain participant. So there's a continuous need to produce energy and consume energy to make sure that that energy loop keeps working. As we've heard throughout the testimony in the last couple days, virtually every aspect of the energy and power system in Texas experienced some type of complications, either major or minor. What I'd like to do is, as Chairman Craddock explained to you what TERC was, she explained the cause. I'd like to kind of go through the sequence of those daily calls in noteworthy fashion so you can get an idea of what was discussed. On Thursday, February 11th, the Railroad Commission and I had a conversation that we realized we needed to assemble the TERC membership, and that next Friday morning early, we had our initial TERC call. In that call, we talked about pipeline preparedness with all of our pipeline members, and then immediately after that, the ERCOT representative gave us a weather forecast, both short-term, long-term in their opinion, as well as the upcoming estimated peaks in megawatts that they anticipated. He also mentioned that wind was already forced out and lost about, at the time, I think it was 20 to 25% that they had been providing. Another noteworthy part in that TERC call was that the members were discussing that 50% of the heating in Texas was provided by electricity. And how did we try to move that power generation that was providing that electricity for heating up to a higher tier in the emergency priority, the same priority that I heard Chairman Craddock mention today. Right out of the box, the Railroad Commission assisted and came out with that emergency order where it prioritized not only the number one priority, obviously human needs for heating, residents, hospitals, and the like, and the LDC serving human needs, but also it moved electric generating facilities into that category too, which serve human need customers. Over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, the 13th and 14th, during these calls, we would go through each of the pipeline members and they would tell us how much supplies they were losing. Saturday, by that time, they're experiencing anywhere from 15 to 50% of gas supply coming into their system that they had lost. They were reporting throughout the state, in particular, especially in the Permian and the Barnett, the road conditions were beginning to be impassable and people were having problems getting out, fixing things. Gas withdrawals also started from storage, which is important to understand, and I think some of the other people testifying explained it, but I think I'll explain it a little more now because I think it's paramount in understanding how these systems work. So natural gas pipelines, especially the major ones and LDCs that serve significant loads, they are tied to some type of storage facility. Either they own the facility or they have access to a third-party storage facility. Pipelines, the way they maintain the integrity of deliveries, they have what's called line pack. And that line pack is a minimum amount of gas that they will never take out of the line. They operate, the pipelines operate in a kind of a range of a maximum operating pressure and a minimum operating pressure, but in that range, they like to stay around the same. For example, in the summertime, when the AC comes on real high, storages can pull out when the power gens are peaking, and when everyone goes sleep at night and the generation is low, they put that gas back in storage. That's without any supply interruption. So the elasticity of storage is critical in managing the swings of the pipelines. In this case, we had big supply chunks coming off and demand was starting to ramp up, so immediately all the people that had access to storage started withdrawing gas to make up for that loss of gas supply. By Sunday, I know we were hearing that the rotation of blackouts started to occur. On Monday, February 15th, we had more gas loss. This time's pretty significant. Pipelines reporting, depending on where you were geographically in the state, anywhere between 50% of their supply was lost, up to 90% of supply was lost. So it was pretty critical. So here again, the withdrawal of gas kept going max rate. By Wednesday, we had what we feel was the biggest loss of gas for the week. We started out going into the event. It's the estimates. We won't really know the actuals for a few months, but what we were seeing data-wise, we thought we started out about 23 billion cubic feet per day being fed into the Texas supply system. By Wednesday, we were down to about 12 and a half, so almost half of the supply was off, okay? By Thursday morning early, the pipeline, as a warmer weather started occurring, we started seeing some gas supplies come back on and the pipes started healing per se. Friday, I know ERCOT began exiting the rotating outages, and by Saturday that weekend, we actually, the gas was coming on so much that there were several pipelines, many pipelines, depending on where you were geographically. They actually had more gas than priority 1 and 2 to serve, so they started releasing their industrial customers that when they could, they can start taking gas. So in my role as chairman of the council, I'd like to tell you what I saw were significant issues that contributed to the losses. First, obviously, like I mentioned during my timeline, we saw huge chunks of wellhead production going off due to loss of power. We saw some going off perhaps due to loss of freezing. You know, that's, at the end of the day, I think these producers are going to be able to tell you, if we did have power, could we stay on? Did they have freezing situations anyway? There's a lot going on at the wellhead. As you move across downstream in the midstream and eventually the end user, pipes are buried underground, 3-4 feet deep. It's a bigger, well-maintained system. Everything, for the most part, is underground except compression. Once you get into the field, there's a lot going on. I think Chairman Craddock and Todd both said you've got oil and gas being produced. You've got to separate the oil and the gas from each other. You have produced salt water they have to get rid of. Most often, you can't just put that in the pipeline. You've got to get trucks to haul that off. You have to get trucks to haul the oil off. So that in itself, just the disposition of those products before the natural gas is even put into the pipe, if you can't make sure you can dispose of those products, you're stopping the whole system out there. So that's a high-level thing, and they have stuff all over the top of the ground. So another thing that you have to look at that was at issue, that they have to go back at the end of the day and say, hey, if I had power, could I have produced everything? Or could I have weatherized a few things? The big producers, these guys are the ones that gave us energy security for this state and the country. They're the smartest in the world. They will have the questions of that. Big thing, icy roads, impassable roads throughout the state. Number one, not enough water haulers could get out to the field to dispose of that salt water and haul it to the saltwater disposal facilities. Any oil, for example, that was not going into a pipeline had to be hauled off, any condensate. And there's still a lot of hauling of oil. A lot of the pipelines still have not been completed to move that oil and condensate out of these basins. And if you had any electric control system that failed out in the field or along the way, you had to get human beings out there to fix it. And being that the roads were impassable, it was very difficult to do that. As you went along the chain from the field to the processing plants, I think Todd and Grant talked about what processors do. They have a lot of stuff going on out there. Well, they lose power, the process slows down or stops, and it creates difficult situations for them. The intrastate system fared well. Everything it was asked to do, that in the storage facilities, it did its job for the supplies that were able to move into the system. So that did well as well. Summary, my key points that I hope you take away as you evaluate what happened. We are blessed in this state with the most extensive integrated pipeline storage system in the world. We have 500,000 miles of pipe in the state. We have 40 storage reservoirs, half of which are from depleted reservoirs, and the other half is our caverns leached in the salt. We produce probably 25% of the country's natural gas and about 40% of the oil. We're oil and gas resource rich, and it's continuing. And, we've talked about winterization. The producers will know what they need to do, if they need to do anything, or if the power stayed on, could they have produced? That's a question. These guys will know. But I need to say, as you evaluate, Texas is a warm weather basin. We've heard, it's not the Bakken in North Dakota, it's not Wyoming. If you don't weatherize or winterize your production there, you won't produce for 4 or 5 months. This is a historic event. You had all 254 counties below freezing for multiple days. But the producers are the ones to know what they can do there. I think we also need to review gas storage. Like Chairman Craddock said, we were fortunate to have gas storage. Do we need more? Right now, it's all private. I don't think any gas storage facilities really have been built for the last 10 years, and as I recall, so it's pretty commercialized. But again, I think you need to look at that to say, hey, could we add more gas storage to the system? But when you do that, could you set these storage facilities geographically in the areas in the Metroplex, in Central Texas, whatever, and build enough pipeline infrastructure where you not only have storage, but again, you have to be able to get the incremental supplies of gas there. I think we need to look at that. Is it possible? I don't know, but industry will know that. Roads. Roads are critical. If we do all this and we still can't move people around, we need to figure out something there. I know the pipeline industry has had public resistance of continuing to build pipes. This ought to be a perfect example of we've got to continue to build these pipelines to move these products out of the basins. For example, just as a data point, a 500,000 barrel a day crude oil pipeline will take 2,700 trucks a road off the day. 27 trucks, and that's going to the location. Then they have to go back and get some more. It's huge, and we've got to keep these trucks off the road. And then we're left with how do we move produced water around to get to the saltwater facilities. Lastly, the supply chain, as I show in the schematic, it is a loop. I think we need to be mindful in evaluating exactly what happened in each link of the chain. Obviously, the majority or all had either major complications or minor complications, and we need to be really mindful about, okay, how do we go after that and make sure that, number one, like we've heard, we've got to get everyone on this critical, what I call the no-cut list. And that unbelievably invaluable during this event. The pipeline industry, it's interesting. They're all competitors, but the people in the trenches that move gas around and make things happen, they know each other very well, and they do things like John will tell you. They go, I need this gas, can you help me here, help me there? Because in a situation like this, they're not competitors, they become actually one. And that's a valuable thing. They worked around the clock to resolve energy supply and delivery issues. Each day on the call, we facilitated conversation, and after the call, they went off to talk to the people they need to work with. I think moving forward, as I mentioned, I think the action items is to make sure we get everyone on this critical no-cut list. And then I think we need to add more companies to the Turk list. I think we need to add major producers out of the basins. That'd be helpful. More pipelines, processors, some additional storage companies. We need to add some more electric generators, transmission service providers, or wire companies. And also, I think we need to add representation from TxDOT and then TMND as well. I think that'd be helpful. That concludes my presentation, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Jim. We'll come back with questions. John?
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. My name is John Paris, and I'm the president of Atmos Energy's Mid-Tex division. Atmos Energy is a natural gas-only local distribution company, as shown in the diagram that I submitted for your all's review. We are headquartered in Dallas and serve more than 3 million distribution customers in over 1,400 communities across 8 states. Our Mid-Tex division, which I'm responsible for, serves 1.8 million customers in over 400 communities in North and Central Texas. We also have a division, a different division that is located, a distribution company that is located, headquartered in Lubbock, and serves from the Permian Basin up to the Panhandle of Texas. Our vision at Atmos Energy is to be the safest provider of natural gas services. During this historic winter storm, our 4,700 employees remain dedicated to providing natural gas service and to our vision. You've been hearing over the last 2 days that this storm was historic in its severity, its breadth, and its duration. Some winter weather events are colder than others. Some cover a larger area of the country, and some last a longer time. This winter event did all three at the same time. There are many aspects of this event today that I want to talk about, but briefly I want to highlight two: our gas supply and then our operational response to help maintain service to our human needs customers. We are a local distribution company that delivers natural gas to our customers. We are not an oil and natural gas exploration or a production company. Therefore, we have a corporate gas supply group that designs, supplies, and plans and executes contracts to secure a supply of natural gas to meet peak demand. We also have seasonal winter contracts and other options that we call on to purchase natural gas at an index price on a day-ahead basis or when otherwise needed. These depend on available supply, which, as you've been hearing, was severely constrained. In addition to our gas supply contracts, we maintain underground natural gas storage fields. These underground storage fields allow us to withdraw natural gas from them during peak demand periods to meet our customers' needs. Unrelated to storage, in addition, we also have plans where we can utilize compressed natural gas, CNG, strategically in some areas where we may be experienced on a localized basis with system constraints. And at events like this, where possible, we took steps to anticipate the road conditions to much of what Jim just spoke of, to have CNG on site to prop up those systems. And as he suggested, especially in the central part of the state, the roads just became almost impossible to get our vehicles out on the road safely. Our job is to deliver safely natural gas to all of our customers by undertaking operational planning and preparation for extreme or emergency conditions. Over the last 10 years, more than 80% of our capital spending has been directed towards safety and reliability. That modernizes our system and makes it even more resilient. We work hard to keep our equipment operating properly during emergency conditions. We train our workforce for extreme weather conditions. We maximize availability of our workforce to address problems as they arise. We suspended non-emergency construction work and other operational issues such as meter reading. As this historic nature of this event developed, we built redundancy into our workforce, into our planning, which really means boots on the ground 24/7, to maintain safe natural gas service for the duration of this emergency condition. And we provided support for those employees through hotels, on-site housing, and whatever accommodations or support they needed. As you heard, there are curtailment rules for the industry that dictate how to allocate limited supply. We followed those rules that say top priority must be given to natural gas service used in buildings where people normally dwell, including residences, hospitals, and nursing homes. When we saw capacity and supply constraints, we executed our curtailment plan and contacted customers to inform them of the curtailment. That began on noon, February the 13th. The curtailment included first interrupting customers that were on an interruptible contract. It also included curtailing the firm industrial sales customers behind our city gate per our curtailment plan. Additionally, we communicate with all customers to encourage conservation through means such as direct customer communications where possible, press releases, social media, etc. And a special comment I would say is we had an outreach to our school systems, many of which were closed, and our schools were the school districts all across Texas were a great partner in really doing all they could to conserve. When the weather warmed, natural gas producers were able to bring on sufficient supply. The curtailment notices were lifted beginning Sunday, February the 21st. Let me close my remarks by saying that during this period of unprecedented capacity and supply constraints, our customers, our communities, our industrial partners, the Railroad Commission of Texas, the Texas Energy Reliability Council, and each of you, as well as other state and local officials, all join conservation efforts to keep natural gas service available to our most critical human needs. And we appreciate the opportunity to be here today and say thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jim. Thanks to both of you. Chair Goldman.
Thank you, Chairman Patty. Thank you, gentlemen, both for being here. I'll keep this very simple, hopefully. Mr. Cesarek, I think one major misnomer out there in the media and amongst the people of Texas is pipelines froze. Did the pipelines anywhere in the state of Texas freeze last week?
So gas pipelines, they do not freeze. The infrastructure network is below ground in 3 feet, sometimes deeper. they do not freeze. So I think you all need to dig into where that comment from. Now, if you get in the field, there's different pipes on the field pads, moving produced water. I mean, so could pipes freeze somewhere? Yeah, but the natural gas pipeline system pipes do not freeze.
And I apologize, I should have clarified, did any natural gas pipelines freeze? So,
Not to my knowledge, I've never heard that before, nor have I, any pipelines on our call said anything like that.
thank you very much. That was my only question, and I appreciate both of you being here.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
Thanks for your presentation, and what I want to focus on is how we can improve and how we go forward. And I appreciate both of your all comments. First, one of the issues that I think is concerning many of us, based on questions of Representative Howard and information brought by Representative Darby, is, as you said, we've had a 40-year career, you said, Jim, weather event that really impacted the area. As we're looking at this to improve, it looks like, unfortunately, we're going to now look at economics and how that's impacted the industry, not only in the oil and gas energy area, but as well as in the electric area. So we're going to have to see the impacts there and to see what we can and cannot do to help the situation. You indicated it looks like Turk has a good group. Who would you add? You made some comments, but add to it, because you have members, our two chairmen, Representative Raymond, who have been asking kind of like to get information here in the next week. So who would you add first to Turk that you think would help the situation?
Yes, sir. Some of these calls, we would have 100 people on the call, but obviously that's not everyone we need. My recommendation already, and I've at our last call, I asked all the people on the call to send me their recommendations on how to get better, and they'll be doing that. And I've already come up with some recommendations, and I've mentioned them to the Railroad Commission staff as well already. And so initially, my thought would be, I think we need to add some major producers in each of the big basins. I would look at the Permian. I'd look at the sorry, Chairman Hunter. I would look at adding major producers from the Permian, the Eagle Ford, the Barnett, maybe East Texas, Haynesville, to get a good representation of what's going on from the bigger basins. Next, I would, and I've asked ERCOT to provide me names of all the power generation companies in Texas, as well as what I call the wire companies. I think they refer to them as TSPs. And we need to have everybody on the call. We had a lot of people on the call, but we need to have everybody on the call. We had the majority of the pipelines. We can add a few more pipelines, I think, that are the smaller guys. We had pipeline representation is big just because it's really, this is kind of born from the pipeline group. And then also, we need to add TxDOT, I think, because of the road conditions. I found it in my career when we were building infrastructure in the pipeline business, especially out in the Permian. If you have a point person and you have issues, they can connect the right people. And so I would recommend that. And then I believe it's the TEMD that is the acronym, the emergency group. I think we should add a representative for that too. Those are the big groups, I think, that I would recommend immediately.
Is there anybody from telecommunications on there?
No, I don't think there was.
Think about that, whether that's appropriate, not just a thought, because it's come up through the hearing about communications while we went through this situation. And then I know Chairman Craddock had raised this, and both chairmen here are trying to get the definition of winterize, weatherize. But in your statement, which I read, it said to winterize all 85,000 gas wells and 167,000 oil wells in Texas would be a Herculean task.
Yes, sir.
And I think what you're saying is, one, you got to get a definition of what you're supposed to do, And then two, what is the timeline that it would take to do that? And then third is a cost. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then I also read in here that you all are suggesting that the state could evaluate building, as you indicated, additional natural gas storage in strategic regions. And I know you've raised issues like storage facilities, and I think Chairman Craddock earlier today and you have indicated to look more like at the, I think they said salt domes, where you have some of the gas placed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So in this state, we're blessed with a lot of salt. And for those of you who don't know, historically, in the old days, oil producers were drilling around salt domes because the salt comes up, it fractures, creates faults, and all the oil and gas development, all the big oil fields in the Gulf Coast, most of them were salt domes. What eventually people found out to store not only natural gas, but natural gas liquids and even crude oil, the strategic reserve, that you can leach with water, fresh water, into the salt and create caverns. And this salt is impermeable. And it's high deliverability, high injection, so when you need it fast, you come out very quickly. The challenge with that is that most of the salt is along the Gulf Coast. And where you really need, I think, to get gas volumes, you need to point them towards Central Texas, North Texas especially, and you need to not only have additional capability to withdraw, but you have to have the capacity that's incremental to get those incremental volumes to the right places. I'm just saying that's an idea to look at as an evaluation as part of the step, but I feel, and this is in my career, I've been in the pipeline industry for a long time, I feel that if the gas supply could have stayed on, I think we could have made it through this event with minor disruptions. Because when I look at how many megawatts I kept hearing was off, I think natural gas could have stepped in. And do you think so, John? I think so. And so with that, that's why you have to look at every sequence of the value chain to see what happened. Because I think the supply is there, and obviously as population grows in Texas, our industry is growing, our demand's only going to go up. So we need to continue that resource. And gas has always been the swing guy. You know, when wind's on, it's okay. When wind goes off, gas fills it. So in this event, gas filled everything. And if the supply, I think, could have stayed on, I think we would have had minor disruptions. So that's why it's critical to look at every piece of that supply chain. And I'm just talking about up to the power plant. We don't do electricity. They'll do their own evaluation. But I really feel comfortable and confident that we have to look at how do we keep that gas supply on.
And final question for both committees and for both of you. If you were going to direct us to try to look at doing something as the legislature, give us your top 2 areas that you'd like us to look at.
Communication and coordination. I mean, that seems to me to be the 2 areas, and that's pretty broad, but we can all improve in communication. At times there was a lack of communication. There's also examples of great communication. I would completely, from our company standpoint, compliment the Railroad Commission of Texas. You've heard from the chairman earlier today, but not only the chairman, but her staff, the 3 commissioners' staff, were available immediately and did something. And we're there to ask, what can we do? And we're right back to us. And to me, that's a great example of it. But it's also the coordination between all the entities. Everything is interconnected. And so I think we've got to find a way to have what makes sense, comprehensive coordination of these organizations.
I would concur exactly with that.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to pronounce.
Please call me Jim.
Yeah, I know, but what is it?
Cesaric.
Cesaric, okay. Where'd you grow up?
Houston.
So you're from you're part of the Cesarics from Houston. I wanted to make sure. I didn't know which part of Texas you Heard of y'all. I want to ask, since the chairman, since the man in black, cool hand Luke over there brought it up, appreciate that you gave us some comments in writing, and in this document, you do reference some of the suggestions you have. Would you be willing to, and could you follow up with us and get more specific, not giving us history and background and, you know, that you grew up in Houston and all that, but just, you know, these are the things that you think you could do. For example, you should put in there that you think adding major producers from the main basins, power generators, TxDOT, TDEM, et cetera.
Sure.
So some of the things that you feel like moving forward you could do, but importantly, some of the things that you think we need to do. And just as importantly, and Mr. Paris, if you'd be willing to do this as well, we sure appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Some of the things that you see in other aspects of this whole operation, right, that you think we ought to be looking at that could make things better. And Mr. Paris, I'll tell you, you got me to thinking that I should do a bellwether here. And again, I know you're in the gas business, right? But you have a sense of things, both of you. And whether your sense of things is such that you could envision the Railroad Commission becoming the Texas Energy Commission, and that if we would take PUC and ERCOT and put all that together in one place, where that everybody from the gas to the electric they're tied in together. You mentioned it right now. We could have kept it going. If the electricity could have kept going where it needed to, it could have delivered the gas where it needed to be, so that it could create more electricity, and we wouldn't have ever had this. You said we wouldn't have had a disruption, which would have been amazing, right? So do you feel comfortable, either one of you, just on instinct and on experience? Both of you have a lot of experience, right? How many years would you say, experience in the energy industry?
40.
80, right there in front of us. You've got to have an opinion on that, some sense of whether you think it would work and be better. Importantly, whether you think it'd be better to have one agency that is doing, everybody's talking, everybody's working out of the same shop, and we don't have a railroad commissioner here saying, well, I mean, I know what I know because I'm dealing with this, but I don't know a whole lot about what PUC is doing. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I wouldn't react to me that I would defer the decision to this body about the
Well,
right.
I sure appreciate that. Appreciate that you would defer, because it will be this body.
Right.
But if you were the man, what would you, I mean, do you have, and let me say this, if you really don't feel like you've got a good sense of it, then say, I really don't, I don't feel like I can.
I really don't. My comment about coordination was, you know, at some point in our own company, we have different departments, different leadership, but it's incumbent upon us to work together and not have all these lines or these divisions. That's really what I'm talking about, coordination. Whether we have one agency, two agencies, three agencies, we have to be coordinated and we have to be talking to each other.
But even in your own company, if you broke down your company, and I'm sure that you do contract out certain things, you outsource certain things, but there are things that you don't outsource,
Sure.
contract out, which you probably could, but you don't, because you know keeping it in-house and putting it all together and having it in the same building or the same operation or the same umbrella makes you less likely to make mistakes and more likely to succeed, right?
That's fair.
I mean, and that's the concept that and I'm not the guy who first brought it up. Others have brought it up before. I was reminded that Representative Larson sort of went in that direction 10 years ago, right? So this something's been out there for a while. But I'm wondering if this kind of event really sort of makes us have to take a really hard look at it, instead of hoping that the next time the PUC does a better job, 3 appointed people, or 1 really appointed person, does a better job of communicating with whomever, right? Or that ERCOT, who they contracted out, basically the subcontractor or subsidiary or whatever you want to call them, does a good enough job of communicating with that person, who then communicates with all these other entities. So after I said that, are you sure you still want to say you don't know?
I don't know. I would defer that.
Okay.
Since this is a volunteer job for me, will you force me to answer? Or?
No, not at all. Not at all.
No, I think like John has mentioned, the gas industry, producers, the gas industry, its customers are connected. But historically, the natural gas industry and the electric industry, they've never been really that connected. And that's the reason that this council was formed
And yet,
years ago.
And yet, what I feel like I've heard in a day and a half is that it is precisely the fact that they are so integrally connected, right?
Yes.
That because one failed, the other one couldn't keep going, and then the whole thing damn near collapsed to catastrophe, right?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes,
it was
sir.
a 4 or 5 day catastrophe, a disaster. It could have been a catastrophe. So when you say this is one thing, this is another, it sure doesn't seem like that. That's not what the testimony is telling me. So maybe there's still something to learn after 40 years.
There's always something.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I got a couple questions. Jim, let's start with you. And because I really feel like, and we've talked about this for the last day or so, I think we got the basis of a lot of what we're talking about here as far as having a level of communication and as far as a whole system-wide view of what happened and how we might come up with solutions going forward. You mentioned, I think, great suggestion that obviously would involve expanding the group to include some of the folks you suggested, including, as Mr. Hunter said, telecommunications, which was a factor, and we'll hear that from some folks as well. So the group itself, just help me understand, pretty informal, more or less, I guess. How do you join? How do you become a member? You guys just decide, hey, let's go ahead and add these folks in, and then what's involved with becoming a member? How do you do that? And then once you are a member, how regularly do you talk? Tell us about the function.
Well, I'll start with how I got this position. Historically, the chairman of the TURC is nominated informally by the president of the Texas Pipeline Association, and the railroad commissioners approve that. That's how it happens today. My position normally, the reason that I get nominated and others prior, usually, and I guess all of us through the years, we've had leadership in the industry, we've been officers in our respective companies. In my particular instance, I was the president of the Pipeline Association 2 different times and senior vice president for 18, 19 years at a major intrastate pipeline company. And so the whole goal of being the chair is that you're not in any company, you have no skin in the game, you're here to facilitate, but you have to have the experience to know what to do. And so that's kind of the goal. When we're on the phone, we never talk about price. It's all about deliveries, and every time we're on the phone call, I start off the call with an anti-competitive practices statement. So we make sure that everything we do is without regard to any price, and that's because it just gets in the way. The people on the call, anyone can join. There's no dues, that you're just on the council. The Railroad Commission keeps all the data because usually the chairman is retired and a volunteer, so they're actually doing all the legwork to help populate the list of all the members, and you heard who's on the list, so anybody can join. And usually once people join, they stay on and more get on. The people that are the members, normally it's not the presidents of the companies, because we want the people that are making decisions real time in the trenches. So they could be VPs, or, like John had his team who was making decisions on there. But that's who you want. If you have an issue that's discussed, you know who to connect and you go. So that's kind of,
Right.
and a lot of Railroad Commission people are on the call also, so.
Right, okay. So I get it. So it can be it's pretty inclusive, not any dues or any, particular things like that. They can't be, so, and you're talking about expanding that potentially, and you kind of offer that up.
So currently, it does, obviously, it's related to the Railroad Commission. Railroad Commission, I think you said approves.
They support and approve and foster this. They're the big support regulatory
Okay,
agency that sponsors it, yes.
So I guess what I'm getting at here is let's walk down this road theoretically. So let's say we determine who all the little pieces are, and you mentioned several of them when you said maybe throw telecom in there. So you created this comprehensive group that potentially is very well suited to kind of look at this overall event and get your collective really smart heads together and come up with some really great solutions, system-wide, I mean, large-scale solutions on the integration of all these various pieces and where the shortfalls were and maybe what some solutions are. Is that something that you would envision this group, even on your own, without any other sort of direction or anything like that, that's something that you guys would be engaging in going forward?
We could be involved in, sure, because a lot of these people who are going to be evaluating all the complications are going to be the people who are either on the call or obviously their companies were on the call. So, yeah, we plan to be involved in that, yes.
I guess what I'm trying to get at here is that I always joke that, most, if not all, most of the good ideas don't come from this building. They come from the people we're talking about. And so we depend heavily on people who are experts in their respective fields to give us solutions. I mean, unless you're smart as, Phil King or Todd Hunter or somebody like that, they can do it on their own. But I need some help. And so I'm wondering, and we're short on time here in the legislative session, so we don't have time to, transfer this duty to this agency or do this or that. We don't have time for that. We need solutions right now. And so I'm wondering if this is not potentially, obviously we need to think through this, in the short term, a group of folks, an expanded group beyond where you are right now, they can't somehow or another be heavily engaged with us in finding the solutions that we can accomplish this session in a very short window of time to be a part of bringing us those solutions. Do you think that's possible?
I think what I would recommend is, obviously, TPA is involved, Texas Pipeline Association, Texoga, Todd's going to be involved, I can be involved, and obviously the Railroad Commission is critical, and that they're going to be involved. And so when you look at our respective associations or groups, we're heavily linked together. The piece is, on the electric side is going to be the one that is not as cohesive or close to the group. So we're going to have to figure out how do we work with them to figure out what happened on their end.
Right. Okay.
So
I take your point, but I'd love to talk about that going forward because time is precious here. One more thing for you on winterization, and we've heard it a lot, and we've also heard that what does that mean, and that might be one thing in South Texas, another thing in the Panhandle, and I'll point even to your testimony. To winterize all 85,000 gas wells, Mr. Hunter pointed this out, and 167,000 oil wells in Texas will be a Herculean task. So regardless of what we define winterization as, you're just saying that would be a Herculean task. But let's say we did that. And you give me the definition, it doesn't even matter. Let's say you did that. If those sites didn't have electricity, would it matter?
Well, I think the first thing we need to do is figure out, did those sites have power, okay?
Yeah.
And if they had power, could they have survived the event?
Right.
What I'm hearing...
And that's my point, Jim.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to... We're going to try to move it on here. And because I think you're going to agree with me. All I'm trying to point out here is winterization alone is not the solution.
Exactly.
And we can go down the list of those buckets we've been talking about for a couple of days here now. And so even if we were to say winterization, winterization doesn't fix the other issues that happened at that wellhead or at that, compression station or whatever it is. And that's the only point I'm trying to make is that, again, getting back to this idea that winterization alone, it is a piece, a significant piece, and different things for different people. But you got to fix all of it.
Exactly.
Right. And I thought you would agree with that. John, a couple of or questions. First of all, I want to thank you for what you do. I thought it was a great testament to the industry earlier when Chair Craddock was here and talked about how people continue to get gas to their homes, and that is because of people like yourself. And so I appreciate that very much, the job you did. But I wonder if you could help me with something, and this is something that I heard yesterday, and if you need to get back to me on this, that'd be fine. But it related to something the generators were saying, and it led into discussions even today on firm versus interruptible contracts for that. And so if you have a generator that is on an interruptible contract, that's what they're on right now, but they'd like to be on a firm agreement. They say, I'd like to do that, but it's not offered, or potentially, or maybe they would tell me, well, I'd like to do it, but can't. Why would that not be available, or why would it not be offered in that situation?
So that would be a question really for me for Atmos Pipeline Texas. I mean, that's the specific generator you're speaking to. And so I'm the customer for APT.
Okay.
I will mention to you, APT was designed and built for, delivery to LDCs at city gates.
Right.
And they serve 9 utilities, Mid-Tex obviously being the largest one of that. I think, generally speaking, in a general of when you have that kind of capacity and those kinds of deliveries on a pipeline, that generally speaking, it's that firm delivery off of a pipeline isn't available if they have those commitments with LDCs. And so this is, I'm familiar with at least one case on APT where that's an interruptible contract, because the first priority of that pipeline is to serve the human needs of its LDCs.
Right. Well, and I asked the question because, I heard that example from generator, and then Dean Craddock actually questioned some generators about, well, you're, as if they, they had a choice, they made that choice. But I'm trying to determine whether or not maybe that's not the case. Maybe they didn't make that choice. Maybe they'd actually might like to make the choice of having a firm contract, but it's not available to them or not being offered them for some reason. And I figured maybe that was not in your area, but I don't know if that's something you could help direct me to someone.
Absolutely.
Give me an answer on that?
I can, yes, I will do that.
Okay, I would appreciate it, and you can share that, and we'll make sure the others
Sure.
can get that information as well. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for being here today. We really appreciate your testimony and look forward to a lot of wonderful solutions we know you're going to help us with. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for what you all do.
Thank you. All right, members, that kind of rounded out the oil and gas side, and so we're going to kind of get back on track on our agenda here, and we're going to bring up next, Chair calls Phil Wilson and Katie Coleman. And I want to thank you both and apologize, as I have to everyone else, that I know you've been waiting around here for a couple of days as well to testify, and so we appreciate you sticking with us and being available to give us your insight on what's going on here. And so I tell you what, we'll go ladies first this time. Katie, if you would, your name and who you represent, and proceed with your testimony, please.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman Patty. I am Katie Coleman, and I'm here today testifying on behalf of the Texas Industrial Energy Consumers, as well as the Texas Association of Manufacturers. I know some of you are familiar with these organizations, but basically we represent the largest private electricity consumers in the state of Texas. We have over 600 small and large companies. They're in a wide range of industries, from petrochemicals to medical manufacturing to high tech, you name it. So I'm here today on behalf of large customers, but I did want to say that our organizations acknowledge the devastating impacts that last week had on the citizens of Texas, and beyond the impact for our facilities. Our hearts go out to our employees and their families. A lot of them were really hit hard, so that's something that we really care about. So our members are not just large customers, they're actually a really important part of the ERCOT market. They actively participate in the market, and they're very sophisticated electric consumers. So they actually watch prices and what's going on the system, and they actively engage to help balance supply and demand by changing their operations. So this could be reducing their usage so that more power is available to others on the grid. Some of them also have on-site generation that's normally dedicated to serving internal manufacturing processes, but it can be exported in times of need to the grid, again, to serve others. Last week, our members really stepped up and did their part to help maintain the integrity of the grid, and many of them did this at extreme costs. Some of them did exactly what I was describing, reducing their load at unprecedented levels and for extended periods of time. Normally when we do that, it's a few hours across summer peak. So this was very unusual because it was a 4 or 5 day period. Some of them in advance of the event saw it coming and started taking extraordinary measures to make sure that they could do even more than they normally do. Some of them have generation that typically can't run at certain capacities for certain reasons, and they tried to get pre-approval to be allowed to do that. We also have, and I think Todd mentioned this earlier, there is some overlap in our membership. We have LNG facilities that normally take natural gas off the system and liquefy it for export. Those facilities substantially reduced their operations, which provided electricity to the grid as well as putting gas back into the system. So for our members, a reliable, affordable electric supply is one of our top priorities, and it's one of the things that we think Texas does really well historically. And so we want to be a constructive consumer voice in trying to identify some concrete steps that we can take to make sure that we never get into a situation like last week ever again. We're still kind of gathering information. We've actually learned a lot through this hearing process, just hearing the various market participants give their perspective. We expect kind of a more detailed post-mortem on some of this from ERCOT perhaps at some point, explaining like exactly what happened at each generation site. And I think that will help us a lot identify the failure points. But one thing that we do know for certain right now is that the problem last week was not a shortage of power plants in Texas. It was a shortage of available power plants due to widespread power plant failures and performance issues. And this includes a lack of renewable generation. We can't control whether the wind blows or the sun shines, and it was producing at historically low levels as well. So that, combined with the nearly 50% of the fleet that had feedstock issues or other operational issues, that is what caused the problem last week. And it's for that reason that we really urge that the focus of your inquiry be on addressing the root cause of what happened last week, instead of just building more power plants at any cost. If the way we think about this, if we didn't have enough gas and gas transportation to get power to the plants we had last week, why would adding more plants make a difference? If we had weatherization issues with the plants we have, you would expect more plants would just have the same weatherization issues. So again, we need to address the cause of the problem. We heard a lot of ideas yesterday that I'd like to address briefly, but also take any questions about some ways to redesign the market. And what I want you all to understand, that those are not new ideas. We've heard those a lot in the past. Proposals such as buying more reserves, or a capacity market that forces customers to pay to just have plants that sit around and exist. Those may sound attractive, but the goal of those ultimately is to pay generators more for doing less. And that is not what we think we should be focused on right now. I view that as somebody who didn't show up for work last week asking for a raise. We really think that we need to, again, focus on the cause of the problems last week before revisiting these ideas that have been discussed for many years. So weatherization, communications, addressing the reliability issues with renewable generation and gas electric coordination, we think those are really important areas to look at, and that's really where we should start. And I do want to be clear that in attributing last week's event to availability, I'm not blaming the generators necessarily. I can tell you that there were supply chain issues from top to bottom. We dealt with that at our sites. We actually have some sites that are nearby generator sites, and we were working with them trying to see if we had stuff at our site that they could use to try to help out. So I know a lot of it was outside of their control. What we did learn last week is that a little more coordination goes a long way. This event was so significant compared to anything we've ever seen in Texas before that it exposed a lot of coordination gaps that I think we weren't previously aware of. You guys have heard a lot of that today. So I think there's a lot of things that we can do there. One thing I would say is this Texas Energy Reliability Council that we were just hearing about, I heard about that from others. We'd really like to have industrials participate in that. I think we have a lot to add. A lot of those large producers are actually in our group. We've got refiners in our group, other industries that are providing important state needs. And so I think that's something that could be beneficial as well. So with that, like I said, we're focused on targeted, effective solutions to this and look forward to working with y'all on those issues. And with that, I'm happy to take questions. Well, I guess I'll let Phil go first.
Yeah, we'll hear from Phil first, and then we'll open it up here. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committees. I also appreciate the opportunity to appear before these committees today. Let me begin, and I think it's been very evident in this committee, the human suffering and cost that came from this horrific event the last week. As a dad, my highest priority is to take care of my son. And for all the parents who couldn't take care of their kids and their families during this last week, they felt helpless. And we all share in that pain. And so I appreciate the work of this committee so we can get to that prevention that Representative Raymond talked about, where we never have this conversation again. So thank you all for y'all's integrity in this process to have a conversation about how we all get better as Texans to do this. And I appreciate the tone this has had too, because I sense for the most part everybody's trying to get there in a way that's productive. So thank you all for your leadership on this. It was a hard week. Tragic events throughout our state, and we too want to be part of addressing the challenges this weather event posed. To begin with, I'd like to provide a brief outline of LCRA. Some of you all know us really well, some of you don't know us at all. So it's a chance to say hello and talk about what we do, and y'all created us in 1934. We provide vital services for Texans, including managing the water supply of the lower Colorado River, producing and delivering power, providing parks, doing transmission, and supporting community development. We have no taxing authority, and we don't receive an appropriation from the legislature. We do, however, pay property taxes on our transmission lines. For example, through 2016 and 2020, we paid about $112 million in property taxes to local jurisdictions. We're also a wholesale power provider that owns or operates approximately 3,300 megawatts of power. We have no retail customers. We sell wholesale electricity through long-term contracts to cities and electric cooperatives. We serve 4 electric cooperatives, as well as numerous small towns in Central Texas. LCRA created LCRA Transmission Service Corporation as a nonprofit corporation for transmission operations after a 1999 state law changed how electric utilities manage and operate electric transmission facilities. Since its creation, TSC has invested more than $3.6 billion in transmission projects in our state. We own or operate 5,400 circuit miles of transmission lines. We do not distribute at the retail level. We provide transmission services, but not retail distribution services. Last week's low temperatures created system demands that we normally see on our hottest summer days. Our forecast ERCOT peak demand on Monday, February 15th, at 11 a.m. was 76,550 megawatts. That's 19,000 megawatts greater than normal winter demand. I am so proud of the team at LCRA because they performed well, despite the tremendous challenges posed by the extreme weather. Our power plant and transmission employees worked 24/7. They worked outside in extremely challenging weather conditions, and they kept our plants and our transmission system operational to the maximum extent possible. Now, based on the request of the Honorable Committee, allow me to address our transmission operations specifically. With respect to preparedness and storm hardening, LCRA TSC ensures that our lines adhere to the requirements set forth in the National Electrical Safety Code for high voltage transmission lines, including wind loading, ice loading, and electrical clearances. We monitor asset performance and address deficiencies experienced through capital projects. In addition, we regularly inspect transmission lines in accordance with 12-month and 24-month inspection cycles. And the current design of our transmission lines includes containment measures to mitigate cascading failures, lower conductor tensions, and anti-galloping devices. We've invested approximately $82 million on 130 storm hardening projects since 2016 to help protect against significant weather events. And an additional $18 million investment is ongoing as part of in-flight storm hardening projects. Nevertheless, the combination of below freezing temperatures, including sub-zero in some areas, coupled with ice, snow, and storm winds, added tremendous weight on some of our circuits. Our transmission operations experienced 29 circuit outages out of 371 named circuits, which is less than 8% of our circuits, 26 of which have now been restored. As I said earlier, our crews work 24 hours per day to restore these circuits as soon as possible during the event. The 3 circuits that remain out incurred significant damage and are expected to take more time to repair, most of which represent Darby's district right now. These remaining circuit outages are non-impacting generation getting to the grid or service to retail customers. Turning now to the load shedding event that ERCOT ordered, I will now again note that we do not serve electric distribution services. We are, however, recognized by ERCOT as a transmission operator designee for 47 different cooperatives, municipalities, and utilities that operate distribution systems. That means that when ERCOT orders load shed to maintain the viability of the grid, we must shed a percentage of the total amount required by ERCOT on behalf of the distribution customers. We have 2 criteria of distribution customers. Our Criteria 1 customers each have their own 24/7 distribution operation center. These 8 customers have the technical expertise to perform their own load shed, and they do so in a close coordination with our mandates from ERCOT. There are also 39 Criteria 2 customers, small towns and cooperatives, for which LCRA TSC sheds the mandated load percentage. With all of our customers, we work to ensure that critical loads, as identified by our customers, such as hospitals, do not lose power during a load shed. I'm pleased to report that no single incident lasted longer than 4 hours within a city where we performed load shedding. Additionally, all customer outages associated with our operations were restored quickly, minimizing, we hope, the impact to our customers. Thank you again for inviting me to appear today. I'd be happy to answer any questions as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's get a couple questions, and then we'll get some questions from the members here. And appreciate, again, both of you being here. So just to be clear, and you said this, Phil, you're basically in the transmission business. However, you do not in the distribution business, except for those maybe some small cities, 40-ish or so small cities that you help. But when it came to the load shed, that's a function of those distribution systems in those particular places, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and they determined they had their own systems for doing that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned, and I won't repeat a lot of this because we heard this from the other transmission distribution guys on whether it was substation issues or galloping on the lines, and we were talking about what that was yesterday, things like that. I assume you experienced similar things, as I'm sure you heard their testimony yesterday.
We did, yes, sir.
Yeah. So not necessarily unusual as it relates to that. on the issue of winterization, I brought this up to those guys yesterday too, as far as, when you're talking about transmission, what is winterization on transmission line? That's kind of a difficult thing to first of all define, and even more so do probably. How do you do that to a transmission line? Do you feel any differently than how they answer that question?
No, I listened to all the testimony yesterday, and I think there are national standards that I referenced in my testimony. And you do your reports and your inspections, and you make sure you're doing it the right way.
Right. Do you believe, because there seemed to be some, I heard what the generators were telling me yesterday with respect to a frequency event that, and got into a little bit of semantics on, what does that mean, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, they would claim that there was an event significant enough to trip some generation off the line. And just based on your experience and to the extent you want to answer this, do you believe that event did in fact have the effect of whether we get into that, that 25% of the, low frequency relay stuff, or under frequency relay stuff? Do you believe that had the effect of tripping some generation offline?
I think it might have, and if y'all don't mind, I don't think we've done a very good job on parts of this story about what some of these things mean. So if you'll divulge me for just a second, it's been a long day, but there's some analogies I want to use with y'all because I don't think we did a good job of setting the table for some of these technical things. So you hear the 60 hertz. You've heard it all day. Yesterday too, for that matter. So what is that? So if you think about a record spinning around, revolutions per minute, you got a 45 if you're like my age and you're older. When a power plant's running, it's moving at 60 revolutions per second, oscillating frequency. That's what's happening. So it's like a musical instrument with a tuning fork, and you bust it right there. And think of ERCOT like a DJ at the skating rink. And he says, couples only. That's part of his job, to play the music. That's the frequency. And you got to keep it at 60. Why at 60? Because that's what Nikola Tesla decided in the early 20th century was the right number. Other parts of the world have different frequencies, but you got to match the tune. The record's always got to play at about the same amount. So while skate night's happening, you got the green team and you got the blue team. You got those who are making power and those who need power, and it's couples only. And the green team says, I got a lot to sell, and the red team doesn't need as much. You always got to balance in the process. When the event was taking place, we had a lot more people on the red team saying, give me, give me, give me. And the guys who are making it are trying to go out as fast as they can, but they can't match it because they've lost units. And I'll get to that in just a second. So when frequency starts happening, you start having that diminishment, electricity has to go somewhere, right? It goes out, it can't find a home because the frequency's off with the record. It's getting slower and slower, right? It goes back home. So these machines are really sophisticated as power plants. And they go, uh-oh, you do not need to come back home. This is not where you need to be. They have very sophisticated machinery, to its credit, that takes human beings and the element of control out of it to a large degree, unless you override it, that says, I'm going to shut down. I'm going to save myself. You heard a little bit about that from the other generators yesterday, when you were afraid of the black start, where you, in a sense, could melt a machine. So skate night's happening, couples are paired up, ERCOT's blowing the whistle, off or on. It starts getting slower and slower. In 120, they started seeing this degradation of frequency. The music started getting slower. Some plants went off. And I think they were watching it for a long, long time. And I do think it's worthy of a conversation to say, could they have started shedding load sooner than they did in that 9-minute window? And that's the question. Could they have kept the record going a little bit faster by taking gas, power plants, transport, all that? And when you pull them down, they're now off. And it's really hard to take a plant and put it back on after you've taken it down. So what might have been a smaller outage turned into this massive event. And so I do think, Mr. Chairman, it's worthy of conversation to say, did that frequency event have more causality, perhaps, because it's worthy of some investigation to say, what could we have done better with that inflection point in the conversation? And then we got to the level that we've heard the last 2 days of, gas can't get to electricity, electricity can't get to gas, the full circle on that. So yeah, I do think that's part of it, but you got to start with my skating rink and what's taking place in that, and the fear you have with plants because they start shutting down when power has to come back home.
Phil, I'm going to tell you that was outstanding. And I do love, particularly when I was a kid, I love the skating rink.
I bet you got a lot of couple skates too.
And I could skate backwards pretty well.
You need someone to say yes.
And I was really good at the limbo too. So I love that. And, you know, we've begged for straight talk and, you know, kind of making it where folks, I think anyone listening, you know, if I can understand it, I know everyone else listening can understand it. I think that was great. Katie, a couple questions for you. And you kind of touched on this. We heard the argument, and we had a lot of discussion yesterday from the generation community, if you will, about generation and whether or not there's incentive in the market to build more generation, and would that have been the answer or not. We heard talks of, do we have the appropriate amount of reserve margin where we are? And I think I heard you say in your testimony that almost like it wouldn't have mattered if we would have had you pick it, whatever that is, you know, additional generation, whatever that might have been, that you don't believe it necessarily would have avoided the situation. Could you, first of all, did I hear you correctly?
Yes, sir. And I do think that's the case, because until you solve the issues with, like I said, getting gas to the generators you have, adding more generators doesn't make that problem any better. Same with performance issues in extreme cold weather. One of the things that we've seen, I mean, there's been an increased focus independent of this event on trying to get more dispatchable generation built in Texas, because some policymakers have gotten increasingly uncomfortable with how much we rely on renewable generation that may or may not show up. We can't control that. That's been a discussion for 4 or 5 years now, and there have been a couple attempts to address that by adjusting how our pricing works to try to put more money in the market. And when those changes have been made, they get paid to everybody, including the renewable generators. And so what has happened is you've just gotten more of the same, right? Unless you target the specific performance characteristics that you're trying to get, it's not going to make any difference to just add more money to the market. And so I think what we would be interested in looking at, and I do, to be fair, I do think the renewable issues were part of this. So, you know, it's not discussed in the same way, and I'm not really sure why that's the case, but the way I think about this, the thermal generators, the gas guys that you had up here yesterday, they had issues because they couldn't get their fuel source. And that's presented as a 50% failure of that type of plant. Well, the wind generators and the solar generators that were available that weren't iced, they were performing at 10 to 15% of their maximum because they couldn't get their fuel source. But that's not talked about as a failure or an outage that they bear any responsibility for. And so, you know, there are reasons why it has evolved that way, but I do think it creates an unlevel playing field, and it does put pressure on the ability for people to build thermal generation here. So I do think that's part of it. But beyond that, I think if you're looking for specific performance characteristics that would improve what happened last week, you need to look at things like having alternative fuel sources available, fuel oil, and what kind of incentives we need to provide for people to do that. It may not be economic just as a regular, you know, business decision for people to do that. Just like we have incentives for people that can provide black start service, you might want to have, you know, some method of encouraging people to have that kind of capability. I know that so firm versus interruptible contracts was discussed. I know in some instances there may not be a complete choice, but in some instances there are. We should create an incentive for people to have a firm contract beyond, I mean, I do think the pricing we have creates a fairly strong incentive, but you know, you could target that a little bit more directly. I've heard that there are some units that would have fared better if they're, my understanding of this, and remember some of our members have gas plants on site for their own needs as well, so some of this is coming from them. and other market generators. But I have heard that there was more gas availability from sources to the east than from the west, and so if some of these plants had been dual connected, that would have made a difference. That's probably more than somebody would rationally build out just as a business decision, but those are the types of things that you should look at in a targeted way. If you just pay everybody more, you're not going to get the result that you're looking for. So that's really the point.
So it's not just necessarily about paying them more, as you just stated. If you really want to look at reliability and resiliency, and then you have to do some things like you just described there, where you have more options.
That are tailored, yes.
Okay, interesting. And I assume, I mentioned the reserve margin a moment ago, and of course we hear about capacity markets and things like that. And so I think I know your answer. Your answer is the same there. You're again saying even if we'd have had a capacity market, you're saying that if those plants, if 50% of them were offline because they couldn't get gas or whatever we determined the reasons are, then would it really have mattered?
Well, my personal opinion is that it probably would have been worse, because what capacity markets do is they provide a greater share of the generator revenues in sort of fixed payments that they just get for being there. It's not performance related. And so what you tend to see, it's been, I think it's pretty widely accepted now that capacity markets really do not improve reliability. It means that the generators get more payments independent of their performance, and I believe it reduces their performance incentive. So while you can, in theory, buy plants that way, whether they're going to show up when you need them or not is a different question, and it's the more important question.
Lastly, before I pass you off to the other members here, I'd love to get your thoughts on, because I know right now we're trying to figure out what went wrong, and a lot of structural conversations about the system and things like that. But our attention already is on, and we'll have to continue to be on, and quickly turn more urgently to the market and what has resulted in the market from all of this, and the billions of dollars that are involved here. So I'd love to get your thought on, particularly as it relates to the impact it has. Obviously, you can speak specifically about your members, and I'm not asking, obviously, for specific companies, but I bet you already have some examples, without saying the names, of what we're talking about here, just to give the members a sense and give me a sense of what we're talking about, the effect of something like this has on. We know about the consumer side as well, and we care very much about that, but it's important to realize what an impact it has on our larger users like your members.
Sure. So our members, as I mentioned kind of in my outlay, are very sophisticated, and they have access to a much broader range of products than residential customers have. We are served by typically a completely separate set of retail electric providers that are subject to different standards. They have almost no customer protection requirements under the premise that we understand what we're doing, right? And so the range of types of plans that my members are on varies wildly, but some of them do have significant pass-throughs where they are not fully hedged in their products, and so particularly ancillary service costs last week were really, really high, and many of my members get those passed through to them directly. And so I've heard from members who have had $100 million, $200 million electric bills. And I think the thing that I would want to emphasize on that is they understand, they contracted for that. They're big boys. They're going to pay their bills. I think what they are most concerned about is, I know there was some discussion going on about what to do with potential defaults if others couldn't pay their bills. And I think what they're concerned about is having that potentially come back in their laps, right? Like they did their part, they paid their bill. They don't.
Those who have them,
they're concerned about paying others' bills. So I think I'm hoping that it sounds like that's maybe become less of a problem than people anticipated, but that's certainly something that we were watching.
All right. Can you taking a page out of Phil's book and maybe give us a skating rink type explanation? I think ancillary services. I think most people have no idea, and I'll be honest, before all of this, I had a little bit of an understanding, but I've learned a lot more since. But can you help us understand that a little bit more? And because it's incredibly significant when we're talking about the numbers that they are getting thrown around right now. And I think we'll probably hear from another witness here in a minute, some pretty big numbers of how much they paid in fuel costs, but then how much they paid in ancillary services. And it was just, millions and millions and millions of dollars. But can you help us understand what that is?
I'll try.
I can. I'll let Phil take the first shot.
Hey,
start with it.
Couples only.
Let's go back. Couple skating rink, right?
All right.
So you got the left side of the rink, which is once again your power guys. Somebody sprains an ankle. I can't get out there. I love it. The answering guy goes, "Hey, I got you covered. And if you don't sprain an ankle, I'll still be here just in case you do sprain your ankle." So it's kind of a reserve of the bench, that's the best way I can put it, to say, I'm ready to go for the little bit you need left over. I don't know if you want to try anything more than that for that.
I would say I agree with everything that Phil said in terms of it being kind of a backup. And that's why when people talk about buying reserves, we already have a lot of different ways that we do buy and pay for reserves. But another way to think of it is it serves very special needs that the system might have.
Malimba.
It serves very, very special needs that the system might have in certain situations. So if you think about it like energy is what we're all just using all the time in the normal course of business. So think of that as just like clothing, just like regular clothing everybody needs all the time. The ancillary services at some level can be like, well, if it's really cold, you might need a coat or you might need a hat. And so we have this little stock of like coats and hats that we bring out when it gets really cold. And so, more specific technical examples of that are some of our members provide ancillary services that meet system needs by taking load off the system really fast. And the performance requirement is you've got to get off in a certain very short period of time. And that's the qualification for that. So it's like if you walk outside and it's really cold, we get paid for one of our guys to be standing right there with a coat and a hat for you. Yep. And so it's, Responsive Reserve is the name of that one, but it's basically this series of additional tools that ERCOT has to meet certain needs.
And it's supposed to keep the record spinning again. So it gets all back to that because you're trying to stay at 60 per second throughout the process. So it's the coat you need when you're going off, it's spraining the ankle, it's the backstop for some specific points. You can do various things, but all focus on 60 and keep the record moving.
Right.
Hope that helps.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, we're going to maybe witnesses in the future that have to come before us. They have to go through a school, school of how to testify in a way that people can understand.
I was just trying to describe to a friend what ERCOT is the other day, and I was trying to use Bill's air traffic controller analogy, and it was going nowhere, and because he's a younger person, and I said, it's like Venmo. Like, they don't have the money, but they take the money from you and give it to somebody else.
Yeah, and they got that,
And
right?
maybe you get it someday.
Yeah.
Yeah, not exactly, because that's a little more.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right, I may have some more, but let me pass it on here. Chair Goldman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Patty. Thank you both for being here very much. Mr. Wilson, Phil, if our old boss is watching us right now, and he probably is, we're both going to get calls after this and said, you boys did good, but here's how you could have been better.
Exactly right.
Full disclosure, we both worked for Senator Phil Graham 30 years ago. So here we are.
And you still have hair, so you're a step ahead.
Yeah, you had
All right.
hair, and that's right. We were both carrying bags, but here we are now. Phil, I don't do this to embarrass you or that fact that you can't hold a job, but will you tell everybody on this committee your resume? There's a purpose for this.
Okay. I guess I'll start as Secretary of State, and most recently, and then Luminant, which is Vistra for a while, and then TxDOT, ran that, and then went to LCRA, and in the interim, I went to GLO to help solve the Hurricane to Harvey housing thing at the governor's request, and I just finished up HHSC as Executive Commissioner during COVID. It's been a hard year, and thank you all for the opportunity. So, been around this building for a while, worked with a lot of you all for a lot of years. So, Craig, I hope that helps.
And my
Chairman.
point of that is, one, not to embarrass you and not to prove that you can't hold the job, because you certainly can. My point of doing that is, because more importantly, I don't want this to be a response based on the purpose that you're here for LCRA. But I want you to respond as a Texan on behalf of the people of Texas. You love this state. You've been around this state. You've worked for this state. You've given treasure to this state. Many of these jobs that you've had over the years don't pay very much. So while you've never been elected per se, you're truly a public servant at heart to this state.
Thank you.
And we thank you for that. And so as a Texan, I know you, as much as all of us, hurt for what happened last week, as we all do. So in a week's time, if you've been able to come to a conclusion of kind of what you saw, where failures were and where improvements could be made, and maybe it's too early, but can you touch upon just in your heart as a Texan, and we didn't speak before this at all.
Yeah.
So sorry to hit you this,
No.
but just big picture, what went right, what went wrong, where can Texas do better, and knowing you're going to help us come up with solutions as we move forward, where can we do better as Texas?
You bet, and thank you for the nice words. Very appreciated. Let me talk about what went right real quick. Amazing courage. You all know that. You saw your constituents and people across the state. In my neighborhood, we were out with water and power, and people were helping people sliding down hills and getting their trucks pulled out, and just transporting people and doing some just what you expect good Texas neighbors to do. I think it happened across the state. And where my son goes to school, they opened up the locker room, people take showers, that kind of stuff, where you just to do things like that. So reflecting on this black swan event, something we've never seen before like this, I think it starts first with a planning thing that happened in ERCOT. I'm going to reflect some of the wind challenges that came with that. In the last 6 years, we've added a tremendous amount of wind, and I'm pro wind renewables. I'm pro electrons. Let me start with that. All electrons are good electrons. The challenge is that we've added this intermittent source of wind and solar to our reserve margin. And what I would compare wind and solar is they're really nice to take a walk with on a nice day, right? You can walk along and you're having a great time, a little hot, a little cold. I'm not going to go today. I got to take some time off. And solar's like it's dark outside, so I'm done. I'm through. But still, they're good to take a walk with. And usually they're pretty steady. And they're probably cheap for that. They're a good, steady Eddie walking friend. But you've taken base load, the last 6 years, 8,500 megawatts of power have left the grid. Some of it's economic, some of it's environmental, some are just old plants. So you've had this displacement of thermal generation with this plethora of renewables. Like I said, renewables are good. But you then created disruption in the marketplace. And within that, wind is treated differently, to Katie's point. So if a thermal plant on a given day says, I'm going to be here, I'm going to show up. Let's say I'm short in that real-time market. I told you I was going to be there, and I didn't make it by 10 megawatts. I have to pay a penalty. I'm obligated to pay a penalty for not being there. Wind can say, I didn't want to walk today. I didn't want to go on the trail. I was busy, a little facetious for that, but they weren't able to participate. And there's no economic penalty for that. So that creates this real tension of thermal generation is left and reserve margin is calculating something that is not always able to be there in the reserve margin. So that's the planning side that's happened the past few years. And then you've heard a lot, I said earlier, about the frequency issue. I think we have to solve for that before you get to anything else in this root cause. I really do. Because everything triggers, because I do believe if that many amount of megawatts fell as fast as it did, we're talking 10 to 12,000 like that. And I'm of the supposition...
I assume you've seen
I have.
this chart, yeah.
Yeah, that level of the slope decline strikes me as something we need to understand more, and that maybe they landed the plane too hard, too fast, instead of incrementally moving it down stair-step-wise. Because when they came back... Yep.
Was that a computer error?
That's a person.
I'm sorry?
That's a person.
Yeah.
That's an individual group of individuals making their best judgment decision. I think we need to know when that was going on as frequency What was the thought process? Could it have been done differently? And maybe it was done perfectly. But that's worth a real dive into that root cause analysis of where were we? What was the thought process? What plants had tripped? They saw a few units trip. You can see the chart. And what's the math behind that? It just becomes a math exercise at that point in time to show me exactly what you saw. And then if you did get out there and you had a frequency issue, because I talked about the plants not wanting the power to come back or instability, it creates confusion in the system. And now they're offline. And then you have all the things we talked about related to gas, power plants, not having registration for in the field. So I think you start with that, Representative, Mr. Chairman. Understand if that was as dramatic as it might have been, and then it feeds the rest of the story.
Put very well. Yeah, he is really good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Before, I'm going to come back because since you just said it, I want to ask it, or I did jot it down, or I wouldn't forget it. But to what you were just talking about with the intermittence, are you, and you know this stuff 100 times better than I do, so are you suggesting there has to be something, you're talking about on the intermittence and the fact about the showing up, not showing up thing, your words, that there needs to be some discussion on some sort of firming requirement for intermittence so that you address that showing up, not showing up thing?
I think so. And let me give another analogy, so I'm just in my analogy mode today. Some of you all I've known for a long time, so you remember this. Remember the early 2000s when the internet was free for tax purposes? Because they were a nascent industry. It was brand new. You didn't want to tax anybody because the internet was just starting for e-commerce. Amazon did all right. When all this started with the tax credit side, it was to start growth. It was to start this nascent industry to get going. Well, I think they've proved they're really good at what they do. And most of the time they're there. So part of this conversation is you're a generator with generator rules, and you have a generator conversation about the economics associated with that. I don't know exactly how that plays out, but I would think it's open for this body to consider a firming requirement or some economic tie to that, so your reserve margin is a real reserve margin for reliability and resiliency, to your point, Mr. Chairman. And then you understand what are the economics associated with that, and how does it tie into not the desire for capacity market, maybe an energy plus. Somewhere in there you try to find that balance where you get resiliency and reliability, but you also get the best of the energy-only market.
Well, since you're so much better explaining than I am, because I know what I'm talking about when I'm thinking, when I say firming requirement, but tell us about it, what happens at the skating rink when we say firming requirement.
Yeah, you're going to know your frequency stays good when my wind guy can't jump in the ring. I'm still to spin the record. And for example, and I'm going to keep the numbers are right with you on this, on that day, wind was supposed to show up at 7,500 megawatts. That was the forecast. That's a nice amount of load. They should have put 2,500 megawatts. So we're 5,000 megawatts short on the day of the party. So how do I make sure in some kind of methodology where they were short that day and there's some sort of economic tie to that? And I don't want to call it a capacity payment. I think it's something different than that, where if you're in the market and you cannot participate or you're not there in the future, we have a conversation around that. And I think there's some really smart, capable people here that can say there's some middle ground to show all the benefits of this intermittent resource, while also creating a toolkit to make sure we have the best resiliency in addition to the other solutions this body will come up with.
And walk with me here. So, you know, when we talk about capacity markets, a lot of people don't like those. They don't think they're efficient, not market-based. There are things that I've heard in the past. What you're describing sounds more market-based?
Well, I was just going to add, because I think it might help. In a capacity market, you're paying for the plant. You're buying the generator. You can also pay to basically reserve capacity on a unit. And so that term gets used a little bit loosely, but ancillary services that we were talking about, the payment that you make for them to sit there and be ready in case you need them, that's called a capacity payment, but that's different from a full-blown capacity market where you make customers buy power plants 3 years in the future. So I think this is actually a topic that LCRA and my organization have been working on, trying to come up with ideas for this for a little bit. And I think, some of the approaches that we've been working on would maybe be, if creating a product so that if the renewable generators can't show up as we were expecting, they could buy a service like this to back themselves up or something along those lines.
Yeah, and I think you can do some calculations, Mr. Chairman, to say, hypothetically, if the math is they can't show up in a given period of time, you can tie a product offering to that. And actually offer it to them, right? As part of the deal. If there's a firming requirement that says, we hope you're here all the time, but in case you're not, there's a stipulation to that.
Interesting. Okay. Chair Goldman?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, one thing I wanted to follow up on with you, Phil. You've been sitting out here many hours yesterday and today listening to all the different testimony. One thing that did come up today with Commissioner Craddock that I think it was enlightening to a lot of us is actually the tech stock came up. And so just being so involved in government as you have been, one of the, if not one of the biggest issues in this last week was communication. Communication between the different government agencies, departments, to the people of Texas. Any thoughts of what exists now in our state government that could be a better source as a way to communicate with people, especially when, they don't have power? How do we communicate? Is there an agency out there? Do we need to create something so that, one, all the agencies are talking and sharing the exact, ERCOT put out, I don't know if you saw their ridiculous tweets last week leading up to the storm. Mr. Lucio pointed those out. But that wasn't the proper communication to the people of Texas. So what, if anything, is out there, or do we need to create something so we can do a better job?
Mr. Chairman, I think TDM is an outstanding organization, and the leadership they have there and how they operate. And so we always want to communicate better. I know
Since we do have the general public watching, please explain what TDM is.
I apologize for the acronym. I try to avoid those as best I can.
They're not allowed in my office.
Texas Department of Emergency Management, they have been the lead in the effort in our COVID crisis as much as anyone through our efforts to both test and vaccinate our fellow Texans. I think that's the right place for this type of response effort, and one that we always can search for better communications, and perhaps there's a way to better market brand the overhead of that, right? Because you don't know to go to TDM for your information necessarily. And maybe, if I had to take a blank slate, I would take every agency land with a hyperlink to that on every website you go to, that when something's going on, you press the button on any website you have, and it would automatically go to that spot. Kind of as a characterization of any disaster, so that ERCOT, PUC, Railroad Commission, your offices, right? Anybody that has a touch point with the public, when something happens like that and the emergency call goes out, it becomes an instantly populated hyperlink. Click to learn more. And if you're in your car, you don't have power, maybe you still have your phone, you have service. One interesting thing that came up, even on networking for us, is that all these cell towers have to operate as well. And we had to get diesel to cell towers to keep the network up. And we run a massive network for communications, all these one-off issues that happen. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that might be one of those things under the overhead of kind of the mass notification we do, and I've heard Amber Alert referenced in the Silver Alert, is things as great examples this body has done statutorily that can follow that same kind of trail of thought.
Great, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you both for being here today. Appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
That's the bill I have.
I know.
2 years now, into the third year, so maybe we'll do it this time. And it is with TDM, First of all, the man in black over here informed me that the head of, or the CEO at ERCOT, with the benefits package, makes over $900,000. I think you're shooting for that job.
Please no.
Other thing I have to say before I ask you some questions is that I've known Phil a long time. I've loved working with him, and I've known Chairman Goldman since before he was a chairman even. And until this moment, I did not know that you all had worked for Senator Phil Graham. I worked for one of his contemporaries, Senator Lloyd Benson, so I'm proud to have worked for a senator from Texas. I commend you all for working for a senator from Georgia, and I admire in knowing you two guys, that you were able to survive that and still have a smile. That's all I can say about that.
Thank you.
You'll know what I mean. But I want to ask you, so with reference to, I'm guessing based on what you said, that this is the most significant event that LCRA has probably ever had to deal with, ever.
From an
I
operational,
understand
yeah.
in terms of the demands.
Yeah, from an operational standpoint, yes, sir.
Okay. How does it compare to, or what happened, if anything, with you guys back in 2011?
I wasn't there then.
But do you know?
But we had, load shed was 4,000 megawatts. So we're at 20,000 megawatts. And the way our protocols work, we have to load shed our percentage. So we were 5.9% of the total load shed. In this circumstance was 1,100 megawatts for us. So we would have been 200 to 300 based on that math in this notification process. So not nearly as significant from a mathematical standpoint.
And by the way, listening to your analogy about the record, and I know I've tried to learn, and I'm guessing a bunch of us up here have, and listening to the witnesses. But I think the concern was, and I understand, I still have albums, and I love to listen to them. I understand your concern about it slowing down. I think the bigger concern is it's stopping.
Absolutely.
Because if it stopped, that then you're back to the old time.
Yeah.
Phonographs, right? And
Yes.
hoping that you can get it going again, but it takes a while, right? It's not just like plugging in the more modern turntables. So I guess that's the challenge for them, right? Is that they were slowing it down, but they were trying to figure out how slow can we go before it turns off?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I would say what gets back to needing the really smart engineers to understand this, because I think it's worthy of the study, is that when it started slowing down and you saw these first plants go offline,
right,
could they have started shedding load a little more incrementally?
Right.
Before they had the steep dip.
And I think Chairman Goldman or someone yesterday really pointed that out, the concern about that quick drop. And you're right, we just got to take a hard look at it, because although we, certainly in South Texas and even in Texas, don't have these kind of events the way they do up further north. But I mean, I've been in New Hampshire and places like that, and sometimes weather can drop really quick, much quicker than they thought it would. And I guess that was, I assume that was part of what the challenge was here, is that it was probably going faster than they thought. And of course, because we in Texas aren't used to it, we're turning everything on, man. We're jacking it up, and all of a sudden, we want our homes to be 80 degrees.
No, I think that may be true, but it's 1:20 in the morning.
Well,
fair enough. And so at 1:20, they're seeing some signal in the marketplace from plants, and I think that becomes the reason you have to study it, to say at 1:20 for that 9-minute interval,
right,
what exactly are you seeing? Because you saw 4 units trip,
right,
and then you created this cliff, and you also had the chance where other plants were tripped off then and had a really hard time coming back.
right.
So if that is the root cause, you have to understand that. It could have just been they did everything perfectly, and that's what I want to say, and that's why you have to pivot into when they're in that control room with that team, making the decision and seeing if that was the right amount of megawatts at the right cadence to start moving that down. And then you understand that if it was, then you have to do the other things this committee's talked about, obviously. Those are good best practices I think you all have established. But I need to understand that first, because I might have just been at 4,000 megawatts with a rolling blackout versus my cascade ripple effect.
Well, but also when you reference about them having trouble getting back on, then that's a bigger, from a testimony, I guess, that becomes a bigger problem about why, what was going on with gas.
Yes.
That was hindering that or preventing it. Right?
Yes, sir. That's right.
Now let me ask you, with LCRA, and you may have said this, and I apologize, but could you have done something to prevent whatever happened to you? And
we stayed on with 82% of our capacity.
Excuse me?
We stayed on with 82% of our capacity.
Could you have?
And we had one plant get knocked off for frequency because it messed with the sensors, best way to put it. Mm-hmm. And we had one of our gas plants, a motor froze. But for the rest of the time, we had massive heating units fueled by kerosene with tarps and people out there 24/7 and getting the temperature. This, y'all may have, I know you heard this, but most plants, the older they are, the more difficult to winterize. So you're built at 18 degrees or 20 degrees. Our newest power plant, if you've been out to Horseshoe Bay, is Ferguson. It's built to 0 degrees. It performed beautifully.
How old is your oldest? When was the oldest?
It is 2015. Our newest one, rather, excuse me, 2015. Oldest one goes back 40-plus years. And so...
What's that running on?
You have coal in Fayette, built in the 70s, and that did really well, by the way. The coal plant, with the exception of some frozen coal that had to work through.
Is it 100% coal or
yes, sir.
cogen? Or?
No, it's 100% coal. It's Powder River Basin that's shipped in from Wyoming.
So it's lower sulfur.
Yes, sir, with a higher BTU for that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you've heard us ask. Obviously, you're both excellent witnesses. It would really be helpful to us. I know you've given us some things, but if you could follow up and talk about the skating rink, whatever you want to talk about. But and by the way, write it like that, because then more members up here, we might all understand it.
Might even sing a song for you.
A little bit.
Yeah, we need pictures and write really big.
That's how it works, so works great.
Yeah, crayons. Ms. Coleman, let me see, what did I? So you're again, you've made some different references to things that need to be looked at. You seem to have strong opinions. Do you feel like you know enough to say you feel strongly that this could have been prevented? I mean, one of the things that I've talked a lot about by now is that there are two components here. How do we deal with a disaster when it occurs? I'm going to keep saying this. More importantly, in my view, is how do we prevent it from ever occurring again? Not saying we don't improve communications so that when we do have a disaster, all that's important. And we're going to do that. There seems to be a lot of interest in that, and there should be. My bigger interest is how do we prevent it from ever happening? And do you have thoughts on, you know what, yeah, I really believe that we could have prevented it from ever happening, period? Or do you not have maybe enough information?
I can tell you what I do know, which is that we routinely serve load higher than what was predicted for last week in other conditions. We do it in the summer every year, and we do it well with no incident. So to me,
But how exaggerated is that? I mean, is that how much more?
We don't really know how much the load was going to be last week because of the curtailments, but the numbers that I heard Luminant estimate yesterday, which I think were higher than ERCOT's, were 72,000 to 74,000. The ERCOT historical peak in the summer was 74,800. So definitely those were very high winter loads. I mean, no one can dispute that if it had in fact gotten to 74,000. But on that peak day in the summer, we had less capacity available than we do now, and we didn't even.
But very different.
Yes.
Conditions. I mean, weather conditions. It can't. That's not a good comparison for me. Maybe I'm not understanding it.
Well, my point is we have the physical resources to serve it if we can get them all in a condition where they can operate in last week's conditions.
I don't think there's any disagreement about that. And when they were talking about additional more power, I guess I wasn't really taken away from it, Mr. Chairman. There was a lot of emphasis on more power plants. I thought they were just talking about more power because they weren't operating at capacity or near capacity. Once they scaled back, it was hard to bring them back, or the gas was freezing up, whatever. So
that was the problem, and I agree with that.
So I don't think there was a lot of emphasis, or at least I didn't pick that up, on more plants as opposed to being able to maximize what we have already. And again, then the challenge in comparing the summer to winter is very different, right? So I'm asking you, last week, those winter conditions, those very unusual and demanding winter conditions, do you think that, from what you know, we could have prevented it from happening, period? Because if you do, we really want you to write that down.
I think, so remember that I don't have none of us really have a lot of detailed information, and this is what Phil's saying too, about what specifically went wrong at each plant. And so nobody is in a position right now to tell you if we had fixed these things, we would have had enough power on the system. I think we will know that. There's data requests out right now to try to get that. I think in the next couple weeks, we are going to know that. I do know that I think the issue that everybody's been hitting on about the kind of circular relationship between electric and gas, so a lot of my members were affected by that, and same as in 2011. I think, based on what I know sitting here today, that that's a huge piece of the puzzle, and I think it's actually not that complicated to fix. So what happened, and I think Alan and Kenny talked about this a little bit yesterday, this was an issue in 2011. It was a contributing factor. At that time, it was only compressor stations that people were focused on. We had compressor stations that lost power. It wasn't a production issue at all. Nobody focused on that. And also remember that a lot of times when we have these types of events, it's in one part of the state or the other, and so the fact that you have some production fields with issues, it doesn't mean all gas gets shut down statewide. So the 2011 event was a little bit different. But what we did at that time is we went through and identified all the compressor stations that we knew about and went and got them to fill out this form at the PUC to be on the critical care list. Over time, that got stale. We had new entrants. Those facilities changed hands. And I think the fundamental problem is, you've heard, those operators don't know who the PUC is. They have no idea that this form exists or that they need to fill that out. So I think step one is trying to figure out who's out there today that we need to get. And I don't think, it's never going to work for them to be responsible for that. That's never going to work. So I think you need to figure out who's out there today, get those facilities identified, and then in the utility forms, as they go out to extend service to these sites, as the people come in or as they change hands and you have to set up a new account, they've got a database that tells them these facilities need to go on this list. And I know that that's done at some level for other types of facilities where it's relatively easy to identify, hey, we don't want to cut this off, like a hospital. That is not all relying on self-reporting, filling out these critical care forms. So it's got to be a partnership, and the utilities are probably going to call me and yell at me for saying this after this, but they are really the ones that have the relationship with those customers, and so some of it's going to have to be done through that relationship. I think that's a huge part of it. I will tell you another thing that I saw with my members. I think the Railroad Commission order about moving generation up in the priority list was really important, and I think that was extremely helpful that they did that. I have a lot of members who actually have firm gas at their sites, and they have a generator on site, but they were curtailed, and so they had to take that generation down when they could have actually taken their load down and exported it. And that had to do with some confusion. When you're in that kind of crisis, you don't really have time to educate people about things they didn't know about before. So we were trying to work with our gas suppliers and our pipelines, but they were focused on this human needs aspect, which is important. You don't want to be giving people gas to make widgets in that type of situation, and everybody understands that. But when our members would say, hey, our load's at zero, we're not trying to make widgets, we're trying to get gas to export, there was a lot of confusion around that. I think that's something that we could work on going forward. Our members have hundreds, thousands of megawatts of generation like that. So that's an untapped resource, in my opinion, for last week. Now, whether there was gas available even for firm customers, that's a different question, but we had reason to believe in some instances that there was, but this curtailment order, they didn't really know how to interpret that with respect to these customer-owned facilities.
Last thing I want to ask about, you got my attention, you said that we, I don't know if you used the word diversify, but that we need to look at all the different energies available, and I think you made reference to heating oil?
Fuel oil.
Fuel oil,
yes.
sorry. And forgive me for not knowing, but what percentage do we count on fuel oil right now?
So my understanding is that there are very few plants that still have fuel oil on site, and Phil, you might be able to answer this better than I can. There used to be more, but it's kind of a hassle. There's a lot. It's more cost. There's
distribution.
Yeah, for a very rare set of instances where you need it, the economic incentive may not be there. And that's why I'm saying maybe we need to put a thumb on the scale to encourage people to do those types of things. I think that is a targeted thing that makes a lot of sense. But my understanding is it's fairly few sites that do that voluntarily today.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Chair recognizes Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see this panel. Members, I'd tell you that Phil Wilson's able to communicate on a very simplistic level because he's used to sitting around a coffee table or coffee shop in Brownwood, Texas. So this Brownwood boy and I go a long way back, and it's good to see you. And I will tell you, Phil, my city has undergone some real, in addition to winter problems, certainly water problems recently, and we've had our water cut off, and the entire city was off for a period of time, and we had issues that needed the expertise of the LCRA to test the chemicals that were present or introduced into the water system, and we did not have that capability in San Angelo, but they were couriered by DPS to LCRA. The LCRA personnel met them there at 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, and were able to set up the protocols and test that water and to get my community back running. And Phil took my call about 10 o'clock one night, and we got what we needed as quick as it could be done, and for that you have my eternal gratitude.
Thank you, sir.
And again, I love your skating rink analogy, as we all have, but as we heard yesterday from ERCOT and others, generators, of course you all, in addition to be a transmission company, you're a generation company, and you service a lot of co-ops. What's troublesome is this settle-up process. And maybe if you can kind of liken it to a skating rink, maybe the couples get into a dispute about whether or not who's going to pay for the experience.
Right.
Yeah, and the popcorn. And so I think what troubles all of us, we're seeing some co-ops filing for bankruptcy. I got a call this morning from one of my rural co-ops that received a $400 million bill. While they may have the capability of paying that bill themselves, and of course there will be some offset, I want to talk to you about the ability just to net bill.
Sure.
That seems to be not part of the process right now, and I'd like to understand why, but it's not what they can pay so much as what they will have uplifting costs. And so if you could kind of give us a real simplistic view, if it can be broken
Sure.
that way, for
Yeah.
settle up and for this uplifting and ideas. I mean, we're hearing wild
Yeah.
estimates from $10 billion to $50 billion. And so anything you can share with the committee?
Sure.
about that?
And Phil,
I'll
Phil,
try.
before you answer that, I need
Yeah.
to make a little housekeeping. Let the record reflect that Representative Smithy is now participating virtually. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll try. So last week was really cold, as we all know, and everybody needed electricity. And so either you had it bought already, or you were making it, or you needed to get some. Some people who thought they were making it, their plants shut down. So they now, in a sense, are upside down. They need to go meet their obligation that their customers have, or the relationship has. So the plant shut down, and they are short. They don't have enough of it, and demand's really, really high. So in the marketplace, to the skating rink, that side of it says, I'm willing to skate with you, but you need to buy all the refreshments. And the longer we skate, the more expensive the refreshments get. But I know you need to eat, right? I know you really want your popcorn and your soda. We only have so much to go around. And you need to get that because you have a commitment to take care of those people with the calories. That's the best way I can go. So you had some members out there who are having to buy electricity because they don't have enough of it, and they're obligated to provide it. We're obligated under our contract for my customers at LCRA. I'm going to make it, and anything I can't make, I still have to provide for them. I have a full service contract. So if my customers need 4,000 megawatts and all I can make is 3,000, I need to go buy that 1,000 megawatts from somewhere in the marketplace to the very best of my ability to meet their load demand. The load demand can go up or down. It did last week for us. Some days it's really high. Some days things were off because of the ERCOT reductions, but depended. So when that was taking place, some members of the community on that side didn't have enough power, and they had to go meet that full service obligation for their customers. So let's call it a $50 billion a week just transactional cost. That's just the total, if that's what it played out to be. I think that's still to be determined, but let's call it that number, that how much money was spent, right? Call it 50. Well, the bill comes due, right? So what ERCOT does is they first will look at to short pay you. So you'll get short paid based on the percentage of the invoice that you're assigned to based on the market. So if you're only going to get 70 cents or 80 cents of the dollar, they'll exhaust all that to get you your share of that. And then they'll go to the person who didn't pay, and they'll try to collect. They'll say, look, you were short by that 20 cents, or whatever your share of that's going to be, to try to get that out of you. If that doesn't work, they have an uplift, basically a socialization. That's the best way I can put it. You shared pain for your megawatt participation in the marketplace. And that will be assigned to you to pay out. So you probably, if you were someone like us and you got short paid still, and you still have to pay the uplift. So I might get caught both ends of that. I might have participated and not gotten my full dollar, and then that socialized percentage of what the market didn't pay comes back. Now, there's some protocols on that ERCOT that cap some of that right now, as I understand it, but that's basically how it would work. You get short pay.
Is that a short-term cap, or is that?
That cap is a protocol cap.
Okay, just a protocol cap.
Yes, sir. And that's when the ERCOT protocols would have to be changed or not to address that.
Okay. Do they or do they not have the ability to offset, to net pay?
Go ahead.
Well, if I understand what you're asking, because remember, a lot of my members are in very similar situations because they both sell products for the grid and buy from the grid. So I think what you're asking is if you owe money as a recipient of services from the grid, but you're also owed money, can you net? So typically, they don't necessarily net them, but if those things happen on the same day, the result would be to net. But if, for example, you owe a big amount on Monday and you're going to get a big amount Tuesday, but you don't have it yet, my understanding is that while it's not the normal course of business, ERCOT has been trying to work with people in that situation so that the process where you put somebody in default, it's not fun for anybody, and it takes a while. And if you know that the money's going to come in shortly after, it's really a waste of everybody's time to do that. So my understanding is that they've been trying really hard to take a practical approach where they would say, we're not going to make you put cash up for this when all that money's coming in tomorrow if there's a way that we can manage it better. The one thing that is important to remember, though, is it's a zero-sum game. So if somebody doesn't pay, somebody else doesn't get paid. So all these people who did show up last week and did their job and provided power to the grid, for everybody who doesn't put $1 into the system, that's $1 that those people don't get. And so you can sustain that for a couple days, but they had gas bills.
And that's where I was going to go.
Yeah,
I've got a big gas bill. I'll talk you through the 2 week ago gas because that's really important and why the short pay. I have not been paid by ERCOT for the last 3 days.
How much money is it? Don't tell me any.
It's got a lot of figures on it.
Okay.
But I paid even more to ERCOT. So I've been paying my bill every day, and I haven't been paid for 3 days. Let's start with that. As part of that, last week, gas, 2 weeks ago rather, on Wednesday was $3. On Thursday was $15. On Friday was $225. Now, I bought a 3-day supply because I'm looking at Saturday, Sunday, Monday holiday coming up for President's Day. So I went from 3 to 225 in a 48-hour period. That's money out of pocket. So I have liquidity, I have collateral, I have credit that I have to keep with all my counterparties. I'm having to pay that out to the gas side of the equation. And to the point that was made, I need to be able to, in a sense, to keep my operating reserves and my liquidity and my collateral from my counterparties at a strong level. And so when someone says they can't pay, that means you're having a ripple effect on the rest of the marketplace, which is very concerning to just good, strong stability. We fortunately have run our cash reserves well, and I'm proud of what our team does, but you still have to go through the process appropriately. And so that short pay creates a challenge. I try to go collect without a default, and then you have this socialization uplift that has a process for a cut under the protocol. Is that a fair, make sure I didn't mistake it from your standpoint as well?
And clearly, if you're in the marketplace, you have to put your credit card up.
Yes.
And you have to put collateral up. So Katie's folks are having to put collateral up to play in the market. So it's our understanding that ERCOT is calling some of those cash calls, if you will, selling or auctioning off the some of that collateral to meet those obligations, which makes them less likely to be able to meet future obligations. And so, you know, I'm kind of hearing a kind of a cascading effect of more cooperatives and other market participants filing bankruptcy. They just can't meet those obligations. Clearly, RPs are not, a lot of the RPs are not going to be able to meet their obligations. And so, again, I'm just worried that this one cooperative that owes $400 million, they passed a rate increase to the farmers on the High Plains today in anticipation of not only covering their own obligations, but the uplift that this is going to take. And so I think, members, we're going to start hearing from our constituents and the customers of Katie's that they can pay their share, but they can't pay any more. And I guess, Phil, when you say it's a zero-sum game.
I didn't say that. Katie said that.
Or Katie said that. I'm sorry.
Okay. I want to give full credit.
People confuse us all the time.
How do we as a legislature, we have faced the snow crisis and the public outcry for how our state agencies performed. But are we going to face an outcry from our businesses and our cooperatives that they can't meet the financial obligations? And if so, are they going to expect us to step into the fray and to somehow bail out the parties in this situation? If we, be frank with me, and if that's the case, we need to start doing some things and looking at that.
So I don't have the numbers. You guys probably have more visibility into where the numbers stand than I do. But this is certainly something I think people started looking at last, Thursday, Friday, is what these dollars were going to look like. My understanding, and this is just from conversations with colleagues in the industry, is that the concern about the level of short pay and then the subsequent uplift of defaults that people anticipated early on, due to some of the things that ERCOT's credit group and settlements group has been doing to try to work with people, my understanding is that they're not as concerned about it as they were, but that there may still be some uplifts. I think it would be surprising if there weren't. The question is, how big is it? And if it's big, should we do something? The way it normally works is, whatever that pot of dollars is that wasn't collected, it goes back to everybody in the market, everybody, generators, people who buy congestion revenue rights, customers, co-ops, everybody. And so you're talking about all these people who did their part, paid their bills, they're who's left standing, then getting reallocated all of that. And if that happened in like 1 or 2 days, and it's a big sum, it's going to be a problem. And so I think if we get into that situation, we can...
It's going to be a problem.
Yes.
Okay. Let's assume that's a problem. What are the remedies there? Is this a large credit facility given by some financial conglomerate to collectively a group that bands together and borrows that money? I mean, are we looking at something that the state, clearly we have a stake in generation in this on our grid, but if we are jeopardizing the financial stability of our generation and our providers, then we need to know about that.
And again, I probably don't have as current information as like somebody at ERCOT would, but my understanding is that there were people looking into some of those financing options, if and when this became an issue, and some of them might have been shorter term to just give people a little more time so that we had fewer defaults. If somebody can get some kind of emergency loan and pay something out over a month instead of the day that it's due, trying to work with people to limit the short pays first. But then if there is a pot of dollars left at the end of that, you may have to look at some financing options that may be, collectively backed somehow.
Okay. Switch horses just a little bit. You mentioned yesterday in the Senate hearing that there's only transmission congestion for lines to remote sources because wind and solar are overbuilt. Is that what you said?
I know what you're talking about. I don't think that's exactly what I said.
Well, I think clearly I've got both of you here, and what we've heard is there is congestion in the system, not only in rural Texas, but certainly in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston. And I mean, there are load zones throughout this state that need additional capacity. And our current transmission, and Phil, you've got a huge one going through my district. I mean, we have customers on your line that are potential customers that have been told we're going to give you curtailment. There's congestion. So we're going to limit access across this bridge, your bridge. And so that has discouraged additional power generation coming. And so I just would like, from my perspective, I just think we need to take a look at this issue of transmission. And so I know what you said yesterday, but I know your customers, they buy renewables, they buy, their generators, but they also buy renewables. And so, and again, this congestion is not limited to a line into rural Texas in which the only thing at the end of the line is renewables. So.
Sure, and I hope, what you said is exactly right. Our members do buy a lot of renewables, and, a lot of them have announced zero carbon initiatives and things like that. So I hope that our position is not construed at all as being anti-renewable. It's not. It is an issue of policies that were created in a different world 20 years ago, not being well suited to the circumstances on the ground today. So in other jurisdictions, to address the type of problem that you're talking about, there are mechanisms where you can identify projects that are designed. It can be for multiple purposes, but one of them might be to allow these generators to get their power to the market more easily. Other jurisdictions have tests that identify those types of projects. The difference is, in other jurisdictions, those costs are spread among both the generators who would benefit from the transmission and customers. That's the problem. Our system is not set up that way. Customers pay for all of it. And because of that, all of our transmission planning tests are geared toward where are the customers. Let's build transmission to get the power to the customers. We don't say, we never say let's build transmission to get the generation out to wherever it needs to go. It's all customer focused. I think we're open to discussing changes to that, but that's the fundamental mismatch right now.
And I think part of the challenge is getting the PUC to change their economic models, just like you say, take a different look at the parameters by which we're going to judge the viability of a transmission segment to a certain part of the load zone. So
And just peripherally, we're very closely engaged with Encore AEP in Delaware Basin for a massive growth interconnect out there in the future, which is going to support oil and gas. So all this is connected to the point that's being made, and if and when that happens, that's one more opportunity to continue getting better and better infrastructure.
Well, thanks to both of you for coming.
Thank you.
Very enlightening, and it's always good to see you, Phil.
Thank you, sir.
You too, Katie.
All right, Chair calls Mr. Hunter.
Ms. Coleman, you said you had an opinion on the root cause. So both Chairman and Chairman Raymond have asked everybody to get information in the next week. I'd like you, on behalf of your two organizations, you'd get us a memo to both committees so we know exactly from your groups what you believe the root cause is. And Mr. Wilson, you brought up your TDEM concept. That's something I think that both committees need to look at. You do the same deadline the next week.
Yes, sir.
Let me make a comment, and that is, unfortunately, we're just coming off a terrible, terrible incident, weather incident, and weather has no deadlines. So who knows when the next one's coming? Could be soon, could be late. And as I indicated earlier, we got a June 1st hurricane start. So we need, as a legislature and as an industry and as a group in the public, to work quickly. Economically is the next event. So we got preparation for catastrophes, weather events, and, as the discussion you just had, a big, giant economic event. The one concept I want you to be thinking about, we've been talking about the co-ops and their panels coming, but the one I'm hearing about is the municipal-owned groups, and we haven't discussed them yet.
They're next.
That panel is coming soon. So we have a lot of big impacts on our communities. So if you could do that in the next week and kind of meet that, that would help. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Phil, I wanted to ask you, in your layout, I didn't hear you say anything about the hydropower.
Thank you for asking that
address
question.
that? Yeah,
I think I owe you lunch for that one.
Oh, good.
Outstanding. LCRA is the largest hydro producer in the state, and we're there all the time when you need us. It's about 300 megawatts when it's fully going.
Okay.
And so that comes as through our 6 lakes and dams, and it was utilized and used both for ancillary services and reserve and for real electricity. And it was there. So our guys slept overnight at the dams. They're away from their families. They had places where their own power was off at home with their families, and they didn't have any water, and they're on site. It is just a critical component. It's our biggest renewable part. We also have a solar contract as well, about 110 megawatts we're starting this year. But thank you for that, and I just really give a shout out to my team because they just performed heroically. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I don't know about the cost structure for that part. Did y'all make additional money?
Well, it depends. So and that's not meant to be a dance answer.
Okay.
Some days you were fully there as they needed you. Other days you were reserved and depended what the market was telling you to do. But I guarantee you one thing, it was there the entire time for whatever ERCOT decided it needed to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And just a couple of other things real quickly. In regard to, Ms. Coleman, one of the things that you talked about in terms of your firm, the customer-owned facilities. Excellent point, and I think that is something else that we haven't heard about, I don't think, so far in the testimony we've heard, and it may be something in a subsequent panel, but the fact that you actually had capacity that you were demanded to shut down is really something we have to rethink and how that operates. And then, Phil, if I could, the cost structure too, in terms of, y'all were both talking about the system that's been set up 20 years ago does not necessarily reflect what we need now. And I know that y'all were here, at least you were, Phil, when we were talking about how the the market system that we have right now provides the $9,000 electricity during scarcity, but does not have a cap on the gas. So your model is not taking into account the increased cost of gas at the same time that you may be getting this increased amount for your electricity, but it may be offset by what you're having to pay for the gas that wasn't calculated into that.
Yes.
That is an issue we have to look at.
I think it was this week, because, and back to gas, this was a true scarcity event because gas, you can't regulate it. It's part of, commerce. And so I heard you ask the question earlier, and I didn't think they have a very good answer to you and why, so I had a chance to think about it. But, that's an international commodity.
Yeah.
And you can't put a price cap on that. It's going to go wherever it goes. And in this time, you had Arctic weather throughout the country. Houston Ship Channel gas can go anywhere somebody wants it, and you're going to get the price, and somebody's going to pay for it. And so it did this extraordinary leap up.
Right.
And then if you're a power provider, you're like, I got to have whatever it takes, but I have an obligation to serve that load both business-wise and ethically. I'm going to be there, and I believe every generator that could be there showed up, by the way. I don't think anybody withheld any power for any pricing reason. I think they bought the gas they could get, they ran the plants as best they could, and it got really, really cold, and all the reasons you've heard about. So you are held captive to the price of the gas, this crazy input, for whatever the price you get under the $9,000 adder at that point in time.
So you went from $3 to $225 in a span of 3
In
days.
48 hours. And I got a call going, we just spent X on gas, and I'm like,
Well, I get now what's being said about the gas being a commodity, but at the same time, if we're having this
yeah, you've got the inherent tension there because you're limited.
Yeah.
And appropriately so. Let me start with, there's a thought process to that scarcity into the cap. But when you have your input that you have no control over whatsoever, and then drives that, you're driven to some number in the process because gas is on the margin in ERCOT. I know you've heard that, which means gas sets the price.
Yeah.
So you take the price of gas times what a plant's called its heat rate, which is production, and that gives you the price of electricity. And that's how the math works.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, because when you were asking questions about why don't we have a cap in the gas market earlier, this is not because I agree with anything necessarily, but I thought it might be helpful to explain. Because you have to balance supply and demand in the electric market in real time, you have to have it's basically like an end to the market when supply doesn't meet demand. And that's why we have a price cap, because last week we did not have enough supply to meet demand. And so in theory, price would go to infinity. So you've got to stop it somewhere. I thought it might be helpful to understand.
That's good. Yes,
Yeah, the great adder to that is that your idea, this is abnormal times last week because we had 19,000 more megawatts in demand. You're trying to, because we're built for summer months, by the way. This is traditionally, I'm going to put that as well. In the summer months, you want people to adjust their thermostat down.
Right.
Or up, rather. You go from 72 to 76, or if you're on the industrial side, you decide not to make as many widgets because it costs you too much money. So it acts as a real incentive for usual control when you don't have the input of gas, because you make economic decisions.
Sure.
But when everybody needs heat and you don't have power plants, it's a different dynamic you all have well identified.
Right.
Is that a fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Final thing has to do with the weatherization, winterization. We've had, as you've heard, lots of discussions up here, and people, I think, thinking we're trying to impose something that I don't think any of us have actually said that at this point. We're just still trying to get at what this means and recognizing that it's going to be different for different parts of our state based on geography, topography, whatever else is going on. But that being said, it still keeps being referred to. You referred to it, Phil. You referred to the systems that you have being winterized. And the fact that, I think Ferguson, I think I'm doing some back there. Ferguson actually performed very well. You said it's built to 0 degrees?
Newest plant,
Yeah.
built in 2015, built to 0 degrees. A lot of the plants are built to 18 degrees or 20 degrees, which in a normal winter for Texas works. And you do all the stuff our guys did with kerosene and blankets and heaters and, taking care of the plant, care and feeding basically for that 4 or 5 days.
But if we're going to move forward, we've got to know what exists out there. We've got to know what the options are, what the costs are, and then the cost-benefit analysis of this. It's not a political thing of saying winterizing or not winterizing. It's practical reality, and you've just given examples of how you can do things and how it can be successful, but it's going to cost, and we just have to have the discussion, Mr. Chairman. I think that's part of what we've been trying to see.
And Representative Howard, I would just add that one size doesn't fit all. That's a cliche.
Exactly.
Because every
Especially in
plant has
Texas.
its own tolerances today with the temperature level. Every plant has its own where it operates and this kind of input. So I think that's part of the, to your point, it's really the science conversation on
exactly.
how do you fit that, what works best for that, and then where are those plants that are like ours that are more new, they may not need as much because they're okay.
But we use science. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Ms. Howard. Just last comment/question, if you want to, I'd be interested in your thoughts. We're about to hear from the MOUs and co-ops as well, so no doubt we're going to talk more about this financial situation, the uplift and all that stuff. I'm just curious, because one of the things I see here as far as one of the challenges when you start talking about this, other people paying for other people's things, is that, even within the co-op world, you're going to have some folks who, they were long, they made good decisions, they made investments, they managed their risk in a really good way. They made decisions on fuel supplies, and they were maybe already on, fuel oil instead of natural gas, or at least had the option. And I think we're going to hear as we talk to them individually, some are okay because they made some really good business decisions. And, for whatever reason, and some didn't. That they maybe, I guess would say, didn't manage their risk as well. And so I think if we get to a point where we're going to start having this situation where I'm supposed to pay for the sins of others, for lack of a better term, that's going to get interesting. It's going to get really interesting. I don't know if you have any comments on that or agree with that. Pretty tight-lipped there.
It is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I know whether or not you agree with me. Thank you both. I think everyone would agree your testimony has been very valuable, and you helped a bunch of not as well-informed legislators understand what you know so well. So
Thank you all very much for the chance to be here today. Appreciate the committee's work and time. I know it's been a long 2 days.
Yeah, Mr. Raymond has.
I don't have a question for them, Chairman. I do want to say something.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to thank my colleague, John Smithy, for continuing to lead the, to blaze trails on high technology. And
He's
I know
leading
he accepted President Biden's invitation to be in Houston for the president's trip into Texas to help him with the disaster relief, and we appreciate it. But even though he's in Houston with President Biden, he is zooming in, and we appreciate him very, very much for proving that this technology works well. And please give my regards to President Biden while you're there. Thank you.
He started the virtual caucus of one so far. Thank you both. Again, our next panel members, Chair calls Jackie Sargent and Tom Hancock. And again, we thank you both for being here. We know that you've been waiting for a long time to come before us and provide us with what we know will be great information. Jackie, we'll start with you. If you'll just tell us your name and who you represent and proceed with your testimony, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jackie Sargent, and I'm the General Manager of Austin Energy. Austin Energy is a municipally owned utility here in Austin, Texas. Chairman Patty, Chairman Goldman, and members of the committees, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. First, let me say that Austin Energy, we share the frustration of our customers and everyone here who feels that way about what happened last week. People suffered and endured significant hardship, and for that, I am truly sorry. We look forward to working together with all of you to ensure that this never, ever happens again. You have heard that the storm we experienced described as an unprecedented 100-year event. It was that and more. No one imagined that we would be required to shed so much load so quickly and for so long in order to keep the entire ERCOT grid from collapsing. Austin Energy was there to help stabilize the grid with our diverse generation portfolio consisting of gas, coal, nuclear, wind, and solar. Overall, our generation performed well and helped protect the grid during the significant load shed directives received by ERCOT. Due to Austin Energy's sound financial and risk management policies, our customers' rates should not be impacted as a result of this event. As you deliberate the next steps, the focus should be on why this happened and what we can do as a state to prepare for the next severe multi-day weather event. This storm was far greater than any of the extreme weather scenarios modeled by ERCOT that we all use for planning. For Austin Energy and its customers, the challenges began with an ice storm on February 11th, before the ERCOT emergency began on February 15th. Following the initiation of the ERCOT emergency, a second winter storm brought even more freezing rain, ice, and snow that continued for 3 more days in our service territory. Our crews worked tirelessly around the clock to restore outages for customers in dangerous weather conditions, in addition to following ERCOT directives to shed load at the same time. In 2011, the ERCOT energy emergency lasted for only 6 hours, and Austin Energy was required to shed 158 megawatts of load, customer load. By comparison, last week, ERCOT directed Austin Energy to shed more than 700 megawatts, 4.5 times more than 2011 and lasting for 3 days. This extraordinary amount of load shed occurred so quickly and for such a long period of time that we had no available circuits left to rotate customer outages. To do so would have endangered critical loads such as hospitals, communications infrastructure, water treatment facilities, and public safety facilities. Austin Energy worked with ERCOT and the Public Utility Commission to avoid a catastrophic grid failure. Such a failure would have required weeks, maybe even months, to restore power to all customers in the ERCOT grid. I would like to close by saying how thankful I am to all utility workers in this state for their heroic efforts. We sequestered people in our power plants, our control centers. We had people in our call centers. We had everyone working to support this effort. We are public servants, and we take our duty to this state and to our community very seriously. Providing power to the citizens of Texas is an essential service. Now that we have restored our system, we will identify how to better meet the needs of all of our customers. We need to work together to find solutions to address this emergency and plan for the future. Thank you, and I'll be prepared to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sargent. Tom?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the committees, my name is Tom Hancock. I'm the Chief Operating Officer with Garland Power and Light. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. Garland Power and Light is the 4th largest municipal utility in Texas, and our service territory is located in the northeast quadrant of the DFW Metroplex. We serve over 71,000 customer meters and have a peak demand of nearly 500 megawatts. Garland Power and Light's diverse energy portfolio includes power from natural gas, wind, solar, and hydroelectric resources. The utility owns natural gas and hydroelectric generation facilities as purchase power contracts for wind and solar and purchase power contracts for firm energy from third parties. For this event, Garland Power and Light experienced a peak load demand that was 10% higher than its previous all-time winter peak. Our available natural gas plants operated continuously during the event. We contribute this success to winterization measures that were put in place after the 2011 event. These measures included heat tracing on generation equipment, construction of cold weather shelters around equipment vulnerable to freezing temperatures, and maintaining inventory of electric heaters, propane torches, heat trace wiring, and ice-reducing chemicals. Our wind and solar purchase power contracts delivered an average of 20% of nameplate capacity during this event. Some of these wind and solar facilities did experience icing during the event, which reduced their available output. Garland Power and Light's cost for natural gas to fuel its generating units during this event ranged from $125 to $500 in MMBTU, or 40 to 170 times the price of natural gas before the event. At one point during this event, we received a price quote of $1,100 in MMBTU for intraday gas. Prior to this event, the highest price ever paid for natural gas during any winter month was $32 in MMBTU. Ancillary service costs were also extraordinary during this event. Ancillary services are services necessary to support the transmission of energy and loads, support the transmission of energy to loads while maintaining reliable operation of the transmission system. Garland Power and Light's cost for its share equate to 28 years worth of ancillary services. Let me restate that. Garland Power and Light's cost for this 1 week, its share of the cost for this 1 week event equated to 28 years worth of ancillary service costs based on what Garland Power and Light paid last year. As a transmission distribution service provider, Garland complied with all the load shedding requirements from ERCOT. We did experience some difficulty in rotating outages of all customers due to the significant amount of firm load requested to be interrupted while adhering to the requirement to keep power on to critical loads and loads armed with under-frequency relaying. In summary, this event was unprecedented and will require collaboration and understanding of all involved to rebuild the trust in our electric market and system. Thank you, and I'll try to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Tom. And I can't help but start right where you just, with what you were just talking about. Can you share a number, just to give us some perspective on fuel costs and ancillary costs in dollars?
Sure.
Because what I think I just heard you say, you spent more in a four or 5 day period than you would have spent in 28 years on ancillary costs.
Yeah, our fuel cost for this event is $60+ million, and our ancillary service costs are roughly $56 million.
Okay, so that's for a period of how long? What period of time was that?
That's basically 1 week period. So natural gas and the ancillary service costs.
So 1 week, your fuel costs, natural gas.
Yes.
$60+ million, ancillary service costs $56 million.
Yes, sir.
And for 1 week. And now, can you give me a comparison as to maybe on an annual basis what would you spend on fuel costs normally on an annual basis?
$2 or $3 million. We actually don't. Typically we burn natural gas in the summertime. We have older, higher heat rate natural gas units, and so they're typically most competitive during that time.
All right. What would you typically spend on ancillary services?
$2 million.
$2 million. Okay. Well, I went to A&M, but I can do this math, and it's pretty big. So you would normally spend $2 to $3 million for a whole year.
Yes, sir.
On fuel costs.
Yes, sir.
And in 1 week's time, you spent $60 million.
Yes, sir. And now, I would like to clarify on the $2 to $3 million natural gas costs. Again, as I mentioned, we have older, higher heat rate machines. So we have other pieces of our portfolio, such as the renewable power purchase agreements, as well as contracts with third parties and part of our strategy is to have these higher heat rate machines as backups, and we buy a lot of power off the ERCOT market on an annual basis.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get a picture of just the function of the sheer cost of gas.
Yes, sir. I just
And
want
the
to.
impact it had on you. And on the ancillary services, and we had some conversation with the previous panel on that part. Normally, you would spend a couple $1 million in a year.
Yes, sir.
And for this 1 week, it's $56 million.
Right. So, we had enough generation to meet our load obligation, but, still, even with that, and I think a lot of people are in the same situation, even with that, with these, just what it costs us to generate that power to make sure we can meet our load obligations, as well as the cost of ancillary services, if you weren't able to provide those yourself and you had to buy them off the market, which most of the folks in the market do. Most people buy these from ERCOT on a daily basis, and they're passed through in most contracts. Not all contracts, but most. So even able to meet our load obligations utilizing our own resource still leaves a significant cost, above annual budget with regards to what we spend on fuel and ancillary services.
I would say so. Normally, we'd spend somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 million between those two items.
Yes.
And you spent in 1 week somewhere around $120 million. Wow. You pay for that?
Yes.
How do you pay for that?
Our customers pay for it. We do have a sizable rate mitigation fund, so like
a reserve?
Yes, sir.
fund?
Yes, sir. So we're
You got that much?
we're a yes,
got that
yes,
much?
yes. So we're a highly rated. We have a high credit rating, so we manage our finances prudently. So we do have the reserves to handle things like this, but obviously
Create some liquidity problems.
Absolutely. And I mean, the last panel talked about, just the liquidity issues. We see this as a major problem. We'll all find out today. I mean, today is kind of the day from an ERCOT settlements perspective when all these gigantic bills are due. So obviously it's a domino effect. If the money's not being paid to ERCOT, the folks that are waiting to receive it don't get paid, and they don't get to pay fuel bills and all those sorts of things. So it's a serious problem.
All right. I may come back to you in a bit. And Ms. Sargent, just one quick question, and I know others have some questions here. And I don't like rumors, and so I just like to go right straight to the source and get answers. But someone had told me, or at least that they thought, and I don't know, this could be completely false, and you can tell me it's false, whether or not you guys were a net winner or loser in money terms as it relates to you're able to put more on the grid than you took off.
So as we look to support the energy emergency and we responded to that as directed, we continued to provide generation, and the market needed generation. And so we worked tirelessly around the clock to make sure that our resources were available to meet that demand that was out there. And so we were able at times to have more generation online than what our load was actually connected to the system. But Austin Energy is a not-for-profit utility, and anything that we do in the marketplace with the investments in generation that we have is a benefit to our customers and flows back to those customers. We have a power supply adjustment that we adjust on an annual basis through our budget process, approval process with the City Council. And so there are times when we find ourselves in a position where we haven't collected enough money from our customers, and based on how things have performed, we need to raise that rate. This past year, we reduced it, and if we have any surplus or we have an overcollection of those funds, they flow directly back to customers when we adjust that rate. Right now, it's early to tell. We haven't gotten all of the settlement numbers, and we do have a large gas bill that will need to be paid as well. And so until all of that is balanced out, it would be too early to say.
Sure. But would you agree with me that it is indeed possible that you made money on the deal?
I wouldn't call it as making money. I would call
I know
it
you're
as-
not profit, and so when you say benefits the customer, how does it get back to the customer? Is that what you're saying, or does it in fact go to the city?
No, it does not, and nothing through the power supply adjustment. There's no transfer or anything. Those funds are accounted for, and that money is either returned to customers, or if we've undercollected, it's owed from customers. So that money does not transfer to the city of Austin.
And if you did in fact make money, I'm not going to say it the right way, but that's how I'll describe it. Your customers would ultimately see a benefit in that in their electric bills?
That's correct. In their power supply adjustment portion of their electric bill, that's correct.
Chair recognizes Chair Goldman.
Thank you, Chairman Patty. Thank you all both for being here today. Ms. Sargent, I just want to follow up with what Chairman Patty was on. First and foremost, I want to thank Austin Energy for their commitment not to raise rates, or is that correct? Your customers won't be seeing an increase in their bills this coming month, based on, unless they're
Right.
used more?
Right, if you use more kilowatt hours, you would have pay more.
Right, but obviously if your power has been turned off for 3 days, they weren't using any kilowatt
That's
hours,
correct.
so nothing will be increased unless it was use.
Right, and our power supply adjustment is typically adjusted on an annual basis through the budget process that happens in the July and August timeframe, and then is reflected on customers in November.
Can you just give us a brief history? How did Austin Energy come about?
Austin Energy.
And when did it come about?
Well, this last year, we were supposed to be celebrating 125 years of serving the community. And so,
Have you always been Austin Energy for 125 years? I don't remember paying that bill when I was in college here.
well, Austin Energy has been here for 120.
Really?
And
Okay.
this year, in May, will be 126.
Okay.
We started as a municipal utility. The community was much smaller at that time. Larger utilities, investor-owned utilities, weren't interested in serving small communities. And so the community came together and formed Austin Energy. And they built the first dam across the Colorado River here. It was actually in Scientific American. And unfortunately, it was flooded and destroyed. And the community came together and said, yes, we want to keep this municipal utility. We'll add additional generation. And it grew from there. And some of you may recognize the iconic moon towers. And the utility was formed to light those moon towers and to provide community lighting. And as other things were electrified, it grew from there. And we now serve customers in the city limits of Austin, but also 14 surrounding communities.
So what's your relationship with the city of Austin?
So we are a department of the city of Austin. So
You're not independent of the city of Austin, you're a department of the city of Austin.
That's correct.
Why is that?
Because the municipality is who founded Austin. They put up the capital investment initially, and until Austin Energy was able to develop their own financial position and such. But the city of Austin owns all of our assets.
Okay. So the city of Austin owns all your assets. I'll be completely honest and frank too. I've heard from numerous people in Austin that profits from Austin Energy go back to the city of Austin, to their general fund. True or false?
So Austin...
Or not profits, your nonprofit, so monies, I should say, go into their general fund.
So as a municipal utility, just like municipal utilities across the state, there is a general fund transfer that is allowed. And so that
If
is...
you're a nonprofit, why would you take your money and put it in a general fund in the city of Austin?
So when we
Why
look
wouldn't
at...
that money go back to your customers?
So the city has made investments in the utility, and as making those investments and operating utility, there's risk associated with doing so. We are not the only utility or municipal utility that provides a general fund transfer. It's limited. In our case, there's a formula. It's part of our financial policies.
So give me a estimate, how often do you make such transfer in a year? Is it annual, biannual?
It's quarterly.
Quarterly. So what was it last quarter?
I don't know what it is on a quarterly basis.
What was it
but
last quarter?
But our contribution for this year is I believe it's $111 million, so it would be that divided by 4, so 25 plus 27 million.
You give $111 million to the city of Austin?
We have a $1.4 billion operation.
Do you know what if the city of Austin takes all that money and puts it all back into energy? But my point is, can they do anything they want with that money?
It goes into the general fund, and they can
Right,
use
so
it
they can
for
do
general
anything-
fund departments like public safety.
They can use it for
police,
anything they want.
Fire,
It's
etc.
not specifically for the customer, your customers, to improve the equipment or to help anything in regards to energy at all.
It helps support the community in providing things like parks.
But it's
like
not
public
specific that
safety.
the money that's transferred from you, from your ratepayers, from the taxpayers of Austin, who pay for their energy bill every single month. So if they pay extra, or you have extra money at the end of the day, that goes into the City of Austin General Fund for them to do whatever they want with?
So from our perspective, operating our utility, that payment is an expense. It's an expense for doing business.
That doesn't make you mad?
It's part of the construct of the utility.
Yeah, but you're working hard, you got all these customers, they're paying you, and you're handing the City of Austin, what'd you say, hundreds of millions of dollars for them to do it whatever they want with.
They have those general fund expenses, and they need those revenues from somewhere to cover that.
Has it been that way from the beginning of time?
It's my understanding that that has gone back for a long period of time, just like with other utilities in the state, other municipal utilities.
That they have, all that money goes into a general fund for the cities to do whatever they want with?
It goes to the general fund, and the general fund is used for...
That's what I'm saying, but all the other cities you say have the exact same formula?
I wouldn't say it's the exact same formula. Ours is not total revenues. Ours is based on a portion of revenues. Some utilities, they have a payment that's based on total revenues, so it varies by community.
Okay. I'll leave that to the citizens of Austin to follow up with if they'd like. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all being here and your testimony.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
I was going to try to rehabilitate the witness a little, but I think I'm going to leave that to Representative Howard over there. But I did want to comment that since I had to work my way through college, I certainly remember paying the electric bill. My good friend Mr. Goldman doesn't remember.
They had lights back then?
I remember paying it. I don't remember paying it to that exact company.
Yeah, well, maybe you're not the one that had to write the check.
I did. I wrote the check. I don't have that good a memory is my point. It was a long time ago.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
Now, both of you are here not only for your own situation, but you're also representative of what's happening across the state for municipals, correct?
Yes, generally.
You talk to other municipalities.
I have some general knowledge of
All
what's
right.
going on, yes, sir.
So let me ask you all some just general questions because we haven't talked about you. And this I have heard about from my cities. So I want you both to realize we're being watched, not only in here, but we have folks that are live stream and they're listening. And so let me just ask some very basic questions to both of you so folks know basically what's going to happen. So if your city has their own, we'll say, municipally owned utility, electricity or water or gas, if you went out on the market like Garland did It's a lot of money, right?
Yes, sir.
Right for Austin?
Yes.
And that's out of your control, correct?
Yes, I mean, assuming we want to, assuming you're talking about the gas prices.
Correct.
Yes, assuming we want to burn fuel in our power plants, yes, sir.
Same thing for Austin, correct? You don't control the gas prices, do you?
Correct.
So if you don't have a whole big reserve, you got to pay a lot of money if it really soars, correct?
Well, it depends on what your financial policies are and your risk mitigation strategies.
All I'm asking you is if you have a snow cane like this and everything is way high and you have to go buy it, it could be exorbitant.
If you're in that position to have to go buy it, that's
correct. So, this is my question to both of you for everybody that's listening. What happens to a municipality that doesn't have the means to pay? What happens to them?
Ultimately, we go bankrupt.
Yes.
So both of you say they go to bankruptcy. Is that correct?
Yes.
If there's no backstop, yes.
Then, when a municipality goes out and buys a bunch of gas and gets a big old giant bill, how do they raise the money to pay the bill?
You know, we obviously use reserves as they're available, but ultimately our customers will have to pay for that bill.
So everybody that's listening, they're going to get an increase in their bill when it's sent to their house.
Well, we haven't determined exactly how we're going to potentially replenish our rate mitigation fund, but, you know, yes, I mean, whether that's going to be, you know, a month from now or 6 months from now or how long, none of that has been decided yet, but ultimately, at the end of the day, if we need to raise cash for whatever reason, the customer's electricity bill would go up.
I think we just need to be straight to everybody that's listening, and I understand, but the answer is they're going to get a high dollar bill at their house. Correct?
If their utility is in that situation, that would be correct. At some point, depending on how they're able to finance that, if they can do something like issue debt over a long period of time to smooth that out, but each individual entity is going to be in a different position, and they're going to look at what they can do to mitigate those impacts to their customers.
The bottom line, if a municipality doesn't have those measures, the only way they get their money is by sending a high bill, correct?
Well, I guess the key...
Every municipality is different. I know you're trying to say, I got this plan and I got this plan. Just gut across the board. I mean, everybody needs to know, are they getting a high bill?
Yeah, well, the problem I have is the high bill terminology, and so, you know, that's not our business model. So to the best that we can, if a municipal utility is in that situation, they're going to try to minimize that bill as much as they possibly can. So,
well, I haven't ever seen a low bill. I've seen high bills.
So
what you're saying is, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just saying if you don't have the wherewithal, you got to send a bill to get it paid. That's all I'm saying. And some cities are different than others. They have different mechanisms where you may not get hit right now. You may get hit a little later on. All I'm trying to bring up, isn't it accurate because of what's happened? Some people in certain towns could be getting high bills.
yes, a municipal would prefer to slightly raise the bill for a longer period of time.
Correct. And
if that's an option.
You're being very diplomatic. And I understand that. But that's really all I want people to know. There could be a fiscal impact to everybody. We talked about what's happening to the cooperatives, and I think that we should be open that certain things can happen to municipalities, so we need to really look at providing some sort of help to you, because you're ultimately answering to the people too, correct?
Yes.
Don't you both agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Final comment is that if you two have some ideas that you would like to get to us on how to help municipalities, our two chairmen, Chairman Raymond, have been asking everybody to do it sooner than later, that in the next week, give us your thoughts. We don't have to necessarily go through everything today, but it's very important if you want us to try to help, and we do team work and trying to assist each other. Get us your ideas in if you could, because many municipalities may be in your boat. And you said, Tom, there is a deadline today by ERCOT?
No, sir, what I meant there is that, because of the settlement of the market, today is a day based on the, when these things occurred, that ERCOT's due a lot of money today from market participants that were, could have been short or buying energy off the market. And so, anyway, we think that if this domino effect's going to start to take place, that after today we'll know about it.
All right. Thank you both.
Chair recognizes Representative Tracy King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate y'all being here today. Ms. Sargent, how many power plants do y'all have here operating in Austin Energy?
So we have facilities here in Austin. We have our Decker Creek Power Station. It has a large gas unit and 4 gas turbines. We have our Sand Hill Energy Center. It has a combined cycle gas turbine, and it has a number of LM6000s. We also own we're partners in the Fayette Power Project, which is a coal facility over in Fayette County. We're also partners with the South Texas Nuclear Project, so we have a share of that. We have the Nacogdoches Biomass Plant Facility, and then we have contracts for various wind and solar projects that are locationally diversified across the state.
I had no idea. Did any of the plants that y'all operate, did they all stay online, or did some of them go offline in this recent storm?
We did have some challenges. We had an instance at our combined cycle where we had some issues with the inlet, and we had to bring that down, correct those, and then it came back very quickly. Mr. Wilson talked about the Fayette project and some challenges that there were with frozen coal. They had to derate or lower the output of that, why they got that fixed. At the South Texas Nuclear Project, one of those units did come down during this time frame, and those don't come up very fast, so it was returned at the end of this incident. But for the majority of this time period, the generation that we had available and online was supporting the grid and actually exceeded the load that we had on the system.
I see. And you've decommissioned several plants here recently, haven't you?
Just one. We had at the Decker Creek Power Station, we had one. There's 2 large steam units. They are 45 and years old, or maybe that unit was 47 years old, and it was getting to the end of its life. It was built to operate at more of a steady load, and due to the changes in the market here, it operated more intermittently, and over time that causes wear and tear, and that unit began to see obsolescence for parts, very challenging, and that unit was decommissioned. There was a notice that was sent to ERCOT, and it was actually the team at Decker. They did a great job. They got that unit through the summer this summer, and it went down in October.
So when you were listing your power plants there was a lot of alternative energy choices there. Is that the direction Austin is trying to go in?
So Austin Energy, we listen to our stakeholders. We have an active stakeholder community, a very educated stakeholder base that participates in our generation resource planning It's typically a long process. It's chaired by the chair, usually a working group chaired by the chair of our Electric Utility Commission, and they are encouraging us to move toward a carbon-free portfolio and to do so over time with the caveat of maintaining affordability.
Yeah,
So we still have a very diverse portfolio.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that. And so given the turn of events with some of the alternative energy and green energy availability during the recent storm, does that give them any pause that maybe they ought to keep some traditional power around?
We have not had the opportunity to have any discussions about performance of units and such with our stakeholders, but I'm sure that that will be coming.
No doubt, yeah. Okay, thank you. I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Phil King.
Thank you, Chairman. So y'all are organized differently than anybody we've had testify so far, and so just kind of wanted to go over that a minute. Y'all are what we call a NOE, a non-opt-in entity, which means that when Texas went to the competitive market, really beginning, I guess, 1999 is when the bill passed, SB 7, and then that's what the old investor-owned utilities, they structurally separated lines and poles, TDUs stayed regulated, the retail side spun off to an independent company, the generation spun off to independent companies, and so they are no longer vertically integrated. But the municipally owned utilities and co-ops chose to not opt into that, correct?
Correct.
And so y'all aren't part of the competitive market, except to the extent that you still get to benefit from the competitive wholesale market. You can buy generation, you can bid in just like anyone else to get generation off the wholesale market. Now, how many munis are there? There's like 109 or something like that?
72.
72? Okay, I don't know where I got that number. And you kind of operate just like any of the other utilities, like the water utility in Weatherford. Weatherford invests in it. It's kind of a standalone utility for water and wastewater, and then Weatherford also is one of the municipally owned utilities. And Garland, now you're also the QSE, the qualified scheduling entity for Weatherford Municipal.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us what a QSE does?
A qualified scheduling entity is essentially the entity that interfaces with ERCOT. So those entities, ERCOT looks to those entities for scheduling all load and generation that participates in the market and financially settles that activity with that QSE.
And how many cities are you a QSE for?
I don't keep that number at the top. 7 or 8.
Yeah, all in North Texas?
No, sir.
Okay. In North Texas, who else do you have besides Weatherford?
We have Farmersville, Weatherford.
You do Bridgeport?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. I think those are the only Greenville, excuse me.
Greenville, okay. I know Weatherford was expecting a $30,000 bill for ancillary services. And after all this, they're expecting a $6 million one, which is a big deal for Weatherford. And on ancillary services, I guess there's 3 ways that those get picked up. One is an entity can contract for that independently with a third party, or they can, at least this is the way it would be for a retail electric provider. Retail electric provider could, I'm sorry, would it be on the generation end that they would pick up the ancillary services? No, it'd be on the retail electric provider.
Load side.
The rep could either contract with a third party for those directly, or the rep could, if they own their own generation, such as an NRG or Vistra, they could provide those services themselves through their generation components. And if they don't do either of those two, then I guess ERCOT just assigns those. ERCOT procures them for that rep, and then charge the rep for that.
That's correct.
So do you contract for the ancillary services for Weatherford
No, sir.
as the QSC? How does that work for them?
No, sir. Our power supply contract with Weatherford, the ancillary services are pass-throughs. So we procure those on a daily basis from the market. Those costs are passed through directly to Weatherford.
So as a muni, since you're still vertically integrated, you're the retail component, you're the lines and poles, the TDU as it were, and you're either on the generation or you're out procuring the generation. Correct?
Yes, sir. We have all those functions.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And so Weatherford doesn't own any generation, so it buys it all through you, or does it buy it through a?
Yeah. Well, they have some other firm contracts with third parties. They have a power supply contract with us, and so the ancillary services that they have to provide are covered through our power supply contract again, which are pass-throughs.
So do they get a bill from you for those ancillary services?
Yes, sir.
So what happens if so when you were talking about that $159 million of energy and ancillary services cost, is Weatherford's piece part of that calculation, or is that totally separate?
Totally separate.
So you got that $100 million plus all on yourself?
Yes, sir.
So what happens if Weatherford doesn't or can't pay that $6 million?
Then, we will explore whatever measures we have to collect that money from them.
So it's like you're the one ultimately responsible for that. So whoever you procured those services from, they come to Garland, and then Garland says, well, you really owe this Weatherford, so we'll take action to enforce it against you.
Yes, sir.
To collect it from you.
Yes, sir.
For a municipal utility, for a small uni, what options do they have to pay for that? And I'm not blaming you for it. I'm just kind of trying to figure out how it's all going to reconcile.
Right. I mean, I think their mechanisms for
because those
paying.
are doing like 72 hours. Isn't that the time frame?
Well, it's
the billing cycle.
Yeah, it's a billing cycle.
Right.
Yes. I mean, they really have the same options that any one of us two sitting up here. I mean, they ultimately have to find those funds through their customer base.
So if you're in the competitive market, and if it's a retail electric provider that's providing your electricity to your home or business, if you're on a fixed rate, the rep's just going to eat that, and they're going to either end up in bankruptcy or find a way to pay it.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you were on a index fund, it's kind of like being on a variable interest credit card, and it's just that index, whatever that index rate is, that's just going to pass right through to that customer, and that's where we hear of those customers getting those really, really large bills, right?
Yes, sir.
In the competitive environment. So for the customer in a muni or in a co-op, they're effectively on a fixed rate.
Yes, sir.
Right. But that fixed rate is determined not by the customer contracting for it, but determined by the muni or the co-op as they decide what rate they're going to charge for electricity for this
It's
year.
based on the ultimate cost that they're experiencing. Yes, sir.
So at the end of the day, either, and I'm not blaming Weatherford for this, I'm just trying to figure out how they're going to deal with it. Same for Bridgeport. I think little Bridgeport, 1,500 people got a $4 million bill, I think I was told. So ultimately, they're either going to have to arrange in very short order for that financing, maybe partially through a reserve fund or partially through acquiring credit or putting up some type of collateral, however they do that. Or they've got to begin to pass it through to their customers in really kind of an immediate rate hike. Do you expect to see do you expect to see among the municipal utilities some pretty fast rate hikes? I know of one cooperative that is in my area that I'm told is going to go ahead and go up. Afraid they're going to have to go up 2 cents a kilowatt, which is like a 25% increase. Do you expect to see that with a lot of the munis?
I can't really say. I would expect to see, obviously we're talking about, some big numbers here. So at some level, I think that, yes, you'll see, you'll see, munis have to raise cash, and I'm guessing that they'll, go out and get some sort of line of credit and finance that over some period of time and try to make that impact to their customers as small as possible.
And how much time do they have to reconcile that? I mean, how much time do they have to write the check?
I don't remember what our billing terms are, but I would think, as soon as they, become delinquent and default and, work all those things out. But
Like
I mean,
30
I think,
days or
we're,
3 months or?
whatever that normal timeline, would be.
They get the bill from you, so do they write the check back to you for the ancillary services?
Yes, sir.
So when do you normally expect to get that? And
I can't remember exactly. It's, 15 days after we give them the bill, something like that.
And how often do they get a bill?
Once a month.
Once a month, okay. So what happens if a muni doesn't pay? What happens if a city can't pay that?
Again, I don't know. Hopefully, we don't get there. But I mean, I think, as I answered
But
earlier,
don't they-
the ultimate is bankruptcy.
Right. And if a muni was to file for bankruptcy, and I'm thinking, I've got a couple of really small communities. And don't get me wrong, Weatherford's nowhere near bankruptcy. They do a great job of managing everything they have. But I'm just thinking, if you do have a large or small entity that files bankruptcy, what happens to the customers in that? I mean, I know what happens if someone loses their retail.
That's a good question.
If the rep goes under, the provider of last resort, their electricity doesn't get turned off, they may be at a higher rate until they sign up for a new rep, but their electricity doesn't get turned off. What happens to a co-op or a muni if ERCOT turns them off because they're not paying their ancillary services?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to
Has that ever happened?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you afraid that might happen?
No, sir.
Okay. So you think that there'll be some financing tools come up?
Yes, sir.
Do you foresee any possibility of that somehow being mitigated through the PUC or some type of financial reconciliation process? Or maybe the PUC saying, hey, we're going to put everything, just have everybody pay what's on a 90-day rolling average, and we'll set all this other debt aside until we kind of spend the next month or two kind of figuring out where that money's really owed or anything like that? Or do you think it's just going to be a hard billing process?
I honestly don't know at this point. Obviously, I think it would be nice just overall, because there are so many entities, and we're not just talking about munis and co-ops, but other entities in this market that are experiencing this. And so I think that would be a welcome option to talk about. But I don't know the answer to that question sitting here.
Okay. Do you think the authority to do that lies purely with the PUC?
I don't know the answer to that either.
All right. Well, look, I know y'all do a good job for Weatherford. Weatherford actually, I'm literally across the street. I'm actually in a triple certified area, so I can do Tri-County, Weatherford, or ERCOT. I'm in ERCOT because I like to be in the competitive market. But I have my choice. Right across the street from me, though, at Weatherford, and across the street from me in the other direction, I guess, for Tri-County, they did not have near the length of outages that I had in ERCOT. I was out for over 3 days, and it was Sunday evening through Wednesday evening, and it was just completely out. Whereas Weatherford, I know they were on like 45-minute and 1 hour, literally rolling blackouts the whole time, and Tri-County had very, very few outages at all. Same with Wise County Electric. Do you have any idea? Do you think any idea why did they not have to shed the same amount of load because we were measuring that on summer load or averages or something like that? Do you have any idea why that may be?
No, I don't know. Do you, Jackie?
So they may have had less load that they had to shed overall, just based on their contributions. But they may have
But
had
isn't it based on a pro rata, based on the load they're...
Right. So it's determined by, in the summer peak in ERCOT, and your load ratio share.
Well, it should get just as hot in Weatherford as Austin.
So they're smaller load, so they have a smaller share.
But isn't it pro rata, or am I misunderstanding that?
It's based on that calculation that's determined, so if Weatherford.
So it's not just 12% exact, there's a number of things going
Right, so.
into the calculation.
So Austin Energy's share is 3.7% of the load shed request, based on that. Weatherford's, I'm sure, is something very much smaller.
Right, but is yours based on, because you're 3.7% of the summer load average statewide?
Of the four, yes.
So if Weatherford's pro rata, seems like they would have pro rata had to shed the same amount of load. I guess I'm wondering if the load shed was equally spread out across ERCOT, or if it unintentionally was different. If it hit some areas, like maybe Encore, harder than maybe a Weatherford Muni or a Tri-County.
Yes, and I believe that Bill Magnus from ERCOT made a presentation to these committees yesterday, and there may have been some slides, and there is a chart in there that shows the different entities, and the larger utilities have a larger share. So some of them, I think it was over 30%. Austin Energy's share is 3.7%, but we're a much smaller system comparatively. And then Weatherford would be even smaller than that, so their percentage of the contribution of the total load shed would be something much smaller, and therefore a smaller amount that they had. It also is determined by the number of circuits that you have, or feeders that you have on your system. And of those, as you're being able to rotate or not rotate, how many of those have critical load, the things like hospitals or water treatment facilities or police stations or
So
fire.
it's not just 8% because you were 8% of the load. There's other numbers that go into a formula to determine what your load shed is.
Well, that's what you determine what feeders you're going to take out. But there is a calculation based on your contribution to summer peak that determines, when there's a load shed event, what your percentage of that load shed is going to be. And the smaller your utility, the smaller your percentage and the lower amount that you're going to have.
That I understand.
Okay.
I understand that if the scale, what I'm trying to understand is if City A, if Muni A has 1% of all the summer load, and City B has 10% of all the summer load, is City B going to be required to shed 10% of their load in an event, and City A going to shed 1%, or is there other things that go into that calculation?
So the amount that they're going to shed are based on those calculations, but it's based on the amount that ERCOT directs. So if ERCOT says, okay, system-wide, we need to shed 1,000 megawatts, then the one with 10% is going to shed 10 megawatts, and the smaller is going to shed smaller megawatts.
So I guess what you're telling me is if Weatherford had rolling blackouts and Tri-County didn't have really any, but other service providers next door did, they were all shedding the same amount of power relative to their service area.
Their share, yes.
So why do you think some would have done better than others?
Why they were able to have rotating outages versus not having rotating outages?
Do you think it's the size of their service area or the complexity of their service area? Or do you think it's just smaller, they were able to manage it easier?
I think it has to do with the complexity of the service area and the types of loads, the types of customers that are served. And I can use Austin as an example if you would like.
Because y'all had a lot of outage.
We were not able to rotate.
Right.
And the reason that we were not able to rotate is because we have a large number of critical load spread across the service territory. So in addition to having circuits that have critical load that you can't touch, you also have to have some circuits set aside for low frequency. And you've heard about the low frequency when the records start spinning too slow. There's some things that have to happen automatically, or some really bad things are going to happen. So you got those things that you have to set aside. So you do planning and you say, these are the amount of circuits, that don't have critical load that I can respond to a load shed request. And because the load shed request was so large and it happened so fast, there are like buckets that you have. So you take this bucket off, then you take this bucket, and all of a sudden all your buckets are gone, and there's nothing that you can take and fill into this one so that this one is now empty, and then you can start moving those around. And we hit that maximum, and so basically we were stuck at that point, and I think you heard from some other utilities that were in that same situation. And then after that, we were at that peak, we were asked to shed more load. So we had to work with our customers that we had who had some backup generation to get them off. And we reached out to other customers and worked with them to bring off additional load.
And I know you had a terribly difficult situation. I guess where I kind of wanted to go with this is, so is it correct to say that it was not the market model differentiation that determined whether an entity had rolling blackouts, no blackouts, or total blackout? It wasn't the fact of whether they're in the competitive market or whether they're a muni or whether they're a co-op. It was simply the unique circumstances of that particular service provider. Is that correct? In other words, the competitive market didn't do worse and the cooperative market do better because one is in competition and the other isn't.
I would say that that's true, and the complexity of it has to do with the types of loads and how diverse, how spread out, how large the area is, and how far you can spread those out and break down those circuits.
Great. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood that a municipality, that a muni wasn't going to do better or worse because they're structured as a muni, and that a co-op wasn't going to do better or worse just because they're in a cooperative model, or that the TDUs weren't going to do better or worse just because they're in the competitive market. That competition is not what caused or protected from outages any more than still being vertically integrated caused or protected someone from outages.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I would add to that I think that within the market design overall, that a situation that occurs that requires a utility to put over 30% of their customers into outage for such a long period of time, that we need to find ways to fix that.
No question about that. No question. Look, Weatherford Municipal did a great job. Tri-County, Wise County did a great job. And Encore, from my perspective, did a great job too, because they can only distribute the amount of electricity they have to distribute. And so I'm proud of everybody who worked in our area. I would ask if you wouldn't mind, if you want to go ahead and just commit to it now, if Weatherford could have 6 months to pay that to you, if would concern, we could work that out. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative King. Chair recognizes Representative Darby.
Thank you. To go a step further, why don't you just forgive the $3 million at Weatherford? Go a long way with it.
It was six. I'm sorry.
I'm going to be very brief. We've talked about this. Tom, today's settle update. I happen to believe that we're going to start fielding a lot of calls over the weekend, perhaps into next week. You talked about the settlement. The uplift is coming. Does Garland have the liquid resources to carry not only your part of that, but the uplift part that others can't pay?
I think we think we do, but obviously we don't know what that number is going to be. And that's the scary part of this, is no one knows what that number is going to be.
Could you do us a favor that once you get all those bills, report back next week? We're going to meet next week, and I think we need to start hearing about some of the actual real-time experiences with this settle up and what's going on. So we'd like to hear back about how this is playing out. And
Like you said, I'm sure you'll hear about it probably before I do.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that all of y'all are very proud of your communities, as am I, and I sure appreciate the attention that you're giving to mine. I think that we have a lot of things to say about what's happening here in Austin, that we, as the citizens of Austin that elect our locally elected officials and make the decisions about what happens in our community, have recourse to work with if we have any issues that we want to address with how our city functions. I just want to say that I don't believe I heard anybody, maybe I missed it, but I don't believe I heard anybody asking Encore or any of those providers about what they did with their money. And I know that with Austin Energy, basically the citizens, the taxpayers, are the stakeholders. And the money is going back to them, just like your Encores have the PUC-approved rates that are being transferred to their stockholders. And I also think it's important that we get back to what the purpose of this was, talking about the weather event and the impacts. And I hope you heard what Ms. Sargent said about Austin and the choices that we've made in terms of our generation. That Austin's generation supported the grid and exceeded the load that me and my citizens were asked to shed. We were asked to do conservation measures and to shed more load to help the grid support the rest of our state. And I would suggest, too, that what we have here in our city has been attractive to electric needy companies like Samsung and Tesla, and they're coming here and they're supporting our community and our state. And I'm sorry I'm a little emotional. We've been doing this for so many I had appropriations for the couple of days before this, so I'm really slap happy right now. But the fact is, I love my city. And I know it's a lot of fun for everybody to make fun of Austin, to bash Austin, but you guys like it when you're here. Come on. You like us. And we have locally elected officials for a reason. I myself was a school board member at the end of the 90s in Eanes, Westlake High School, state championship football players, the same term that I was a school board member. And I had the audacity with most of the rest of my board, other than one, Mr. Brad Shields, that many of you know, to say we needed to have 2 high schools instead of 1 because of our growth. Oh, was that the wrong thing to do when you're the state championship football team? And when the election came up next time, the 3 of us up for election, including Karen Hughes' husband, Jerry Hughes, who was on that board with me, this was not partisan at all, we were ousted because we didn't do what our community wanted, and that's how it works. So let Austin run Austin. Let the citizens of Austin decide what we want to do with our city. And yeah, there's going to be people who don't like it, and we have hearings about that. We have elections. Somebody just lost at the city council last time. It happens. That's the way it works. But remember what we're here for today, what we're talking about today. Austin put generation on that grid to help the rest of our state. I wore 3 pair of pants, a couple of sweaters, I happened to have power most of the time. I had no water, but I had power other than part of one day. I kept my thermostat down, I kept all my lights off, I huddled around like a little old lady, which I actually am now. We've been talking about that, right, Todd?
You're not supposed to.
Okay, don't admit it. All right. Anyway, you get my point, guys. I'm sorry. You pushed my buttons, though, here. This is my city. I was born and raised here. I love this city. I don't like a lot about it. There's things I'm going to gripe about, too. But this is my city. And please, let us run our city, okay? We are a good part of this state, and we're good. I want our state to be I want our state to be successful, and Austin contributes to that success. We do. And anyway, so I couldn't let that go. Thank you very much for letting me say that. I'm sure I had more to say, but I can't talk anymore.
Ms. Sauer, Mr. Lucio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Donna, I like Austin. I graduated undergrad and law school here, and now I'm building businesses here, so I like Austin. Doesn't mean I'm not going to be critical of some of the things y'all do, but I like Austin. So I have a specific question about your operations, but really generally about how municipalities or municipal utilities work and my concern. Some of it is just for my education, and I'm trying to follow, but I have an 11-year-old that has a phone who keeps texting me. God bless you. If you're watching, Olivia, I love you. So there is one particular issue that I think is interesting. Austin Energy doesn't allow for the installation of permanent natural gas generators for its commercial users. Is that correct?
Are you talking about customers installing their own generation?
Correct. So commercial users, meaning let's call them critical users like grocery stores, a Randall's. If a Randall's wanted to install a permanent natural gas generator, Austin Energy, or maybe it's the city of Austin or a combination of the two, because I guess you're a department of the city of Austin, doesn't allow for the installation of permanent natural gas generators.
We allow for customers to install backup generation that they can use.
But not natural gas.
No, it could be natural gas.
Okay, well, I may have some misinformation because I have some information that was presented to me that states that there's a prohibition against permanent natural gas generation or generators being installed for commercial users, and that could have been one of the reasons that some of the stakeholders like your HEBs, your Randalls, your Albertons, your Walmarts had trouble coming back online. Are you aware of that?
Representative, I need to look into that.
Please do, if you could.
I can get back to you.
And that's a simple tweak, right? Because I understand there's not that prohibition anywhere else in the state. And if it's just a matter of allowing permanent natural gas generators being installed for folks like HEB, I mean, I think that's a reasonable request.
I need to look at that.
Okay, so regarding communication, I've reviewed your tweets and your press releases, and I would give you almost an A. You did much better than most of the folks that have been before us. You drove the ball, use a stupid sports analogy, but you drove the ball to the 1 yard line. It's fantastic. The one thing you didn't do is score the touchdown by telling people, these won't be rolling. These are going to be permanent. You need to seek shelter. We don't know when this is going to come back on. We've lost a little bit of control, not Austin Energy, but everyone, right? But on February 11th, which is earlier than anyone did, your press release was fantastic, fantastic. And actually was the only one that said, I want to make sure this can cause service fluctuations and widespread outages. Restoring power is more than just flipping a switch. You may see line workers, forestry crews, and trucks in your neighborhood, but employees throughout the utility are working 24/7 to safely restore power. Our first priority is to keep our crews and customers safe, so be aware that weather and other hazards may slow down the power restoration process. You spoke very plainly and directly. Thank you. That's what I was looking for, and that's what Texans deserve. But you didn't score the touchdown. Right at the end.
For improvement. Thank you for sharing that.
So I just want to understand from my own, because I have, and the reason I'm asking is not because I have Brownsville Public Utility, right? I have a municipal utility in my district. It's a very important stakeholder within my district, run by a fantastic individual, John Brugiak, who's texting with me now. I love John. He's a great, fantastic operator. But I do want to understand how municipal utilities work. most, maybe all, of them have an exclusivity within their city, right? At least Brownsville Public Utility does. Maybe not all of y'all are structured.
Yeah, there's part of our system that actually is Encore, within on. So we have some duly certified areas within ours.
Are you duly certified as well?
So we have a certificated service territory that was identified by the Public Utility Commission, and so as customer areas grew.
In the outskirts?
In the outskirts, we have outside of our city limits where we have other providers that are there, and there's actually a part in the north where Encore has a service area, but within, we provide service in 14 surrounding communities as well.
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to single service, single certified areas, as long as it's affordable for the customer base, right? And I serve on the Natural Resources Committee, been doing that for over a decade, so I understand CCNs and how all that works. And I'm sure you've gone over it, and I'm sorry I've been distracted a little bit this afternoon, but what is the primary driver of the increased bills that, like my muni has recently discussed publicly in a press conference? What is the main driver behind those bills that are coming, the expensive bills that were incurred because of last week's event?
Yeah, I would say at this point, all of that's still very much in flux, but it's all the costs associated with creating power and delivering power.
Okay. So munis, unlike other utilities, can own their own generation, own their own transmission and distribution infrastructure, and be the retailer.
Yes, we're a non-opt-in entity, so we are the retailer.
And you may not know this, but are cooperatives similarly structured?
Yes, there's just one co-op that opted into competition a long time ago, but all the others are that way.
And it seems that we had several retailers who are also on the generation side came up here in the last, I don't know how many hours we've been here, but let's say yesterday, and stated our customers will not see an increase to their bill. So how can they be situated so that they can say our customers are not going to be charged more? How are they able to contain costs?
Yeah.
And municipalities like my PUB are not?
It really just depends on your situation. I mean, I'm guessing some of those co-ops that are saying that.
No, not co-ops.
Okay.
This was like a big, I can't remember which one, but a big retailer came and say, our customers aren't going to pay more in utility expenses because of last week's event.
Okay. And so I can't speak to their situation. Obviously, they believe that the costs associated with this event is not going to impact them, or they were minimal enough that they're not going to impact rates at all.
Do they have fixed, because I've heard this float around, do they have fixed price contracts with their gas suppliers that fire their plants, maybe?
They could. I don't know. I can't speak to it, but yes, they have to, at the ultimate level, the impact of this event on them must have been minimal. And that could have been done contractually, however.
Do you have a generation plant, or do you buy from a generator?
We have multiple generation facilities with diverse supply portfolios.
And so some of them are coal, maybe, some of them are which ones of that portfolio do you expect to have the highest or the most fluctuation in the cost to produce that power?
So one of the things that Austin Energy does is that we have risk management policies, and our focus is on ensuring that we do everything we can to provide stable rates for our customers that in turn result in stable bills. So we do that with a number of
diversification
and financial instruments, different types of gas suppliers, multiple connections to pipelines, and we manage that as a portfolio along with our generation portfolio. So that is why we don't expect that our customers are going to be impacted and that we will not be raising rates as a result of what happened this past week. Now, of course, if we don't get paid and there are significant
Oh, because you
uplift
supply to
charges,
others.
we supply to ERCOT.
Oh, okay. Now I'm starting to get it. All right. So you also are owed money because you supplied to the grid, not just to your customer base.
That's correct.
Understood. Okay. Now that's making sense. So you have a team, and I just want to make the analogy, you have a team of people that are more like mutual fund operators, and you invest in a portfolio as opposed to buying a single stock to invest for investing.
Similar in concept, yes.
That's about the extent I know about the market.
And so that's why
My one
having different
analogy-
types of generation, right,
Yeah.
adds to that so that your risk is mitigated and so that you don't have, simply put, all your eggs in one basket.
So you don't know where your power goes once you supply it to ERCOT. You don't know who ultimately owes that other than ERCOT.
Well, the simplest way that I understand how the ERCOT market works is that it's like a big swimming pool. And the water level has to be maintained at a certain level. It can't be too high, it can't be too low. And the generators from around the state, wherever they're connected at whatever node, they're putting the water in.
Correct.
And wherever the loads are, it's like a straw.
Sure.
And they're sucking the water out.
Sure.
So ERCOT's maintaining that level as the supply is going in and the energy's going out to customers.
So your only recourse for what you incurred to provide supply to the grid is ERCOT. You can't then go and
Well,
figure
there
out,
might be some other-
you don't know where, no one can trace where that straw, what water that straw is taking up.
Right, it's all
Right. So your
all
only
levelized.
recourse.
So ERCOT then bills everybody
Right.
that takes the water out, and they use that money to pay everybody that put the water in.
So again, your only recourse for the invoice you send to ERCOT is ERCOT.
ERCOT does all the invoicing.
Okay, I hear you. So who's your invoice sent to who's it made out to for the power that you put on the grid that you need to be paid for?
So ERCOT acts as a clearinghouse.
So
they determine what I get paid.
So when you get a check, who's going to have signed that check? The person who took from the grid?
No, it's going to be,
ERCOT.
the money's going to flow through ERCOT, so
So
not a
ERCOT
check.
signs it.
It's not a check.
It's a deposit.
Goes into account.
That's
and-
I'm using.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really am trying to figure out because ultimately.
So ERCOT is the clearinghouse.
Okay.
All the money comes in and all the money goes out. So they collect it and
Okay.
they distribute it.
So let's go back to my question, and I can ask it a different way so I can get to the answer I'm looking for. If I'm a lawyer for the city of Austin, ERCOT doesn't pay me or my city, and my council gets together and says, we need to take legal action because we're not being paid. Is your only recourse to sue ERCOT as the clearinghouse? Or can you also sue other entities who ERCOT as the clearinghouse identified as being takers of the power you put on the grid?
My understanding for those transactions that we would be looking to ERCOT, but ERCOT is supposed to have collateral from all of the people that pay or that participate in the market to cover those things. And if it ends up that they can't pay because, and the only reason they couldn't pay is because other people aren't paying their bills.
So it just gets more complicated.
So it gets more complicated, and then if it's significant enough, you don't get the money, plus you might also be charged what was talked about earlier, these uplift charges, to cover all of that. So the remaining market participants,
So the
Could
market
have-
participants who are paying their bills may get a surcharge or uplift charge.
yes,
So because I can afford to pay my bills, I have to pay for the people who can't pay their bills. So if it's like being at a restaurant and someone brings me a tab and it has the table next to me, because the table next to me couldn't pay their tab. Is that
I
good?
think, yeah, I think so.
Good
yes.
comparison?
And that's when the market was developed, the construct of the market, that's what was designed, and that was what was,
So I'm guaranteeing as a market participant the non-payment of other market participants if I'm a member of ERCOT.
to the extent that those market participants weren't fully collateralized, and they default.
Do I have a choice not to be in ERCOT if I'm in the generation, distribution, or retail business in Texas? So I have to live with those rules.
Based on how it was established and set up. And that's when it's my understanding, because I wasn't here at the time, that when the market was formed, municipals and co-ops had a lot of concerns. But they agreed to support the overall needs of the state in the development of this market as long as they could remain vertically integrated.
Are those who are selling, taking, you may be in a situation later on, you're doing great now where you're taking from the market, maybe your plants go offline in a weather event. Are you required to carry insurance beyond the collateral or be bonded in any way beyond the collateral as additional safety for the overall financial stability of the ERCOT system?
We don't have a responsibility above what our collateral is to ERCOT, but we want to maintain the stability of rates for our customers. So we will look at what we can do to manage that risk and that exposure to not end up in that position.
You're a very sophisticated operator. Let me ask you that, and you may be just as big. Austin carries a certain weight in its name.
They're much bigger than we are.
Okay, so tell me, answer if you could, or give me some insight on that question I just asked.
Yeah, no, basically, the way it's structured is because of our credit rating, we actually qualify for an unsecured credit collateral amount with ERCOT. And so if our activity in the market allows us to do all of that within that, everything's fine. But ultimately, the market is cross-collateralized. So at the end of the day, if somebody doesn't pay, regardless of how much collateral I have posted or whatever, that ultimately can get uplifted to me. And that's just part of the market design.
So Donna, your ratepayers are collateralizing people in a completely other part of the state. We're understanding that, right? Okay. That's very interesting. I don't think Texans know that their utility rates may go up because
I think
someone
that's,
else in this other part of the state.
That's
their
ultimately
system
something
couldn't
needs
pay
to get, ERCOT doesn't need to be in that business. There needs to be somebody else that steps in and either collateralizes entities, and you have to bring that with you to the table when you come to the table, so that if something happens to you, it's not the other market participants that are paying, it's the person that collateralized you.
To your knowledge, does ERCOT make money?
No.
With that collateralization? Well, they got to make money somehow, because according to my friend
they
Todd
ultimately
Hunter,
have to, they have to pay their
CEO
employees.
makes $803,000 a day, or I think it was.
They have to pay their employees and for their systems and things, but they're nonprofit.
Okay. Okay, well, I've gone on long enough. I learned as much as I think my brain has the capacity to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucio. Just a couple quick questions, and I actually want to provide a little bit of an explanation to my dear friend, Donna Howard down there. I'm not actually bashing Austin. I'm going to explain to you why. My line of questioning was really based on, it's just a little pet peeve of mine, going back to even my city council and mayor days. On a much lesser scale,
we did something, others do this too, you have your water and sewer rates. So you have your public works department that collects, charges rates, and seems like they're always going up, water and sewer rates. And the practice was, or is today too, I'm not there anymore, and so they still do it, but they keep raising water and sewer rates and create a surplus on that side, and then do an interfund transfer to the general fund to pay for other stuff. And it's always bothered me. It's just that and it's a similar situation. People are paying for utilities. In my example, back home, they're paying for water and sewer, and the rate keeps going up, and they're not getting any additional investment. The money's not going into infrastructure, and water and sewer infrastructure. It's going to pay for, and I love parks and everything else that we pay for in cities. But that's where, I just wanted you to know that that's where that comes from. It's not, I guess I was bashing everyone, really, at the end of the day, or anyone who does that. I just don't like to me, it's disingenuous and borderline dishonest to do. I just don't like it. And so I felt like I wanted to give you an explanation so you would understand I'm not bashing your city. I know you're proud of it. Hey, I'm an Aggie, and I like Austin. So I enjoy spending time here. Just like for it to not be so much sometimes. But anyway, I wanted to explain that, Don. I'm not bashing your community. Ms. Sargent, I did want to ask you a question because I know you're a very smart lady. I think, are you an engineer?
Yes, sir, I am.
I thought you were. As you brought up this concept, and this is not unique to you, but the larger cities, we saw this, and I know in Houston, we had similar, deals where people were out of power, but, downtown is lit up, like a Christmas tree. And again, I'm not bashing here. What I'm trying to get at, because I know you're a smart lady too, I just wonder if you had any ideas, and I know the reasoning that you're going to tell me is what you actually reference, is that you have a lot of critical load that you can't take down. I mean, you have a big area of critical load. Now, I guess we could argue as to whether every bit of that ought to be on there, so I understand this idea that you have feeders that, this critical load is on, even though there may be some things along that feeder that doesn't necessarily have to be on, but you can't take it down. Do you have any thoughts on, if there's something we could do about that? And this on a much smaller scale that would apply even in any other community where just because there's a hospital, down the street from where I'm at, and maybe there's some other small businesses there that are not open for whatever reason or don't have to be open, where we can handle it and be more specific, and even though that is a critical load feeder, we don't have to keep everybody on there. Do you have any thoughts? I mean, obviously as an engineer too, and I gotta believe from a technology standpoint, if we're not already there, we could ultimately get to some way from a technology standpoint to begin to address things like that. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that there are things that we're going to have to do. I think that if we can, in parts of our service area, we can sectionalize circuits and get them into smaller pieces, that's something that's going to be helpful, because that was also very problematic on the restoration process too, and trying to pick up too much load, and I think you probably heard about cold load pickup and all of those sorts of things. We have advanced metering technology, but the technology is there to get meter reads, to get information, to share information with customers so they can figure out how they're using information, if there's things that they can do differently and those sorts of things, to do a disconnect, but not on a rotating basis, to get down to that granular level. So I was asking those questions and probably driving my people crazy at 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm looking at all the systems and things, and frustrated because we couldn't get customers back on, and extremely frustrated looking downtown and seeing these businesses with the lights on and the Capitol and other things. And
your customers were frustrated, right?
And I don't blame them.
Right.
I don't blame them. The system that we have for the downtown area is called a network. So it's different than in a neighborhood where you maybe have the wooden poles that are either in the alleys, or you have cable underground with transformers in the front of a property and it goes to the houses. So it's a very interconnected system to ensure reliability due to the government infrastructure, the hospital, vital communications infrastructure and things like that, to ensure the reliability of that system. And the way to operate that system is to put people manually in vaults. And during those extreme weather conditions, we actually considered it. But safety is my number one priority, and I'm not going to put somebody down in a vault. But we reached out to the contacts that we had at those businesses. We reached out to business owners, BOMA, I'm sorry, I'm tired too and can't remember all of them. The Downtown Austin Alliance, the Chambers of Commerce, and other people that we knew that maybe had some influence and could talk to these people to say, please turn off these lights. We're asking everybody to conserve so we can hopefully get power to other people. And it was one of the most frustrating things, and the most frustrating thing was not being able to get power back on to our customers.
Right.
It was horrible. But then seeing this and trying to go to the extinct, so at a point, we got to that point where they were shutting those lights off. But some of them didn't even know where the breakers were to shut those lights off. So again, working with our customer group and outreach to these entities to better understand that. And then looking at that downtown network, making sure that it remains reliable. It's very important that it is. And that equipment isn't necessarily designed to be turned like a switch on and off. And it's integrated and it works all together to balance the loads and the systems that are down there. So yes, that is something to look at. And I think that a result of this is that industry is going to be looking more broadly as well. We look to our peers, we'll look to industry, we belong to EPRI. We'll be reaching out in all of those to say, what can we do differently? What can we take from this challenging situation and apply to future situations? So thank you.
Right. I just think it has to be a part of the conversation going forward, because it could have been a really big help. And even outside of disaster situations where you're shedding a load, I mean, just from an efficiency and just everyday stuff. If you got big office buildings or whatever the case may be, and every light in the place is on, and I have no doubt we'll get there somehow or another. But I think in the overall discussion, when we're talking about particularly densely populated areas, in situations like this where no one's in those buildings because they're all snowed in, or whatever the case may be, surely we can figure that out, because you and all the other engineers, certainly I have faith to figure something out. But that's got to be a part of the discussion.
I agree.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you, Chairman Patty. And Representative Howard and Ms. Sargent, I just want to echo what Chairman Patty said. If my tone was rude, I apologize. I did not mean for it to be that. And I certainly was not Austin bashing. As you know, Representative Howard, I went to school here. I love this city. Where this has come in 30 years is beyond amazing. New buildings going up every day. Traffic in Austin, who would have thought that 30 years ago? Obviously, people love it and they love coming here and living here. As we all know, we encouraged our members and encouraged the public to submit questions to us. Not everybody has a right to ask questions, so I was asked to ask about that. I don't know if Encore does that either. They were here to testify. We all could have asked them that. I certainly will be asking Encore if excess funds go into our general fund in the city of Fort Worth. If they do, I'm going to question why that is. Just for me personally, any excess funds in a nonprofit seems like that money should stay in the nonprofit or be used for equipment maintenance or something like that to improve the infrastructure, rather than going into a general fund for a city council that had nothing to do with earning that money, if you will, to go spend that money on whatever they want to. But you're right, that's Austin's business. We're here to inform the public and ask questions. So that was the only thing I was doing, and meant no intent to offend you or offend you, Ms. Sargent, if I was. And I can't even imagine what week you have had, Ms. Sargent, or the last 2 weeks. As Representative Lucio pointed out, and trust me, if you haven't been watching Every Single Witness, he has grilled them or actually bashed them for their lack of PR, and he praised you, and so I commend you. And in fact, when you sat down, I praised you for putting out a statement saying you weren't going to raise rates on your customers, and they'll only be charged for the energy that they use. So I certainly commend you for the incredible week. I can't even imagine. It has been one of the worst weeks of your life, because you knew exactly what you were doing when you were told to shed load, and that's not easy to bear at all. So thank you very much for what you do.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one last thing, because we were talking about the downtown area. I was contacted about the Capitol, because as y'all know, the Capitol is very lit up, and there was nobody here really, except for DPS, during the time that was going on. It took a couple of days, but I want to give thanks to Rod Welch and the State Preservation Board and the Department of Public Safety, who came up with a plan that they felt allowed them to maintain the security they wanted to have, and lowered the lighting on the exterior part of the Capitol. They lowered some temperatures. I don't know what all they did, but they definitely lowered the lights, dimmed the dome, and that was very much appreciated. So I just want to give thanks to the Capitol people who made that happen.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lucio. Oh, pushed his button there. He was so excited. All righty.
Never turn it off.
Thank both of you for waiting around. I know for a couple days here. Really appreciate your valuable input as we try to work through first identifying the challenges and then working in concert with you to figure out solutions. And so we welcome your input as we move forward and try to find some meaningful solutions to some of these challenges. So thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your support of our utility workers.
Yep, thank you. All righty. Members, one more panel. No, I'm sorry, two. 3 people, though. There's just 3. So we're going to bring up Cameron Smallwood and Mike Kizar. Gentlemen, thank you both for being here and waiting it out like everyone else. It's been a long couple of days for all of us, and but I, for one, feel like it's been very productive and we've learned a lot. So, and we're going to learn some more because we know you bring a valuable perspective to this discussion as co-ops. So, Mike, we'll start with you. If you would, identify yourself and who you represent and proceed with your testimony.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Mike Kizar. I am the general manager of South Texas Electric Cooperative, and I'll probably refer to that entity as STEC frequently in my remarks. Our purpose for existing is, sole purpose for existing, is to provide wholesale energy and transmission services to 8 distribution cooperatives who serve members, approximately 280,000 members throughout 42 South Texas counties. In addition, one of our members is that one cooperative who chose to opt into competition, and we do have a unit within the cooperative that is under contract and provides support services to that member in their interaction with the competitive market. As generators of energy and load serving to our members, we both buy from the market and we sell power into the market. The board made the decision several years ago, and our members make up our board, made the decision to acquire sufficient generation capacity, either owned or under long-term contract, to serve between 95% and 110% of the member load. So they had very little desire to be exposed significantly to the ERCOT market. They realized that there was a premium to be paid in owning generation because our resources don't always sell into the market. There are times when they can't clear the market price, when the market is low. But the members felt that it was important to have those resources as a hedge against exactly the type of situation that we've experienced. When prices blow out in the market, we can run those resources, and assuming they run, we can sell that power into the market and cover the load that our members require, and we can do that and keep their rates stable. It's important to note that, again, that there is a premium associated with that. A premium that board is elected to pay, and we pass that cost on to our members. In terms of preparing for winter events, we have weatherization plans, winter plans, just like we have hurricane response plans. We deal with hurricanes on the Gulf Coast far too frequently. We had Hannah come through last summer that we dealt with, and we dealt with a lot of damage associated with Harvey. But we bring out our winterization plans every September. We dust them off, and we provide training to our employees, and we start looking at materials, supplies, heat tracing type repairs, maintenance within our power plants, and we start getting ready for the winter events. In late January, I guess I should say this too, we utilize our own marketing group within the cooperative. We don't contract our access to the ERCOT market, so it's our employees that are buying and selling within the market, and we function as our own QSC. So there was some discussion about QSCs earlier, and that's handled within the cooperative. In addition, we operate our own transmission system. So we are the ones that are switching breakers in and out, and we provide those services for two other generation and transmission cooperatives, Golden Spread Electric Cooperative and East Texas Electric Cooperative. In late January, weather service that we utilize as part of our forecasting services or forecasting work in our wholesale marketing group strongly advised us to prepare for a significant winter event in mid-February. And at that point in time, we ramped significantly up our preparation for cold weather. There was some discussion earlier about combined cycle plants that can run either natural gas or diesel fuel. We have one of those. And even though it's not as efficient on diesel fuel, that is very much an option when gas prices are high. So we test ran that unit just to make sure that it was going to run efficiently on fuel oil, and then stocked up significantly in fuel oil supplies. So our terminal in Victoria did an outstanding job of getting us diesel fuel when it was difficult to get and transported it to the facility. We have the output under contract from the two hydroelectric dams on the Rio Grande, the one at Amistad and the one at Falcon. We secured from Mexico their rights to power over peak. They relinquished those rights. We regularly trade power back and forth with our partners in Mexico, so we're able to secure that power. In addition, we worked with the Rio Grande Water Master at the TCEQ to secure a continuous discharge of water from those dams. They don't always discharge. We have no right to call for a discharge. That water is reserved for downstream users, and we only get the power when the dams are actually passing water through the turbines. But the Water Master did agree to pass that water through given the emergency situation. We also laid on some additional natural gas hedges. We were about 60% hedged going into the winter event, so exposed to about 40%. We have two quick start internal combustion engines with direct coupled generators. One plant that's located just north of Edinburgh and one that's located in Pearsall. The one in Pearsall has 25 engines, the one in Redgate has 12. Because they are internal combustion type engines fired on natural gas, most of the facility is located indoors, so it's protected from the elements. But like any other vehicle, they have very large radiators that are located outside. So we needed to lay in some additional ethylene propylene glycol as antifreeze. It's been a long day for me too. At our coal plant, we ran coal through the bunkers to make sure that we would have smooth flow, that we would have nothing that would plug bunkers when we needed that coal during the weather event. And we rechecked all of our freeze protection equipment, and we use a significant amount. In addition to our heat trace, we use space heaters that are fired on diesel fuel and kerosene. We use pear burners. We use acetylene oxygen torches with rosebuds. We use heat lamps, tarps. We even use mesquite wood. There are areas of our coal plant that, believe it or not, we burn mesquite wood in barrels because that is the most efficient way to heat a large area. And so we cut and stacked a lot of that from our adjacent lignite mine. As the storm approached, we staged personnel as first responders throughout our service territory. I should have said this earlier. When I talk about our generation portfolio, I mentioned the size of it, but it's also highly diversified. We focus on diversification in several areas. We diversify with regard to ownership versus contract. We diversify with regard to geographic location. We have plants that are located throughout our members' service territory footprint. They're diversified with regard to fuel. On a capacity basis, approximately 2/3 of our generation is gas-fired. 20% is coal. We have one coal power plant, San Miguel plant, that we get the power from under contract. And the remainder is renewable energy. We do have 2 wind PPAs, one from a facility located south of Kingsville on the coast, and one in Webb County, close to Laredo. As we were preparing the San Miguel plant, and that is a very large coal-fired plant that is subject to more freezing than our other facilities, we staffed up at that plant. We brought extra operators on. We actually located equipment at the sites of the areas where it's more likely to have freezing. And in addition, in order to free up additional generation, we shut down the electric drag lines at the adjacent mine. That alone freed up about 7 megawatts that we could put on the grid. We took advantage of TCEQ's enforcement discretion, and we were able to pull some of the air out of the boiler, operate efficiently, understanding that we may touch on some emission limits from time to time, but it was allowed us to put more power out on the grid. We believe our combined actions at San Miguel resulted in 20 additional megawatts being generated to put on the grid. During the event, we ran our combined cycle plant either on gas or fuel oil, depending on price of gas and availability. We had one situation where it looked like we were losing gas pressure. We worked with our supplier, and it actually turned out to be a valve that had been closed inadvertently. Once that valve was open, the pressure was restored, and we were fine. So the times that we ran on fuel oil were driven more by gas prices than they were availability of gas. We really had no problems getting gas. The units performed well. The efforts of the employees, I consider nothing more than heroic. Once we got into the weather event, and there's been some discussion about the frequency upset, the low frequency event that occurred, the San Miguel plant was definitely impacted by that. We saw an increase in load requirement from that plant from 210 to 280 megawatts almost instantaneously. And when something like that happens to a plant, it's almost impossible to control the combustion process and hold the plant online. And I honestly don't know how the operators did it, but they got underneath it and held it. So we kept the plant online, kept it running. Even though that we had sufficient generation to meet the needs of our members, we're required, like every other transmission provider within ERCOT, to shed load when load shed events are called for. STEC's share of load shed within ERCOT is 2%, and if you add in the obligations of the 2 G&Ts that we provide transmission services for, it gets up to 2.5%. The way that we shed load is utilizing a list of feeders provided by our members. So they send us the list of feeders, and they prioritize those feeders, the order that they want us to disconnect them. So when we get a load shed event, we start working from that member's list of feeders and begin working our way through it. When we reached 10,500 megawatts of load shed within ERCOT, we were running out of feeders on some of the members' lists because that was a significant load shed event for us. And we had to work very closely with them to identify additional circuits that we could take off in order to continue meeting our load shed obligations. We had constant communication with the members at the manager level and consistently at the operations level, as well as personnel out in the field. We worked very, very closely with our members to help keep power restored, to address problems when they occurred. And we took some steps to try and keep feeders on as long as we could. You've heard, I'm sure, about cold load pickup. That's been discussed. When you put a feeder on and that sudden inrush of demand sometimes can be enough to trip a breaker. We changed settings. We went with higher fuses. We sectionalized. We did things that we could to hold that load when we would put feeders in. We have a few statistics. Our goal was to limit the duration of our feeder outages to no more than 2 hours. We didn't make it. Based upon the statistics that we have evaluated thus far, the average number of times that we outaged a feeder was 6 during the event, and the average duration of each of those de-energized periods was 3.5 hours, so a little over our 2-hour goal. The percentage of outage durations that lasted longer than 10 hours was less than 3%, and our longest outage was 15.5 hours. So those are the statistics that we have from our load shed events. Our operators did a fantastic job finding feeders. That we had one member that at one point in time had literally no feeders left to roll. He had nothing that he could roll. We did work with ERCOT and identify, with their help, the ability to roll some of our under-frequency load shed circuits, just by rearming circuits that we would put back in service and maintaining that under-frequency load shed obligation. So we were able to get some of those feeders rolled. In conclusion, I just can't say enough about the employees, both the operators in the control room, system operations, the employees that were in the field working in the substations responding to outages, as well as our power plant staff, the operators, the maintenance technicians that worked around the clock in some pretty tough conditions to keep the plants online. We were at times a little long. We were selling energy into the market, and other times we were a little short. We have evaluated our position as best we can at this point, and we believe if our invoices are all paid, and I know you keep hearing that caveat over and over, assuming we get paid, we believe we're going to be in a net neutral position. So our members should not see a rate increase associated with their cost per kilowatt hour. There may be a higher kilowatt hour usage for the month based upon the cold weather event, but we would not expect to pass on a rate increase to the members. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Right. Thank you, Mike. We're going to come back to questions after we have both of you go here. So Cameron, if you'll go ahead and give your name and who you represent and your testimony, and then we'll get to questions.
Great. Thank you, Chairman and members, and good evening. Unfortunately, I'm saying that now. It's been a long 2 days for everyone. So my name is Cameron Smollett. I'm the CEO and General Manager of United Cooperative Services. We're an electric distribution cooperative serving about 93,000 electric meters and serving about 2,300 in rapidly growing fiber to the home connections for our members south and west of Fort Worth. And I say electric distribution co-op because we're different than Mike. We're like one of Mike's members. We're a member and owner of Brazos Electric Cooperative out of Waco. Our goal is we get the energy from Brazos at a substation. We take it from the substation on our facilities and deliver it to the members. And we also have the retail function. And so whatever Brazos bills us, we pass through without any markup to our members to pay. So that's how we work. And so I wanted to clarify that with you. Our story, I'd like to tell you the United story. I'm fairly proud of how we, as a co-op, worked through this event. We, about a week ahead of time, were paying very close attention to the weather and what that might bring, and initiated our emergency operations plan, got our operations folks ready for the winter weather and what that might bring. But we also started talking about the potential of rolling outages from ERCOT as well. And so we had our operators and engineers prepare for that event, and so they tested beforehand to make sure they were prepared to do those things in a rapid succession, and unfortunately, they had to do that. And so that's exactly what happened. We did release a press release on the 12th, which was the Friday before, to all members and to the media from our perspective of what could happen, being prepared for outages and even rolling outages within ERCOT. And so we were letting our members know ahead of time. The extreme weather event, obviously, we continue to talk about it. We practice typically to load shed about 5,000 megawatts in ERCOT, so we have a small share of that. And that's what we practice on typically. And obviously, you're aware that the request was near 20,000 megawatts. And so that was a very extreme event, but we were able to, through our preparation, roll outages through that event effectively. The outages lasted generally about 30 minutes long on our system throughout the event, and we tried to spread that out so as much as we could. But as many others have reported, as the 20,000 megawatt call came into place, we were pretty limited on the number of circuits that we could shed. We basically ended up with two load shed groups, and we alternated those every 30 minutes in that highest call of load shed. Throughout the event, obviously, our members needed to know what was going on, and Distribution Cooperative, we're very close to our members, and we pride ourselves on communicating with our members and owners, and we did that throughout the entire event. We sent press releases out several times. We kept Facebook up to date several times a day to make sure our members knew what was going on and answered their questions, because we were getting quite a few of them. We used phone calls, we used text, we used emails for the first time. We've never bulk sent emails to our whole membership, but we did it several times over the event so they knew what was going on. And we basically used every communication medium that we could. And we even broke the texting service because we sent so many texts at one time. And so the bottom line is we feel like we did a good job there. We have had hundreds and hundreds of comments and letters sent to us thanking us for communicating to them throughout the event. So I feel like we did a good job there. With that said, you communicate with the members and they let you know what they think. And they've let us know what they think about this event. Immediately, they didn't like the 30-minute rolling on and off, but I think they began to understand the value of that as the event went forward, and they saw folks in other towns being off for 3 or 4 days. They were able to maintain heat in their home. I was the same way. I was able to maintain heat in my home as well, and so I think they were grateful for that. But those complaints, I think the first one being that rolling outages aren't fair, and what they saw on our system, I'm sure they felt that way, and that's been discussed some. We do, our territory is the center of the Barnett Shale. As y'all are aware, that's where all this started, the gas play, and so we serve a number of critical facilities and gas in our territory, and because of that, a number of our members never saw an outage. Because we were keeping those processing facilities on. And as a matter of fact, one of those large processors called us a few days before the weekend and said, hey, you realize you're not supposed to curtail us, right? I said, yes, sir, we understand that, and you won't be curtailed. And so there was some coordination going on beforehand. The second, you've heard of under-frequency relaying and what that is. Obviously, we didn't dip into that. But I did see after Monday the stress we were putting on the same members over and over, and so we made a request through Brazos to ERCOT to allow us to use the UFR circuits. They gave us very limited capability to do that, but we did as much as we could to try to spread that out a little bit to other members. But it wasn't.
Cameron, before you go,
yes.
The general public has no idea what a UFR is.
I just assumed because it's been discussed so much that I didn't do it again just to save time, but it's under frequency relaying. It's the safety net for ERCOT. Right. And so we asked to dip into that safety net just a little bit, and they allowed us to do a tiny bit. So thank you.
Hopefully by this point they recognize under frequency relay. Maybe they don't know what UFR means.
I understand that. Thank you so much for clarifying that. I guess last we didn't shed any critical gas facilities that we're aware of. I think we kept them all on. Second, we didn't shed any of our hospitals or critical medical facilities either. So we kept everybody on that was critical on our list. With that said, it was a challenge for us in that rotation to keep, I guess, to spread the love, if you will. The last concern we're hearing a lot of right now is concern of cost, and that's obviously understandable with the media talking about Gritty and others, and our members should be concerned about that. When they see wholesale prices reach $9 a kilowatt hour when they're used to paying 8.5 cents a kilowatt hour from us, I would be concerned too. And so we're fielding a tremendous amount of calls on that. To say what our rates are going to be in the future, I don't know. Being a member and owner of Brazos, it really depends on what we get billed from Brazos, and we haven't gotten billed for that from Brazos yet. And so we're waiting for that today. We don't have that yet. So it does make me a little nervous, I think. There was a comment over here. Representative Darby brought up a co-op in West Texas getting a $400 million bill. We're probably larger than most West Texas co-ops. I'm pretty certain of that. And so if we were to get a $400,000 bill right now, it would be very, very difficult to manage. Our annual power cost is about $150 million a year that we pass to our members. So if I get a bill for something more than that here soon, it's going to be a very stark challenge for United. With that said, and those concerns, our board did take action this week, and they took several actions this week to try to to calm everyone a little bit. The first being we established a moratorium until March 31st, so we won't be doing any collections or disconnections for non-payment. There will be no late fees for any of our members through that time, to try to give time for our members to work that out. Obviously, y'all are aware that usage was higher during this time, and so it being one of our coldest stretches ever, we are seeing that usage is higher, probably 20 to 30% in some areas. So the second thing that they did is, regardless of what Brazos bills us, they've suggested that we're going to keep our base rate that we pass through for Brazos the same. And so there will not be an increase in the Brazos pass-through rate at this point in time at our co-op. But obviously, we don't know what the bills are yet, so we don't know what kind of impact that's going to have on our members. The last thing that they did, we have been working for over a year on a distribution rate increase, and we haven't had one in a long time, and we were supposed to implement that on April 1st, and everything was sort of rolling that direction until this happened, and our board just said this is simply not the right time to do that. And so they've chosen to push that to October 1st, which that will put our co-op in a little more negative financial situation this year, but they felt like it was the right thing to do for the membership. So with that, I'll rest with my comments and take any questions you may have.
All right, thank both of you gentlemen, and very interesting times. And Mr. Darby was referencing earlier about doomsday approaching on some of this stuff, and I just saw a couple different things. You referenced Gritty, for example. I saw that ERCOT issued a mass transition today for Gritty customers, and so they'll be being transferred to provider of last resort. So that happened today, and then the notice as well today from ERCOT that about $2 billion short for today. So, yeah, Mr. Darby, it's coming.
There we go.
So, appreciate you guys being here. And to that point, and I referenced this a little bit earlier when another panel was up. And Mike and Cameron, I'll get you both to comment on this, and which is really what's going to be interesting about this when we start seeing things like that within your world. Obviously, we'll just let you comment on your world here. Is that, Mike, you referenced, and Cameron, you as well, your boards and decisions that were made. Mike, you referenced just board decisions to acquire generation capacity and make investments and do those type of things. Your weatherization things that you did, the hedging that you did. You did a lot of things to manage your risk.
Yes, sir.
And to prepare for a situation like this on behalf of your members. Who, that's the thing about co-ops, right? You're accountable to those members.
That's right.
You know who they are, and they know who you are.
And they sit in my boardroom every month and tell me how I'm doing.
That's absolutely right. A lot of accountability. We talk a lot about accountability down here.
Right.
You guys have some accountability. Cameron, same with you. You have a board that chose to make decisions to help manage risk and to make investments and be long and you should be commended for that. And the challenge is that you should not be penalized for that, because others, even within your own group, their boards chose not to manage risk in the same way that you manage risk. And so it's going to get a little uncomfortable already, but even more so going forward when we start to see things like what we saw today, which was just today. So do you guys have any comment on that? I'm not asking you to talk specifically about anybody that maybe didn't do what you did, but just general thoughts on, certainly it has to concern you as folks who did things right, let's say, or best you could, more so than others. Did it better than others, I guess I'll just say. Right. How you feel about that, about a situation where you have to go back to those members that you're accountable to and say, we got to pay for the sins of others.
Maybe the best example is a conversation I had with a member manager, and he said, we paid once, to acquire the portfolio. And we agreed to bear that cost, and we knew what we were doing. We paid a second time when we endured the rotating outages, and we're going to deal with the after effects of that. Don't make us pay a third time for the consequences of others' decisions.
Cameron, you have any thoughts on that?
I could, maybe something to speak to from the distribution standpoint. I mean, our members did their part in this event, and we're without power. A lot of them were without power, and I think that almost 60,000 of them were out at some point in time. But we rotated that, and it was definitely a different situation for different distribution utilities across the state. So I feel like our members did their fair share to take care of the situation.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty right now too, because you don't really know what's about to happen here, because you don't know what others are doing here.
No, we have no clues.
But to Mr. Darby's point earlier, you got no idea what they're about to try to hit you with. And what do you do? What if that number is, and I hope it's not, but it's a number it's not manageable. What do you do? I know you're already thinking about this and maybe trying to figure out some options, but how do you see this playing out if that's a number that's just too large to bear?
Yeah, it's obviously a very tough situation that I sure didn't want to be in any time in my life. For the benefit of our members, obviously, or just to communicate this, we've been one of the lowest rate options in North Texas for a long time. We really concentrate on costs at our distribution utility, and we're good at it, and we maintain cost. And so, to an event like this to happen, and some unfortunate circumstances to happen that end up driving a lot of cost to our members, it doesn't feel right. It just doesn't. It doesn't make me feel good. I know it doesn't make my members feel good. But I guess we have to deal with it. If it's a business cost and it comes to us, we'll try our best. We're only a $500 million utility, so if I get a $500 million electric bill from ERCOT, that's going to be pretty problematic, and we're going to have to figure out what to do with that.
Yeah. Mike, how about you?
Well, I will say this. I can say that we're getting paid. I know Phil commented earlier he hadn't been paid in a few days. We are getting paid, albeit short paid. We are getting some of our invoices paid. So that helps. Every day that goes by, that helps the situation. It would really depend on the size of the nut, to be honest with you. Some of that you can securitize, finance, and cover over time, and some of it is just hard to swallow.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Vice Chair Herrero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief. Mike, you and I talked before, in preparation for this, or I say yesterday's hearing and even today, and I want to thank you for your time. Am I understanding that one of the co-ops is in the area in Nueces County as well?
That's right. Nueces Electric Cooperative. They are the co-op that opted into competition.
And let me just echo the sentiments of the chairman, and that is the preparation that your organization carried out, I think, is critical. And then obviously there were still some issues that arose because of the extent of the storm, but I appreciate the urgency in exercising whatever measures that you could implement prior to the event. And that's kind of what I want to ask you about. And you mentioned some, and I'm just going to repeat them because I think they're helpful, but you were utilizing antifreeze, you were securing access to water with the dam, you were staffing up, you were already anticipating what load you would free up in preparation, and all of that was done prior to the event, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How early enough before the event was this being done?
Over the more critical work, now weatherization is part of an ongoing process for us, so we worked on that for years. But the steps that you're talking about took place in the 2 weeks leading up to the event.
Up to the event, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you say 2 weeks, would it be 2 weeks prior to February 11th, or what would be the start date if you?
Let's say February 1st. We were advised at the end of January. I don't have the exact date of the forecast, but let's just say February 1st, we really ramped up.
Right, and so all of these measures were being carried out maybe as soon as the month started of February?
Sure.
All right.
Yes.
And that was based on information that you had of weather forecast, and then your expectation or forecast, I guess, is another word that's been used in anticipating kind of what would be the load and the supply?
Yes, in terms of fuel supply, yes, that's correct.
Right, okay. And then, what are going to be some of the lessons learned, even from individuals or entities such as yourselves, that started preparing at least weeks in advance before this storm? You know, what are some of the lessons learned, even after now, in retrospect?
So one of the things that we've already committed to get working on, as I mentioned, we ran out of feeders to shed. So we are working with our members to revise those lists, take another look at it. The issue of critical feeders, we did have some entities that came to us during the event. We couldn't demonstrate that they were in fact critical, so some of the members did not identify them that way. I suspect we will have a lot of dialogue after this event with some of those entities, whether they truly would qualify for a critical load.
And just to stop you there, give me some examples of those.
It could be a gas head, a wellhead, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
We were at a point in terms of the feeders that we had out where our members were concerned that if they identified, we were getting plenty of gas, I'll put it that way, and gas was flowing, that if they identified one of those feeders as critical, they were going to have to shed more residential load. And so they took a pretty hard look at it in the middle of the event.
So
those would be some steps, looking at the feeders, making sure that we have that together. We would come up with a more organized way. I mean, I'm just going to be brutally honest here. Our 15.5-hour outage on a feeder, we lost track of it. We took a feeder out and we were in the heat of the moment and dropping feeders. We forgot to look at it until the member called and said, hey, I got a line out. So we're going to do a much better job of organizing and automating our rotation. The longest one, that's on us. That one shouldn't have happened. So we're going to do a better job with that. Communication from STEC to the member managers, they really have the obligation, and they're the ones that have the relationship and the contacts with their members. So they do the communication with the members. But they do rely on us to give them information that they can share. And we could have done a better job with that. I don't think anybody really understood the magnitude of the problem up front, but I do agree it's better to over-communicate than try and explain afterward, because we were providing information we were receiving that these were going to be short-term rotating outages. The members were posting that to their Facebook sites. Then the power went out. People didn't have access to computers, and their power stayed out longer than the 30 minutes they were told, and that was a problem. We heard about that. We heard plenty about that. So we'll work on those upfront communications and get better at that. So those are some things that I would identify.
Well, thank you. And then moving days forward, please continue to provide, a more comprehensive list, if you will, through this process, so that we can identify, policy changes or things of that nature as you work on some of the more practical applications within your entities. But again, I understand that y'all suffered some outages as well, but I commend your organizations in understanding the preparations that were necessary well in advance, and then even then to appreciate just despite that fact that there were still some issues that you encountered. So thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank you all. I grew up in rural Texas, town of 1900, and my grandparents were out in the country. I considered myself a city boy. My grandparents were actually in the country, and my mother grew up in rural Stark County, my father in rural Duval County, and I grew up seeing how important co-ops were. And then when I was lucky enough to get elected here, I had 7 counties, 25 towns. The biggest one was 20,000. The next was 8,000. The next was 5, and then it got small. You know, so I want to thank you for what you all have done all these years. You know, it's amazing to me when I think that my mother didn't have electricity till she was 9 years old. 9 years old before she got electricity, and she got it because of electric co-ops. You know, and I'm, you know, as I sit here, these hearings have been so important, and here we are late into the second day, and man, the more I hear, the more I realize, Mr. Chairman, and members, how daunting all this has been. Think about this, members. People are still dealing with COVID, right? They're still dealing with COVID. They're dealing with, so many people are dealing with a very tough financial situation. The United States House of Representatives, I believe tonight, is supposed to vote on a COVID relief package. Big debate on it. And a big part of the debate is sending people $1,400. $1,400. And we're sitting here listening to folks, I mean, if they ever get that $1,400, right? And listening to your testimony and other testimony we've listened to, and I'm thinking, this just doesn't fit. We're dealing with COVID, we're dealing with all these people who have lost jobs and who are in a tough situation, and are in Texas about to get in a tougher situation. When I listen to Mr. King over here, for example, and I wonder, what the hell are we going to do? You know, I mean, part of the debate up there is, I think, about $350 million in that package to send to local governments to help. And I would encourage, again, I know I've talked about this, I wish we could move away from politics for a little while. I encourage my Republican members here to reach out to their members of Congress, which are largely Republican, because as far as I know, none of them are willing to support this package right now. But I think what has happened in Texas shows even more how important it is that they pass that up there, because, you know, I was going to make a joke at the start of this, say, hey, members, I think it's time for the Snowy Day Fund. The Snowy Day Fund we have in Texas. But it ain't going to help. We got nothing compared to what we're going to need. Regrettably, I guess, we're going to need Washington to help us. It's not right that all these people who have gone through all they've gone through with COVID and then went through what they went through last week, and some of them are going to get some really bad news at some point about what last week really cost them. It cost them more than a few cold days. Obviously, some families it cost losing a loved one. But I appreciate what you all do. You're unsung heroes, in my view, in the state of Texas and in rural America, I guess. But I know what you do, and I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate reaching out in advance of the meeting, of this hearing rather, just to sort of update us, and I appreciate listening to how you all handled last week, and I hope that we can help you. I mean, I know that we are committed to doing what we've got to do, and we want your suggestions, as you've heard us say this, on the things that you feel like maybe you could do better. I'm not sure what that is, to be honest with you, but certainly you're going to have some ideas, I think, about what the overall system could do to do better in case we ever have this again. And then more importantly, as I keep saying, to try to help us figure out how to prevent this from ever happening again, period. Because think about it. Think about this, members. Think about this. We can figure out a bunch of ways, including communicating and all that, and that's important. We can figure out how to do that much better so that people have a better idea they're going to be without light for 3 or 4 days. Great. We'll save some lives. People will know to warm up and so forth. But if we go through that again and we do that part better, guess what? This part that we're talking about right now, that ain't going to change. It's not going to change. That big financial impact, which we've talked very little about, by the way, during these hearings, we haven't even got to that layer of the onion. The financial impact on the state of Texas that last week is going to have. And this is just the beginning. What you guys are talking about is just the beginning. I want to ask, and Mr. Chair, almost as a parliamentary inquiry, or you guys will know, I don't know about, did I have a dream or did I read somewhere that Governor Abbott issued a moratorium on people paying their electric, or not people, well, I know we did I'm sorry, I didn't dream it. In Laredo, my city council is not going to shut down anybody's water if they can't pay the bill for a while, right? Yes. And so did I or did I not, do I not remember the governor issued some proclamation regarding electric bills? Am I wrong about that?
I think the PUC established a moratorium for like a week or
Okay,
two
so
for investor-owned, basically the REP market.
Okay.
But I don't think that applied to the MOUs or the cooperatives, but obviously we took that action through March 31st.
Okay.
Our co-op did.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that.
And as are our members, the disconnect for non-pay moratorium, we're implementing that even though we're not part of the competitive market except for the one co-op.
Yeah, and I'm assuming the governor would have pushed PUC to do it. But anyway, I just, I don't have a lot of questions. We welcome and we hope that you'll give us input. We appreciate your testimony, but more than that, I just appreciate what you do every day. I represented 7 rural counties. I grew up in rural Texas. I know the importance of what y'all do, and I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And I think you're right to be concerned. I mean, obviously, this was what we all call a black swan event, that once-in-a-lifetime event. But sometimes in our board discussions here this last week, one of our board members pointed out sometimes those come two together. And obviously, we don't see that in the weather forecast right now. But, there are some challenges in the way this market's built. And in our view, if an event like this were to happen again 3 weeks from now, as you stated, here we are again. And I think there has to be some discussion about that.
And the reason I keep saying that we've got to do what we can to prevent it from ever happening is because we can say it's a 100-year event, okay? I mean, we can say that, but we don't know if it won't happen again next year,
right,
or 2 weeks from now, or 3 weeks from now, for that matter. And that's just think about it. I mean, good Lord only gives us so many chances. And if you're not ready.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I pulled up this market notice relating to the short payment, and I've got 2 brilliant guys here, and so you can kind of walk me through this. So the invoice payout date is February the 26th, which is today. The operating dates, and then they have DAM 2/18 through 2/21. So what's DAM?
Day ahead market.
Day ahead market, okay. And then the RTM initial 2/15 through 2/18. What is RTM?
Real-time market.
Real-time market, okay. Okay, so it talks about the settlement dates and everything, but I guess it again discloses the total amount of short paid, which is $2,116 million and some change. And so under the ERCOT's protocol, they took securitized accounts, cash or other collateral, and had an auction. That CRR auction revenue. Isn't that what that is?
So I think I haven't seen the notice. So I think there are 2 different areas of funds that you're talking about there. One would be the collateral that market participants post to participate in the market. The other is the funds from the CRR auctions, and those are congestion revenue rights auctions. It'd take a while. If you're interested, I'll get into it. But that is a fund that's created through an auction whereby participants buy rights to move power along power lines where there's congestion.
Okay, well, we'll get into that discussion. Maybe not today, but
okay,
we'll get into that. But I guess the bottom line is it says that the total amount paid out to market, and you just talked about you getting part of that money.
Right.
There was $12,554 million and some change paid out.
Right.
But the net amount after the CRR auction revenue was $1,316 million. Net amount short paid. So did they short you your pro rata share of that 1.3 billion?
Yes, we were short paid. I don't know what ratio it is of that amount, but we were short paid.
Okay, so you didn't get as much as you're supposed to get.
That's correct.
Okay. But the point is, now, Cameron?
Yes, sir.
You're with Brazos.
Yes, sir.
Would you comment on a rumor that Brazos Co-op was having severe financial crisis over these type of invoices?
I haven't seen any invoices yet. I'm not aware that Brazos, I haven't had a meeting with Brazos in the last several days.
I don't want to create any unfounded.
Yeah, so I can't really speak to that. I do know, what I can say is, for reasons that you've already heard from a lot of people that operate generators in North Texas, Brazos did have some exposure to market due to some, I wouldn't call it bad planning, it was just some challenges, gas supply issues, other issues that came up for Brazos, similar to what you've already heard from generators operating in North Texas. So because of that, there was some exposure to the $9,000 market.
But you operate under that.
Yes, sir.
Under them. So
yes, sir.
If they're having trouble, then it comes down to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so if people go bankrupt or cannot pay the $2 billion, and this is, keep in mind, this is for a 3-day period, right? 3-day period, $14.5 billion. When you add the total amount paid out plus the total amount short, about $14 billion for a 3-day period.
Yes, sir.
So I guess we're just going to have to kind of see how this plays out, because now we know what the total amount of short payment is for that 3-day period. And now this invoice is going to be disseminated to all the folks. You're going to probably have to pay more, Cameron, and Mike, you didn't get paid as much as you're supposed to.
That's right.
And you didn't get net paid either. You didn't take the total amount that they owed you and subtract the total amount that you owed them, because did you have to pay for any ancillary services?
We supplied our own ancillary services. So just like the energy that we sell into the market and buy back, we do the same thing with ancillary services to hedge our position there.
Okay, so you spent quite a bit of money.
We did. We did.
Clearly, you prepared better than most that we've heard.
Okay.
You guys prepared better than most.
We were fortunate.
And I guess part of that is you have we don't incentivize base loads. And I mean, you've done a good job of securing that. You want to comment on that?
Our board, co-op folks tend to be conservative, at least my board and membership, they tend to be conservative. They would rather pay a little bit more for energy and have it even in price than to not know what to expect week from week if the price fluctuates wildly. So they made a conscious decision to spend more money to pay for assets to cover their exposure, to serve as a hedge against market price blowout. When things are normal, I say normal, and prices in the market are in the $20 range and our resources aren't there, doesn't look like such a smart decision. And our members are paying more than maybe their neighbors in a competitive area are paying for power. Now it looks like a pretty smart decision.
Well, I would just say, members, we're probably going to start hearing how it affects our communities. I mean, Phil, you've talked about Weatherford, and we're just stay tuned. I'd like to hear from you guys in the days to come on as it filters down to you, Cameron, and your company, and what this means and what kind of bind that puts you in, because you represent thousands of customers in one of these state reps, one or more of these state reps districts, and so I think we're all going to want to hear how it affects you.
Right.
And Brazos has told its member cooperatives they're doing everything they can to mitigate that cost to come to us right now. But obviously, there's still cost out there.
And I don't know, do either one of you know how long it takes for this uplift to come back?
90 days.
How many?
90 days before they could start.
Ooh, that's an important date.
Right.
Per ERCOT, because I wondered that
days, you
myself.
said?
Per their protocols, it's 90 days before they could start uplift.
Okay. We'll have many more conversations. Thanks, guys, for your
Thank you.
testimony.
That'll go fast, though. So, yeah, the clock is ticking. Chair calls Mr. Hunter.
90 days till
Just to remind you all, you have people watching and you have people listening. And throughout this proceeding, so you all know, many of us have been given questions from our members and other legislators. So some of them are not ours. We're having to make inquiries. And we also have constituents and folks that send. So I have some information I want to ask you. But Mike and I talked yesterday. And I do think communication is a huge deal. If you can save one life, it's worth it.
Yes.
And I think one thing you told me, and both of you said, and we kind of lost this, because this came up at the beginning. A lot of people wonder why one side of the street the light's on and one are not. And as some of the comments I'm getting here from citizens, they're saying that still is serious and they still don't understand. It's my understanding, Mike, and I believe you also agreed, you actually, as Mr. Herro said, you communicate with your members to let them know what you all are going to have to do. Isn't that what you told me?
Yes, it is.
And I believe that, Cameron, you indicated the same thing with your group.
Yes, with our retail members.
And I also think that, Mike, you, so the folks that asked the question, even educated your base about what rolling blackouts might be and what they may be impacted, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you did the same.
Yes, sir.
I think that's a good model. Even though you may not be the size of others, I think what some of the feedback I'm getting is that's the sort of rule of thumb we need to do is not forget the people.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to get that because I was just asked to get that information. Cameron, one comment, I know you said that you did an education program with a lot of your folks. In some areas, it's noted they don't, when the thing hits, they don't have any cable, they don't have any TV, they don't get any social media, they're not on the web, there's no working internet. And we'll be hearing from this group, and cells go in and out. What you all did was take 2 weeks before so that at least they knew if they lost those sort of things, correct, from both of you?
That's correct, and we also use radio media too. And so several of the local stations replayed our press release.
So I think that's important to show that folks like you all are trying to communicate, get information out, so that people know there's a mechanism. And we did hear from other groups, larger in size, that they were going to develop a new program because I think they saw that. But I think the people listening need to know that there are some folks that do that. And I just wanted you to confirm that, and I was asked to ask you that. Another question I was asked is, as you know, certain groups send out conservation tips and protocols. And all I can tell you, sometimes they make sense and sometimes they don't. So we've got to be very clear in the communication. One of the questions I've been asked is when they say to conserve, the questioner is asking, okay, if I follow the conservation tips, does that mean others get energy and power, or does it just preserve the grid or what you're operating on?
That's a great question, because we did that. There were several areas that we saw that before the rotating outages were occurring, we saw some very high loads in some areas, more than what we'd ever planned. And so we actually issued conservation requests in those areas to keep those areas from turning off, basically because they were overloaded. And that helped us get over the hump until we could reshift some load around, and there was no outage in that area due to the system situation, not rolling outages.
So the answer we can take back to those folks is that it helped people keep their power and be able to keep it, even though you may have some off and some on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thanks for that. And then, you've confirmed, and we've heard from the other members, that we're just going through this impact, I call phase one, off of a terrible situation. Now phase two is being realized, which is an economic wave. And we've been talking about electricity and PUC and ERCOT and all that. But we also got to talk about water. And we haven't gotten to that phase yet. So overall, as the members have said, keep us plugged in on what you're doing. Keep us plugged in on how you're operating. I think the more communication we get, and the final comment just from me, is we've been giving everybody about, if in the next week you can give us some thoughts. Can you give us some thoughts on looking at what happened, on what we may look at as good policy for the state of Texas, using some of your education techniques, and see how we may be able to incorporate or at least review it
Absolutely.
From the state of Texas?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Representative Tracy King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and gentlemen. I appreciate y'all being here today. And I didn't have any questions. I just had a comment. One of the co-ops, big co-ops that is in my legislative district is one of your members, Mike. And I visited with him, and it was interesting. He just felt awful that he was only able to he had to do a 3 to 5 hour rotation outage, at a time. And I told him, I said, I can show you 1,000 people right now that would have given their left arm for a 3 or 5 hour rotation. And, that were out for 3 or 4 days at a time, longer. I had one community that was out 5 days
Right.
in my legislative district, the whole community. So, that's just a compliment to say that a lot of your members and both of y'all, did a good job of trying to do a Texas version of a rolling blackout anyway. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative King, I know you're referring to Mark Rollins. And those of us that are in the co-op community, when our members are without power, it bothers us. That's not a nameless, faceless individual. That's somebody that we see at our annual meetings. That's somebody that we go to church with. I mean, those are folks that we know. And it hurts when something like that happens. If you know your members are hurting and you feel a certain sense of failure and you want to fix that. And so I completely understand how he would feel having somebody without power 3 to 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
We feel the same way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. We'll go to the other Mr. King. Chair recognizes Phil King.
Thank you, Chairman. The co-ops in my district and then the municipal utilities, they've done a great job on managing their finances. They have good reserves and they've got good contracts and I know they can weather this. And the TDU in my area, I know they're well-placed and they'll be able to weather it too. It just bothers me that they would have to spend this kind of money on things that really in some ways don't even exist as real costs or shouldn't have, certainly. And I keep thinking back over the last 25 years and you think about the giant true-up that the industry went through under the direction of the PUC, dealing with all the stranded costs when everything was getting vertically separated. And you think of the clawback times there's, on market problems that occurred. And then the PUC does all these rate cases, and some of those are costs that have been paid in advance, and there's a system where they can go back and recapture those or not. And so there's this big history of us figuring out all these financial things that are really a lot larger dollars. When you think about the true-up stuff and stranded costs, a lot larger dollars than we're talking about here, I hope. Maybe not, but still large dollars. And I'm sure there's other occasions that the PUC has had to step in and oversaw a system that kind of worked all that out, mitigated all that, reallocated all of that. Is it not possible? I mean, are there not some ways that the PUC, I recognize they don't regulate co-ops but y'all are still part of that financial bucket that they do have oversight for because they have oversight of ERCOT. So is it not conceivable and really reasonable that we should really be calling on them to be trying to find a way and open up cases or whatever they have to do to really try to mitigate these and somehow come in and put a hold on things to the extent that they can? And then go in and work through this and see where those costs should really be and what ones there should even really not exist and where they are, where they're properly allocated, and then not work out a process to get people through this so that people don't have rate increases and so that reserves don't get chewed down, because reserves are there because you need them, and if you need them before they're built back up, that's a real problem. And is that not something we should be really relying on the PUC to do? Or are they just, do you think they're capable of doing that in this instance?
I would be surprised if the PUC is not already looking at some aspects, some processes.
They didn't give us really any encouragement in that regard yesterday.
Right. They may be working on it today.
Okay.
But in terms of...
But aren't they the right place for that right now?
Yes, sir, I think so.
And they've done these big things before in mitigating all these costs and truing up things and clawing back where money should not have gone that it went to and things like that. I mean, this isn't something they haven't done before. It may be more parties involved, I don't know, but isn't this something would you agree they should be able to do this and have the authority to do it?
They should, yes. But I do want to add one point. When you talked about the pause, and you've heard about gas costs and the price that the generators had to bear, and those are invoices that we've got to pay. So for this particular event, our gas cost was $153 million. For the entire month of January, it was 6.9. So that's the delta that we're looking at. And when I talk about us being net neutral in terms of our member rates, that's net of paying our gas invoices.
The third parties that have nothing to do with PUC.
Right.
Gas, right.
That's right. That's right.
And I think your I guess, analogy with the stranded cost situation and how that was handled is a really good potential way to handle this, just in my opinion. Figure out some way to put that out over a long period of time and keep this thing from crumbling.
Well, thank you, because I don't have any idea how you do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative King. Chair recognizes Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to make a couple of comments, and I really appreciate you guys' time. And the first one is in reference to my colleagues and answering the challenge of Chairman Raymond. And I think he, as we've said here the last couple of days, we all have absorbed a lot of information. We're dealing with a real crisis in this state, and the country's looking, the energy capital of the world. And I want to commend you, Chairman Raymond, for challenging us to be statesmen, to put politics aside, to do what we all need to do. And I think that this group is serious about that. From what I'm optimistic based on what I've seen the last 2 days. I came in a little bit pessimistic, thinking this is going to be business as usual. We went through this process before, but as I have sat here and heard the testimony and listened to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle grill everyone equally, I'm more optimistic that we're going to work on a bipartisan solution to this problem. And I think this is the model for the country. And I think the country is watching us right here in this committee room right now. And I'm reminded of a profound statement that former President Kennedy made. He said, "Let us not seek the Republican answer or the Democrat answer, but the right answer. Let us not seek to fix the blame for the past. Let us accept our own responsibility for the future." And that is essentially what we're doing now. And that's why we're encouraging you to give us your feedback, because you're the subject matter experts. We're not. With a few exceptions, most of us have never sat in your shoes. And so we value your time and your input, and we really appreciate what you are offering to us, because lives were lost. If you heard some of the testimony, we all have people that maybe not in our districts, but we all know that there were too many. One too many is too many, but we had at least 60, if not more, Texans that died unnecessarily, right? And so this is a very important work, and I want to commend you. One of the biggest takeaways that we had is that there was a breakdown in communication. That was one of the biggest frustrations that I had as a representative, that I couldn't give my constituents answers because I couldn't get it from anyone. And you all seem like you did a much better job than the other folks that we've heard from in communicating. So the second part of my comment was to commend you all for the great work that you did to reach out and communicate to your stakeholders. And my final comment is, I'm hoping that as we seek answers and solutions and best practices, that the members would take the information and go where the facts lead us, and not worry about whether it's a liberal issue or a conservative issue, but do what's best for Texas and be statesmen. And that's what I think all of us have a responsibility to answer your call, Chairman Raymond, is to go where the facts lead. There were some conversations that I had, for example, with the CEO of NRG, and he indicated on the record that he believes that climate change certainly has a factor and an impact upon the weather changes that we've seen. I've been in this legislature now, not as long as a lot of my colleagues, but this is my 6th term. I've sat on the House Environmental Regulation Committee for 6 terms, the longest consistent member on that committee. I filed legislation asking us to have a hearing to debate it. We haven't done that. So I'm hoping that this catastrophe that we learn from, we go where the facts lead us. We look at science, we listen to the experts, and put partisan politics aside. This isn't necessarily about picking winners and losers, whether it's industry. This is about making sure that Texans never have to suffer again what we suffered last week. And so I'm optimistic, and I'm really encouraged by what I've seen from all of my members. And I just want to thank everyone for their patience and their diligence, not just you all, but my colleagues and the chairman for their leadership over these last 2 days. It's been very refreshing, and I'm really encouraged and looking forward to you all getting back to us, as well as the other stakeholders, so we can fix this problem and never have to endure it again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. And, members, I'll give you a bit of news. If you don't think we did something over the last couple of days, if you've not seen already, the PUC decided today that they would start open 2 new projects related to this winter storm, and one of them being rulemaking to establish weatherization standards, and one of them relating to electric service emergency operations in Texas. And so two things that we've talked about over the last couple of days, and obviously I would very much assume has contributed to the action they began today. So with that, Chair recognizes Ms. Slauson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for a working microphone today.
You need to thank Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you both for being here this evening. After all the testimony we've heard in the last few days, and at this point I think we're at somewhere around 25 hours worth of hearing time, you're a bright spot in a very troubling and difficult couple of weeks that we've had. Mr. Smallwood, you and I know each other. I'm one of your members.
Yes.
You and I serve thousands and thousands of Texans up in Central Texas together. And we've had a lot of conversations. And in fact, Monday, as we were trying to just figure out what was going on for people, I gave you a call and you had a visit with me very frankly. We've heard a lot about the importance of communication with the public. And I want to openly commend you and United Co-op for the way that you handled that, both as a customer, as a member, and as somebody that's serving the same people that you are. On Friday, February 12th, as a member, I received an email alerting me to a weather event coming, what to expect in terms of Arctic air temperatures and ways that I might be able to conserve energy and prepare for that. On Sunday, I received numerous notices, I think those were by social media perhaps, about outages that you were experiencing in different areas and what was going on. And then on Monday, after we talked, I saw another statement that you put out, and it touches on something that Chairman Lucio has brought up several times about how notices were given to the public. And the point at which citizens were told, if you don't have power, it'd be a good idea to seek shelter somewhere else. And the statement that United Co-op put out was some questions and answers in plain English, which was refreshing. And it said, question, should I consider going to a location that's not being curtailed? And you'd already explained what curtailed meant in that. And then it said, yes. Very simple. Went on to explain a little bit more about that. But you gave your customers, your members, the information that they needed to be able to make informed decisions. And we're out in the country. We're rural people. That's what we want. Just the facts. Let us decide for ourselves. We love our liberty, but we want to be informed. And so I appreciate the way that you've handled that. I know based on prior experiences, we can expect the same. We have some concerning information coming about costs and what we're going to do about that. Stay the course. And I particularly enjoyed your comment earlier that when you communicate with members, they let you know what they think. I'm with you there. We put out as many of these members did, we put out inquiries asking our constituents to let us know what their experiences have been. We wanted their comments for today. We got thousands and thousands of those. But that's how we make informed decisions about how we go forward. I think that Chairman Raymond has a point about the importance of the connection between the leadership and the people. And it may well be that a model where the commissioner of the PUC would be better served to be a statewide elected official to maintain that connection and responsibility to the people. I don't know. I don't know what the answer will be. But I just wanted to take that moment and recognize the bright spot in a dark time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Slauson. Thank you, gentlemen, very much, not only for being here and helping to give us some answers to some of these questions that we have and helping us better understand the situation we find ourselves in. We very much look forward to working with you going forward and welcome your input as you help us find meaningful solutions to what we're dealing with. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Appreciate what you
Appreciate you, all of you. Thank you.
All right, one more, members.
Keep going.
You want to keep going? And I'll have you know, the Senate's adjourned, so we beat them again. We won again.
You want to go? Eddie, go. Tell us how.
I would like to have Chairman Metcalf make sure that Lucio's mic no longer works.
I actually walked out to help.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
We just there we go. They do unplug.
So phone calling back for you.
All right. Chair calls John Mason, and John, if you'll just state your name, who you represent, and you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is John Mason. I'm an attorney with AT&T, and I support our external affairs and legislative affairs team here in Texas. First, as a company headquartered in Texas, we want to first acknowledge the tragedy and heavy toll that this event had on our fellow Texans. We understand being able to communicate during an emergency is essential, and we take seriously our role in keeping our customers, their families, and the public safety community connected. In listening to the prior panels, there has been a lot of discussion regarding alerts to Texas residents. So I'd like to briefly talk about the wireless emergency alert system. FEMA and FCC maintain a wireless emergency alert system which can deliver critical warnings and information to members of the public who use an enabled wireless device. Authorized public officials send alerts through FEMA's integrated public alert warning system to participating wireless providers, which then push the alerts from towers to enabled mobile devices in the affected geographic area. The alerts appear similar to text messages on your mobile device, advising individuals of imminent threats or safety in their area. AT&T and other wireless carriers participate in the program and deliver alerts on the behalf of federal, state, or local emergency management officials when requested to do so. In Texas, there are around 70 local governments and public agencies that have registered and have the capability to originate a WEA notification. These are mostly cities, local emergent management offices. Now, pivoting to AT&T's network performance, throughout this event, our networks performed well as a result of regular maintenance protocols, advanced emergency planning, deployment of additional equipment and crews, and close coordination with the Texas Department of Emergency Management and Texas A&M Engineering Extension. Before the storm hit, AT&T teams started preparations including topping off fuel generators, testing high-capacity backup batteries at cell sites, and protecting physical facilities against flooding. In addition, we staged emergency response equipment, including satellite Colts, which are basically small cells on light trucks that can move around. And we pulled in more than 140 generators from around the United States in addition to the ones that were already staged in Texas. In fact, about 98% of the Texas population is covered by a fixed generator, giving our overlapping coverage. Our sites, if they don't have a fixed generator, have battery backup. As a matter of routine, we consistently monitor our batteries to ensure robust battery life. Likewise, our operating practice is to run our fixed generators weekly to assess their fitness level. This routine maintenance allowed us to assess our generators and triage the ones that needed service in advance. Once a disaster begins, we receive real-time notification when our generators are running low on fuel. During and after this event, we also hired additional contractors to assist our crews with refueling and deploying additional backup generators. In terms of restoral, we prioritized FirstNet sites to support the public safety community, critical infrastructure like hospitals, and sites that had been down the longest. While some areas were inaccessible due to debris, down power lines, or icy road conditions, we worked to restore service as quickly and safely as conditions would allow. It's important to note the statewide impact of this weather event. While we are accustomed to dealing with natural disasters, most remain geographically isolated. The broad impact of this event led to unforeseeable outages across the state. Communications infrastructure relies on electrical power, and the significant loss of power statewide impacted cell sites. Additionally, the nature of some of the power outages presented a unique challenge as we placed generators. In certain instances, we would go to place a generator at one site, move on to the next thinking we had it solved, but then the power would return to the first site. So we were unaware if the outages we were addressing were rolling or if the outages would be longer term. However, despite all of these challenges, by Thursday, 3 days from the height of the event, we had restored our network with more than 99% of our network and customers in service. To further support our customers during this trying time, we waived data overage charges for AT&T wireless and prepaid customers in over 2,400 zip codes across Texas. We also assisted video home internet customers with their service needs and questions about damaged equipment. Finally, I want to highlight our efforts to assist the customers of our competitors. In order to assist those customers, not just AT&T customers, we kept our open network from a roaming perspective to those companies' customers to aid in recovery efforts so that they would not be without critical life-saving communications. So we appreciate the opportunity to share this information about our planning and execution. Thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Sure. Jason, thank you for being here. Sorry to make you be the last one on 2 days here, but anyway, that's why they pay you the big bucks, man.
If you only knew.
Yeah, right. And really the reason why you're here and it's been largely discussed throughout these 2 days is that we recognize the interdependency of a lot of different areas to make sure that we don't have these type of things happen in the future. And really also to make sure that we recognize in that discussion that your service and your facilities that are, allowing for that service are really critical infrastructure as well, because I heard in visiting, for example, with operators out in the Permian, for example, that whose operations, well sites, if they don't have communication, if they don't have internet, they don't have cell service, because of the technology they use and the fact that they need to communicate on those issues, but even be able to communicate with their midstream partners or water haulers or whatever the case may be, they're effectively shut in. And so you're really here because I want to make sure, as we're making our list of stakeholders who have to be at the table when we're talking about what are the overall solutions to making sure that we don't have situations like this happening in the future. Your industry absolutely has to be at the table in doing that. And so I'm not asking for what those answers are today. I'm inviting you to the table to make sure we want to work with you on that, to figure out how we best do that. I have no doubt that a company like AT&T and others are already talking about these things, and there's probably already a list of lessons learned from this when we have a large-scale event like this. And so, again, we're not asking you for the answers today, but I just felt it important to make sure that we heard from you as well, and you could share, as you did in your testimony, kind of what your experience was there. It sounds like you guys were jumping through a lot of hoops and trying to do your best to get generators on site to facilities to make sure you can continue to do what you do. But despite all that effort, we had a lot of instances, whether it was you or some other provider, that folks didn't have communication. And so that's why you're here, and we appreciate you offering input, and we certainly want to hear from AT&T as well as others. Just as Mr. Raymond has said earlier, we want to get that feedback from you, and we'd love to see some recommendations from you on how we could best communicate. Well, certainly you're in a communication business. I'm sure we can figure that out, but what we can do to be helpful there as well. But a couple of our members have questions as well. Chair Golden.
Thank you, Chairman Patty. I just want to echo what Chairman Patty said. And I mean, that's the whole reason why you're here. We've heard from stakeholder after stakeholder, all of them admitting that they could have communicated better. And that's why you're here. That's what y'all do. That's what AT&T does. And AT&T is based in Texas. So y'all live through exactly what we all live through and our constituents live through. And we're going to work with y'all on a solution. We know y'all are going to have a seat at the table because, like I said, y'all are based in Texas. So I know you want to have that hometown pride, home state pride of helping provide the solutions, and we look forward to working with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You have our commitment to work with you, and we know we have y'all's commitment to work with us.
Absolutely. We agree it's critical to have us in the planning process. So
Perfect. Chair calls on Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, just, thank you for coming. And again, I echo what the chairman are saying. I was fortunate to lead the Committee on Mass Violence and Public Safety, and a lot of the communication issues that we saw in connection with the coordination of local law enforcement and others, and how do we notify people that there's an event or a problem that they need to avoid the area, what have you. So just want to bring out a couple of things. This is a federal program, is that right?
the emergency alert system?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It is a federal program. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you as a cell phone company, you're just told to push out the alert, is that right?
Correct. We are the transporter of the message, so to speak. FEMA and FCC basically manage the infrastructure, and we get notified when we need to push a message.
use Chairman Patty's analogy, you're just the FedEx truck of communication, is that right?
That would be a fair analogy, yes.
Okay. Now, are state agencies eligible for this service?
It is available to public safety officials, both local. It could be used statewide. I believe it can be used nationwide in certain circumstances. So yes,
They've got to sign up, right?
yes, sir. They have to sign up.
Now, can these alerts be sent statewide?
Yes, they can be sent statewide.
Finally, is there a charge for the service?
No, it's free to wireless subscribers.
Thank you, John. Thanks for all you do.
Yes, thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
During the event in my area, I think Representative Herrero and myself, we did have instances where we couldn't get any cell service. And we've had a lot of inquiries from some of our area. Could you just get with our offices at your convenience, just so we know how to explain to the folks, because it wasn't out completely, but you have in and out, and we've had a constituent inquiry, and I think it would help both of us just to say we've asked the question, you're going to get us the information.
Absolutely, we'd be happy to do that.
All right. Mr. Raymond.
I think we're wrapping up, is my understanding, so I just want to take a minute to thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Goldman, for these last 2 days. I think this has been excellent. It's painful, frustrating, extremely informative, but this is what we signed up for. That's why they sent us up here. I think it's entirely symbolic that we have an Aggie and a Longhorn next to each other. Of course, I'd be just this much happier if you were the Longhorn and he were the Aggie. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna live with it. Okay. But also that you represent rural Texas and he represents urban Texas, because what we're dealing with today affected the entire state of Texas. It really did. But I just want to thank you, Chairman, both you and Chairman Goldman, for your work, and thank all.
And I want to add in, thanks to both you, Chairman, and the two Vice Chair, and your staff. I think you all did a great job, and we appreciate you, and all the members and everybody who participated visually, audio, in person. But thank you all. I think you did a good job.
Thank you very much. We got, what? We're not going to ask him more questions. He doesn't want any more. So he's just, you're dismissed.
Thank you.
We weren't going to make you. You better run, or Raymond will start talking about the Cowboys.
I'm out of here.
You don't want, yeah, that'll take a while. Thank you, John. We appreciate that, and I appreciate that. Thank all of you.